One, two, three.
Hey,
Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. I'm Hajar Kouriani, a young Moroccan with agriculture engineering background, and I'm the representative of the International Association of Students in Agriculture and Related Sciences, the biggest youth association with presence in more than 50 countries. We are now on the ninth day of this essential conference, united in our mission to defend our planet and make it a healthier and more resilient world for future generations. Today, we gather for the critical discussion on adaptation strategies for climate change and mitigation approaches to reduce biodiversity loss in the ocean. This panel discussed on the pressing impacts of climate change on our oceans, which cover over 70% of the Earth's surface and play a fundamental role in maintaining global diversity and environmental stability. As climate-related pressures, such as rising temperatures, acidification, habitat loss, and the decline of marine biodiversity accelerate, the threat to our oceans are reaching unprecedented levels. This panel will cover several key points: the failure of current adaptation strategies and the lessons they offer, the role of youth in advocating for ocean climate policies, striking coastal resilience through community-led efforts, and the critical role of youth organization in protecting endangered marine species. Through these discussions, we hope to bring visibility to specific region challenges, promote integrated strategies that combine scientific knowledge with local initiatives, and inspire collaborative action. Before starting, on behalf of the International Association of Students in Agricultural and Related Sciences, I extend my gratitude to the North Forum and the Arctic Pavilion for their support in allowing us to present critical youth voice. Your support and collaboration are so appreciated. With this context in mind, let's turn to our estimated panelist expert who will guide us deeper into these urgent topics. Joining us today, we have Himalati. She's a researcher and academician working in the intersection of climate change and law. She is the founder and director of the Enact Earth Foundation since 2021 to foster climate resilience and justice society. Through the foundation, her work focused on climate literacy, intergeneration equity, gender and participatory justice. She currently serves as a council member of the Loss and Damage Youth Grant, making council supporting youth lead projects to address loss and damage. We are also joined by Mr. Mark Harver, as a leader at the forefront of the movement of ocean climate action. His consulting firm, Blue Green Generation, supercharges the impact of champions for the ocean, climate, and sustainability fashion. He has led the Sustainable Ocean Alliance delegates to COP since COP26. Mark has spoken at the plenary of the first ever Ocean Climate Dialogue and moderates the second dialogue in person during the UNFSS semi-annual SB intersections. He has been involved in the creation of significant ocean climate initiatives such as the ocean breakthrough and the coastal tourism breakthrough. And at COP29, Mark is hoping to lead youth engagement, the Ocean Climate Finance Nexus. Our next panelist is Jang Wona, is a student of forestry and climate environmental big data in Korea. Currently, he serves as the UNSBD Commissioner for IFSA, the International Forestry Students Association, and recently participated in the UNSBD COP16 in Colombia. In November, Jan Wo began an internship in the FAO headquartered in Rome, working with the Fire Management Hub. He also attended COP29 as a representative of IFSA and Korea NGO Climate Change Center, looking forward to contributing to meaningful discussion on climate adaptation and biodiversity conversation. So welcome all, and thank you for accepting our invitation. So we cannot wait more to hear from our panelists. And the first, Mrs. Himalati, could you speak to us about the failure of adaptation strategies? What do you see as the main challenges and how can we address these failures moving forward?
Thank you so much for having me here. Okay, so most of our work on climate change, and especially in the climate space, the conversations always started around mitigating climate change and, eventually moved to adapting to climate change itself. But there was always this narrative where we spoke as if we are going to be successful at everything that we try, right? Let's do this, let's mitigate emissions, and then we're going to be successful, or let's try to adapt to these impacts of climate change and we're going to be successful. At least that's what the assumption with which we started taking the actions we took. Um, Many a times we fail to understand and consider what happens if we fail and what are the consequences of such failures, especially at a very local level. Um, and we also call this maladaptation sometimes. Even if your purpose is exceptionally good in terms of helping communities and engaging with them and supporting them and helping them become more resilient to climate change, even with the best of intentions, you can, um, try end up harming the community and the environment even more unless you're like actually better prepared to deal with the unintended consequences of your adaptation itself. It's something as similar as, would you plant trees, to mitigate and deal with more carbon absorption in an area where there are frequent forest fires? What is the point? And if there is a forest fire, it only ends up releasing more carbon into the atmosphere than, helping mitigate climate change. So these are, and or like you're trying to help communities upstream dealing with water issues due to the climate crisis. You're helping upstream communities, but then, communities that are reliant on the same water downstream are eventually impacted. So these are like very, you know, some smallest specific examples of how we have to think through our adaptation strategies, especially at the local level, and ensure that there is a holistic approach that is taken up to, and we shouldn't necessarily be looking at adaptation and silos itself. Even when it comes to agriculture, there are a lot of cases where rice varieties are basically planted in coastal areas because they're tolerant to, salt, seawater intrusion, being able to deal with salt water. But after a point of time, trying to adapt using these rice varieties that does not exist in coastal areas, after a point of time, these rice varieties stop being resistant to salt water itself. They start being impacted, so you can't necessarily consume them. So you're looking at helping farmers adapt here, but then ultimately you have unintended consequences, which is again impacting their livelihoods itself. So when you're looking at forming adaptation strategies, there's always this thing called precautionary principle, even under the Rio Convention or the Stockholm Conference. And basically says, do not take action when there is scientific uncertainty itself. So unless you know the consequences of the actions that you're taking when it comes to climate change, it is better to not take action in the first place rather than go ahead with something that you don't know consequences about. Because the consequences could be more damaging than climate change itself when you don't prepare your strategies well. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you so much, Mr., for your perspectives. And now let's welcome our fourth panelist, Mrs. Petronella Shengina. Is from Zambia. She holds the BS in Bachelor in Environmental Engineering and is currently pursuing a master degree in water engineering under an African Union scholarship. Her research interest focuses on the impact of climate change on water security in sub-Saharan Africa. Welcome there. And now let's move to our next panelist, Mr. Mark Harver. I'd love for you to share your insights on youth engagement and policy advocacy for ocean climate action, and how can young people play a pivotal role in shaping ocean policies and driving action at local and global levels.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. I want to thank you all for being here in the audience today and being part of this panel. I want to thank you so much to Kevin and Hajar for inviting us to be part of this. And I want to thank my amazing panelists for sharing their thoughts today. My name is Mark Haver, and I'm really excited to be able to share with you what are the different ways that young people can engage with respect to ocean climate action, because even though I have 8 minutes, there are so many different ways that we can take this question, right? So one of the things that motivated me to get involved in the UNFCCC system and process was when I created the first youth policy program with Sustainable Ocean Alliance. Sustainable Ocean Alliance, SOA, is one of the world's largest networks of young ocean leaders. And when I was in college, I was really inspired by some of the climate movement happenings 5-6 years ago, where there was the Green New Deal. There were these two members of Congress from the United States that were putting together this ambitious policy framework for the US and our climate future called the Green New Deal. It was very ambitious, it was a vision, and it inspired a lot of public activism and a lot of conversation about the climate crisis. And it was really cool to see people rally around this common vision. But then I thought about myself and my engagement with the ocean community, and I wondered, what was the rallying, united voice and call to action from young people for ocean action? And so that motivated me to create the Global Blue New Deal, which was a crowdsourced, youth-led ocean and climate policy framework that had integrated more than 1,000 opinions from young people to create this document that basically was guidance for policymakers to understand what youth want to see for our collective ocean and climate future. Not just with respect to reducing carbon emissions, not just with respect to protecting biodiversity or ensuring that we have sustainable blue foods, but also in reforming ocean governance at large. So I was really excited to take this Global Blue New Deal to COP26, my first COP. And since then, we've seen a number of other ways in which young people have come together to affirm what their common calls to action are for ocean and climate. And so we have these different documents like the Global Youth Statement that's produced by Youngo. Hopefully we're all familiar with that already. And this serves as a way for the different working groups of Youngo to integrate their different policy positions into something that we can present at the UNFCCC to our national delegations and our LCOIs and our ARCOIs, whatever it may be, right? And Ocean's Voice, as the ocean-focused working group of Youngo, contributes to that global youth statement, ensures that there are ways in which that's integrated, the ocean calls to action are integrated into what we advocate for together. So there's that. And now there was even, if you guys are familiar, there's the UN Ocean Conference, and that is supposed to happen every 3 years. And so we recently had a UN Ocean Conference in Portugal in 2022. And in 2025, we have the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France. And it's co-hosted by the government of Costa Rica. This is 2024, the year before the UN Ocean Conference next year. And they had a Latino America Azul conference in Costa Rica. And there, they actually had this whole gathering of young people from across Latin America and the Caribbean, and they put together their own declaration as well for what these ocean climate policy positions are, what they want to see come of the UN Ocean Conference. So it's really cool to see all these different youth networks create their own guides, and hopefully because of the integration, I mean, we all wear multiple hats, right? Like not only am I part of SOA, but I'm part of the Youngo Oceans Voice. I'm trying to coordinate with the UN Ocean Decade ECOP program. So hopefully there's some through line, right, between these different policy statements that are created. But let me be open and honest with you all right now. We are not really that coordinated at the UNFCCC for ocean climate action as young people. Straight up. And that's not necessarily just our fault. Okay? The thing is that this is kind of off the record, but the ocean climate community at large really lacks the capacity to coordinate and communicate effectively for us to be a strategic and effective coalition at this conference. The youth movement itself is incredible. We've been able to see how the ocean and youth movement progress has tracked against each other since COP26. Since COP26, the youth movement has taken over. We've been able to go from acknowledging that youth are important and should be involved into decision making to having an institutionalized office, the Presidency Youth Climate Champion, within each COP presidency that officially works on the inclusion of youth, meaningful youth engagement, capacity building for young people to engage at the UNFCCC, links them with their delegations, and liaises with parties to ensure that they're advocating and including youth meaningfully. That's a lot. That's a lot. And we can all give ourselves a round of applause for being able to make that progress, right? With the ocean, we've established an ocean climate dialogue. So we have these parties that come together every June, SB session, and it's basically this opportunity for the countries to come together and say, here are the issues we want to talk about with respect to how to advance the ocean climate nexus at the UNFCCC, and here are some examples and case studies of how we've done this well within our NDCs, within our national strategies with the ocean, et cetera. That's great, but then they produce this informal summary report that comes out like a month before COP. They have one side event, and the countries who come are the countries who are already ocean champions anyway. I'm sorry, but it's not working. The ocean-based climate solutions can reduce the emissions gap by 35%. That's crazy, right? That's a lot. And the ocean is our climate. The climate is our ocean. Ocean action is climate action. Ocean justice is climate justice. But the negotiators here are having the ocean as an afterthought, right? So we need to understand what we can do, acknowledging that there's a lack of capacity for the ocean climate community at large to be able to create effective coalitions and campaigns to advance strategic ocean climate action here at the UN, at UN Climate Change. And so going back to youth engagement at Ocean Climate Nexus, I believe that we have a really cool opportunity ahead of COP30, right? February next year, what's going to happen? Hopefully all these parties are going to submit an updated round of NDCs, their nationally determined contributions, and hopefully they'll submit their national adaptation plan updates as well, right? There are different ways in which we as young people can advocate for ocean climate adaptation. Yes, as I mentioned, ocean-based climate solutions can be for mitigation, but they also can be for adaptation, right? I'm looking at protecting blue carbon ecosystems. Blue carbon ecosystems are so vital, especially when we recognize how they protect against storm surge and the co-benefits of nature at large with respect to adaptation. I'm looking at advancing marine protected areas. Ocean acidification is a huge problem and it barely gets mentioned at the UN. Crazy, not good. This is something that is really problematic because we have what ocean acidification we've already caused. It's not going to get better until 10,000 years from now, unless we come up with some magic solution that we don't have yet. So we need to understand how Protecting blue carbon and advancing marine protected areas are some of these ways where we can have these adaptation solutions to these pressing ocean climate impacts like ocean acidification. We need to protect coastal communities and their infrastructure from these different disasters. There's all different types of adaptation solutions that we as young people can band together for in our national coalitions to advocate for their inclusion in this new round of NDCs and national adaptation plans. So as we as a community try and figure out how we as young people are able to develop capacity to engage with these ocean climate legacy partners at the Ocean Climate Nexus, we can still do a lot of the work on the ground within our national communities. I think there's a lot of work that we can do to also emphasize that it's not necessarily us catching up, but it's also us setting the vision for the future. Our next speaker, he's going to talk about coastal forests. And how many times are we like commodifying ecosystems where we're talking about coastal forests and their value based on how they help us in the climate crisis? My first thought when I thought about coastal forests, I'm like, coastal forests are gorgeous. They're so cool. They are such a special ecosystem. They protect such valuable species. There's this link between wellness. I want to go to a coastal forest right now instead of being at COP29. You know, obviously we're here for good cause and it's an incredible privilege to be here. But I think we all recognize as the youngest generation that we do not need to commodify these natural resources, right? We have the opportunity to completely change our relationship with nature. And if we expect to escape the climate crisis with our future intact, we know that we do not need to continue as business as usual. We can set a vision for how we change our dynamics with nature and our planet at large. And so being able to recognize the value of coastal forests as a valuable commodity in the climate crisis is important, but we also need to recognize that we need to go beyond that for larger systemic change. I went over time, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mark, for your perspective. I really appreciate your approaches, and your words are really inspired and motivated. And now let's move to John Wonak. Could you please tell us about strengthening coastal resilience through community-led adaptation strategies? What are some successful examples or strategies that have empowered communities in adaptation to climate change impacts on their coastlines?
Hello, so my name is Jung Woon from South Korea, and I am majoring in forestry and also climate environmental big data. And I am also an intern at the FAO headquarter with the Global Fire Management Hub. And I wanted to talk when I got the question. I wanted to talk about two things: coastal forests and mangrove. It's a very big issue in forestry field, and it's also important because it's very related to community efforts, like local levels. And if I give you a brief explanation about mangroves, it's a salt-tolerant trees and shrubs growing in coastal areas, forming unique ecosystem vital for both marine and territorial areas. And I think these two ecosystems play a role in climate change adaptation and coastal restoration. So as a forestry student perspective, these two ecosystems serve a unique function at the both land and marine systems and contributing to livelihoods of the local communities and reducing like disaster risk and stuff, because that is one of the main issues of coastal forests. And I want to give 4 points about my perspective. And the first thing is that for coastal forests and mangroves act as a natural barrier. So it reduces natural disasters such as flood, tsunamis, or typhoon. And it also contributes to climate change mitigation, carbon. So by storage in carbon, um, for example, mangrove is a highly efficient carbon sequestration and referred by the blue carbons. And second thing is that coastal forests and mangroves is a hotspot for biodiversity. It provides habitats for not just human, but also various species and marine ecosystems. And it also provides a sustainable livelihood to local communities, such as fishing or timber harvesting in those areas. And the third thing is that I think it's kind of unique that community-based restoration and management are highly effective. It is proved. And as a forestry student, I have learned and heard that local community participation and traditional knowledge is quite important and is as vital as scientific researches and approaches in preserving ecosystems. If I give you an example, there are successful mangrove restoration projects led by the community in Indonesia and Philippines. And the last thing I want to talk about youth, the role of youth. The role of youth, I think it lies on driving innovative solutions and raising awareness. During my studies, I have witnessed inspiring youth-led initiatives, such as, for example, there are technology-based researches in mangrove restoration in in mangrove monitoring. It uses like satellite data and technology and kind of innovative technologies. And the second thing is drone-assisted seed dispersal is also very uh, led by youth like researchers right now. And I think these get providing new paradigms in coastal forest restorations. And in conclusion, as a forestry student, I want to emphasize the multifaceted value of coastal forests and mangroves. There are very successful examples of coastal ecosystem restoration with that youth and community have collaborated with. And I think leveraging both innovative and traditional approaches by youth and local communities is quite crucial. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang, for your words. It was really interesting hearing about your perspectives and your own experiences as a forestry students. So now, finally, let's move to our last panelist, Mrs. Petronella. We are eager to hear your perspective on the role of youth organization in protecting endangered marine species. How can youth-derived organizations make a significant impact in marine conservation conversations, especially in protecting species at a risk? Okay, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, and I'm excited to be among this panel. So first of all, I would love to talk about the significance of oceans in the fight against climate change. So we all know that climate change, oceans have the ability to absorb and store carbon in large quantities. So it's very important for you and me to take that responsibility to protect oceans. So oceans are also habitats for many aquatic organisms. So it's very important for youths to be involved in the protection of the endangered marine organisms. Why? Because youths bring fresh perspectives, and youths are also very energetic. So they play a very key role in protecting marine and aquatic organisms. So how can youth organizations participate? How can youth organizations participate in protecting endangered marine species? So they can participate through wetland restoration, such as protection of mangroves, like my colleague has already mentioned of the importance of mangroves in flood control, in fighting soil erosion. So youth organizations can also involve themselves in tree planting. So tree planting of the coastal areas. So the other way that youth organizations can participate is through capacity building sessions. So youth organizations are made up of youths. So it's very important that the members of those organizations are equipped with the right kind of knowledge. So this is done through capacity buildings. You know, when you are equipped with the right kind of information, you'll be able to know how to sensitize to the next person, how to sensitize to those communities that are found in the coastal regions, and also how to sensitize in universities and also in schools. So youth organizations should ensure that the members of those organizations are equipped with the right kind of knowledge. So this sensitization and capacity building is done through having webinars, and then the youths can also have online courses so that you are equipped with the right kind of information. And then another way that youth organizations can be very effective is through educating the local coastal communities on the importance of marine biodiversity, because not everyone who lives in the coastal areas know the importance of marine biodiversity. So it's very important for youth organizations to conduct training of those communities. Okay, so the other thing is also through training of the local communities, specifically those who are who are in the coastal regions, training them about the proper waste disposal, because when they are taught right about a proper means of waste disposal, it's most likely that the waste is not going to end up in the ocean. They're going to dispose it in the right way. Still talking about the waste disposal, I will also talk about plastic pollution. If people are not aware, if people are not properly informed, they're going to litter around the coastal area, and these plastics are going to end up in the ocean. And we all know the effects of plastics. When these plastics end up in the ocean, they end up, suffocating the aquatic organisms. They end up entangling the aquatic organisms. And when those aquatic organisms are affected, they end up dying. So it's very important that the local communities are taught about proper means of waste disposal. The other way is also as youth organizations, it's very important for us to champion biodegradable plastics or biodegradable packaging in terms of plastic bags, plastic bottles. It's very important for us to have biodegradable materials, because we know these kind of materials are able to degrade, and they are not able to affect the aquatic organisms as compared to the synthetic plastics. Okay. Then the other thing is, we all know that plastics in the long run, they are able to break down and form microplastics. And these microplastics will end up being part of the food chain. So when these microplastics break down and they are part of the food chain, they will still come back and harm you and I as human beings, and they will affect our health. So as youth organizations, it's very important for us to champion against the use of plastics. Okay. And then the other point that I want to talk about is also for youth organizations to partner with environmental organizations that look at, in short, we partner with environmental organizations to ensure that industries are able to, the wastewater that industries end up disposing in our oceans and our seas are in the right recommended limits. Because we know that when wastewater contains some pollutants which can affect aquatic organisms. So it's very important for that wastewater to be in the right limits, which cannot have an impact on the aquatic and the marine species. Okay, so another way that we can participate as youth organizations is also by discouraging farming activities near our oceans and near our seas. This is because the use of fertilizers and pesticides in our farms, when it rains, those fertilizers, those pesticides are going to be washed down into the oceans. And these are very harmful to those organisms that are found in the oceans, and they'll be able to lead to things such as, fish kills. And the aquatic organisms are going to, they're going to be killed, and they're going to be reduced in number. So it's very important to discourage farming activities around coastal regions. So, yeah. So the other thing is also to partner with educational institutions in order to include courses to do with marine biodiversity in the school curriculum. It's very important, when children are taught from a young age on the importance of marine conservation. They are going to be responsible people, and they will know the role to play. They will know the role to play in the protection of marine biodiversity. So it's very important that as youth organizations, we partner with different educational institutions in order to include marine biodiversity in the curriculum. So we can also, as youth organizations, we can also involve ourselves in beach cleaning activities. So I'll give an example, like the organization that I'm under as a master's student, we have periodic beach cleaning activities where as youths we involve ourselves in cleaning the beach, and we do this in collaboration with the local communities. And this is also a way of sensitization to the local communities. Yeah, so youth should also be involved in decision making at different levels, such as the community level, the national level, and also at the global stage. So because for the youth, when you are well informed, you'll be able to participate in policy and in decision making. Then youth organizations can also lobby for funding, because without funding, some of these activities cannot take place successfully. So youth organizations can also lobby for funding to ensure that they have enough funding to enable them carry out some of these activities successfully. So, like one of my colleagues here has mentioned, that it's very important for youth to be involved, for instance, in organizations like Yongo, in the formation of the Global Youth Statement. You as a youth, if you know the importance of marine biodiversity, if you know how to protect those endangered species, you'll be able to bring your voice, into the Global Youth Statement, and it's going to be heard. So these are my points, and thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Petronella, your for your inspiring word. It's really, I'm really joining a youth organization, and I really know the pivotal role that youth play in such organizations. So thank you so much. And I'm really honored to have you and have such inspired women in our panel and such motivational, inspiring panelists. Thank you all for joining us today. And now let's move to our dear audience. Wanna hear from you. Can share your perspectives or your questions, so don't hesitate, please.
Hi, my name is Zoe Swanson. I'm from Indiana University, and I'm here studying mangroves as a blue carbon source. So I was interested, what do you think that there is political will currently for using mangroves as a blue carbon source? And if not, how do you think we can increase that?
Hi, thank you so much for that question. Live, laugh, love mangroves. Mangroves are the best. Mangroves sequester so much carbon. So we would definitely want to make sure that we are protecting and restoring mangroves, not destroying them, right? And so last year at COP28, there was a really significant initiative launched called the Mangrove Breakthrough. And so there are these different initiatives championed primarily by the UN high-level climate champions, such as the Coral Reef Breakthrough, the Ocean Breakthrough, and the Mangrove Breakthrough. And because we recognize how important it is for us to achieve action on those different pillars, they've created these initiatives as a mechanism to support the implementation. So they'll do things like set a specific financial target for how much money they look to raise to support the implementation of coral reef preservation and restoration, mangrove preservation and restoration. There's like 4 different pillars of the ocean breakthrough. So there's a lot in there. So I would look to the mangrove breakthrough because there already, I think, this might be wrong, so I apologize if this is not correct. 30 countries that have endorsed the mangrove breakthrough and are actively part of the Global Mangrove Alliance, which is the organizing body that's responsible for administering the financing, administering the technical assistance to parties to create plans to restore and protect their mangrove ecosystems. So I would say, with respect to mangroves specifically, the political will is there. In fact, a majority of countries who have blue carbon ecosystems mention them in their NDCs and the where they currently stand now. So even though there's still more progress to make, I would say that mangroves are actually one of the examples in adaptation, especially related to the ocean, that are the shining star for the progress that we can make. And I would recommend looking at organizations like the Global Mangrove Alliance and Pew, who are really responsible for coordinating that and administering that. In fact, the Global Mangrove Alliance and the Global Mangrove Breakthrough are the examples of how the other alliances and other breakthroughs should follow, because they're less organized. They haven't achieved as much progress yet either. So good question. That's my insights.
I would like to talk about something going on in South Korea right now. So South Korea is very working on mangrove restoration in Indonesia or Philippines related to the Article 6.2 and 6.4 and the carbon reduction transfer. And they want to, it's called the REDD Plus project, and it's related to both mangrove restoration and carbon transfer to South Korea in achieving the NDC goals. And in our school, there are a lot of work going on in the like technology part. So they're using the satellite technology. So if you look, the satellite can take a spectrum picture from the sky, and they can take a picture of mangrove forest. And by analyzing the kind of I'll say color in an easy way. If you analyze the color, you can examine the forest health, and by using that, you can like reduce the cost of analyzing where we should focus on restoration of the mangrove forest. And this is very actively researched in the Red Plus initiatives and projects going on right now in South Korea. That was what I want to say.
Oh, thank you so much. There is other questions, please.
A little question for Petronella. Please don't worry if you don't have this data, just a curiosity. You were talking about biodegradable plastics in the ocean. If it has been demonstrated that maritime biodiversity, this biodegradable plastic is less damaging for animals in the long time. So because it degrades, or it is less damaging for the animals. Don't know if you have in mind that study or some data. Don't worry if you don't have in mind. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, so biodegradable, I meant like biodegradable ways of packaging. For instance, you can have biodegradable packaging in terms of bags and also like bottles, because we know that this can easily be broken down. they are different from the actual plastics that we know, because plastics take thousands of years for them to break down. So that is a recommendation, like for us to move from the usual plastics that we use, in the packaging of food, specifically at beaches. Like when we go to the beach, we carry our plastic bottles, we carry our plastics, where we have food. But if we can move from those ways of packaging our food into biodegradable means of packaging our food, it will be good for the marine ecosystem. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your interaction. And as we are pressured by time, so I hope we have no other questions, right? I hope you have no questions. I hope you have no questions. Oh, okay. So as we are pressured by time, so let me share with you the keynotes of our panel. First, from Ms. Hemavati, we have adaptation strategies for agriculture. There are cases where plantation happens on a coastal areas and have to deal with salt water. The crops don't have ways to adapt. And Mr. Mark is a youth. He's a youth policy, creates a company and also joined some ocean initiatives. Also mentioned the role of ELCOI, ERCOI, and COIs. Says needs capacity building with young people to get involved with the UNFSS. Ocean and climate action says there are meetings per year to speak about ocean and climate action, and the reduction can be reached at 35%, and the work must be done on the ground. We need to change the dynamics with the nature, not thinking only that as a commodities. Resilience for communities. There are also vulnerable scientific approaches to get into the community especially related with biodiversity, forestry, and ocean. For communities, there are collaborative solutions with communities and academy. And our last panelist share about ocean at MENA will have the capacity to take carbon. It's important for youth to approach these spaces and help in protection of marine species like mangroves and young said, especially when fights against soil erosion. So thank you so much for joining us today, and let's join us for a picture. All of us, all of us.
Yeah.
We take a picture.
Perfect. Here we go.
Так, ну что, доброе утро. Доброе утро, добро пожаловать на 29-ю сессию конференции сторон рамочного конвенционного изменения климата. Меня зовут Сергей Рыбаков, я программный директор дискуссионного клуба «Восток» и генеральный директор Фонда «Природа и люди». У нас сегодня сессия «Роль финансовых посредников в рамках устойчивого развития». Позвольте мне представить наших сегодняшних потрясающих выступающих. Алексей Кокорин, эксперт по климатическим вопросам, Фонд «Природа и люди», участник конференции сторон рамочной конвенции об изменении климата с 1993 года. Екатерина Спиридонова, член Общественной палаты Роснедра. Сергей Анатольевич Старчак, старший банкир ВБРФ. Александр Шестаков, старший эксперт, ведущий эксперт, Московский государственный университет, Центр по морским исследованиям. Я перевожу. И ведущий эксперт Российской Федерации на 16-й сессии конференции сторон Конвенции ООН о биоразнообразии. И Ивета Зинина, специалист, спасибо большое, по природным ресурсам, региональное отделение ФАО по Центральной Азии. Вот, давайте начнем с вас. КОП у нас финансовые, вопросы, которые мы обсуждаем здесь, имеют большое отношение к сфере финансов. Что мы видим, что скажет ФАО на эту тему, что нам важно сегодня здесь озвучить?
Значит, спасибо большое, Сергей. Хотелось бы, конечно, начать с того, что в первую очередь ФАО — это техническое агентство с мандатом ООН на продовольственные системы, которые должны быть... и мы помогаем странам трансформировать эти системы в более устойчивые и устойчивые к изменению климата. И сегодня как раз мы запустили совместно с COP29 представительством 29 инициативу «Гармония». Это финансовая инициатива, которая как раз нацелена на то, чтобы помогать фермерам и странам увеличивать климатическое финансирование, потому что за последние 20 лет климатическое финансирование сократилось с 37% до 23%, потому что, конечно же, в основном идет фокус, и мы это можем видеть на предыдущих копах, на митигацию, то есть сокращение парниковых газов, и в основном это, конечно же, сектор энергетики. Вот. Но я хочу сказать, что агропродовольственные системы, они также могут, естественно, особенно в аграрных странах, таких как Центральная Азия, второе место по парниковым газам идет как раз к сельскому хозяйству, это метановые выбросы в основном. И агропродовольственные системы, они могут быть и решением, то есть они как и вызывают, мы знаем, являются источником парниковых газов, но также и могут быть решением проблемы изменения климата в том смысле, что могут быть источником для поглощения углеводорода, да, это вот и управление почвами, и посадки деревьев, и управление водно-болотными угодьями. Ну и со своей стороны ФАО надеется, что вот эта вот гармония, инициатива, которую мы сегодня запустили совместно с президентством Азербайджана, что многие страны присоединяются к этой инициативе, уже присоединились на самом деле, и она поможет, во-первых, посмотреть, как климатическое финансирование, да, какие существуют пробелы в том, чтобы привлечь климатическое финансирование, и как, соответственно, простимулировать. Но есть различные возможности, да, вот, допустим, если мы говорим о каких-то международных организациях развития, таких как Зеленый климатический фонд или Глобальный экологический фонд, достаточно большие крупные игроки, адаптационный фонд, которые помогают развивающимся странам, в том числе и странам Центральной Азии. Ну и ФАО, конечно, подготавливает проекты, чтобы страны могли это финансирование получить. Но помимо крупных международных организаций существует, конечно же, вопрос и частного сектора, потому что если мы говорим о капельном орошении, или других каких-то инновационных способов ведения более устойчивого сельского хозяйства, то важно включать различных, как мы говорим, стейкхолдеров, да, различных заинтересованных сторон, в том числе и частный сектор. Ну и не забывать, конечно, про то, что поскольку Центральная Азия является наиболее уязвимой к изменению климата, то развитие таких финансовых инструментов, как страхование, blended finance, и различные другие. Я не знаю, сколько у меня времени, может быть, не заканчивать. Да, вот, ну, что я хотела еще отметить, что все, то есть у нас существует ряд проектов, естественно, как бы, когда мы предлагаем какие-то технические решения именно полевые, но также и существуют институциональные проекты, когда мы как раз помогаем странам вписывать вот эти вот пробелы, да, по финансированию или по привлечению климатического финансирования в их национальные документы, потому что, понятное дело, что если нет какого-то национального бюджета, и это не прописано, то достаточно сложно развивать эту тему в стране. Как вот эти вот национальные стратегии сельского хозяйства или по охране природы окружающей, да, среды, как их интегрировать с теми документами, которые страны должны, ратифицировавшие Парижское соглашение, как они должны вот как раз соединять вот эти вот национальные стратегии документами, как NDC, это ТАНУФ, или двухгодичные сейчас страны, да, подают двухгодичный прозрачный отчет, как соединять вот эти документы, как учитывать климатическое финансирование и оценивать те объемы, которые, собственно, стране нужны. Ну и, соответственно, также у нас есть tools, да, это как называется, инструменты, извините, инструменты по тому, как оценивать потери и ущербы. Да, мы знаем, что в прошлом году был утвержден новый фонд по потерям и ущербам. И, соответственно, у нас есть этот инструмент по тому, как оценить, ну, в сельском хозяйстве, да, и как мы знаем, сколько много засух или наводнений в Центральной Азии. Ну, этот инструмент может глобально, естественно, применяться, но достаточно такая хорошая инструментарий, да, чтобы вот как раз оценить те объемы, которые нужны стране. И мы всегда, конечно же, говорим ФАО, что легче предотвратить, ну, предотвратить, наверное, сложно, но, по крайней мере, чтобы повысить устойчивость к этим бедственным явлениям и снизить, соответственно, уязвимость. Вот, ну, наверное, большое спасибо, и я тогда передам вам обратно слово.
Спасибо огромное. Алексей, нет, вам. Да, поэтому давайте обсудим, что мы увидели на этой конференции сторон. Мы не можем говорить по поводу результатов, потому что впереди как раз основная неделя, в которой как раз и будет все это решаться, но убежден, уже какие-то выводы или какая-то точка зрения у нас уже сложилась по поводу того, что происходит.
Да, определенное можно прорисовать, особенно отталкиваясь от опыта предыдущих пары десятков КОП, что-то сказать можно, безусловно. Да, главная задача этой КОП – принять финансовую цель Парижского соглашения. Надо сказать, не все знают, что у Парижского соглашения 3 цели. Все знают, что есть по выбросам в виде чисел глобального потепления. На прошлой конференции адаптационные было, а то, что их должно быть 3, записано в самом Парижском соглашении. Вот. Теперь финансовая. И что мы видим, если прошло почти 10 дней, и было до этого целый год обсуждений, страны практически на том месте остались. Главный вопрос – так называемый квантум, то есть общая сумма. Развивающиеся страны, африканские страны, особенно малые государства, развивающиеся, говорят, ну, минимум миллиард, как минимум миллиард, а сейчас, ну, дай бог, чуть больше 100. Ну, может быть, 120, так? Ну, невозможно сразу прыгнуть. Ну, понятно, что как бы по уму должна быть формула сумма год, да? Но, честно говоря, не вижу шансов, чтобы это было получено. Вот, тем более, что, ну, вот, скажем, много говорилось про новые инновационные источники, так? Вот WRI совсем прямо сейчас попробовала посчитать, что будет, если это шиппинг, авиейшн и всякие обложения богатых людей, собственности и очень дорогих покупок, типа яхты и самолеты. Получается 140-160 миллиардов. Много, много. Но, конечно, ни о таком прыжке до триллиона речь не может идти. Ну, параллельно, скажем, наименее развитые страны требуют только для себя 220. А вот малые островные государства, развивающие, не скромнее, требуют всего 39. Ну, прошлой ночью поправили, во всяком случае. Что я могу сказать? Шансов, думаю, никаких. Но есть ли возможность компромисса? Конечно, есть. Это текстовое решение. Цифры – это очень сложно на уровне ООН. А вот текстовое – да. Например, оно может быть такое. Переходить от миллиардов к триллионам. И двадцатка упомянула триллионы, и Китай с Индией триллионы, и представители российского МИДа говорили, конечно, к триллионам. Понятно, да? На временном горизонте середины века. Это обтекаемо. Вы думаете, что это 40-й год, а я думаю, что 65-й, и мы бы правы. Так? Дальше. Ну, раз уж так идти, то тренд отслеживать каждые 5 лет. И вроде к этому есть согласие. Не 10, не 25. Так? И сначала сделать шаг, и вот тут опять назвать цифру, опять затык, поскольку многие из развивающихся стран и тех или иных организаций оспаривают, что есть 115 миллиардов. Говорят, а некоторых часть обычные коммерческие кредиты. Это выкинуть, как это? Просто кредиты все. Не годится. Вот. Написать, что в качестве первого шага удвоить финансирование. Пусть каждый считает удобные ему цифры. Ну а что касается второго, так сказать, кого подсчитывать, вот сейчас не подсчитывается это финансирование, не то, что платит Китай. Ну, Китай еще в среднем на душу населения не так уж вырос, да, хотя это сверхдержава. А Южная Корея, Сингапур, Саудовская Аравия, Объединенные Арабские Эмираты, они как бы в стороне. Но, конечно, поток от них идет. Он тут получил название South-South. Вот. Ну, наверное, можно как-то скомпоновать, но очень сложно. Но в любом случае деньги, государственные деньги развитых стран, это главное, записать доминирующей ролью, дальше по тексту. То есть это сделать можно. Получится ли? Думаю, что нет. Будет ли это провалом или нет? Это для министров, которые здесь, конечно, будет провалом. Несколько провалом для ООНовской системы в целом, не обязательно таких, которая, грубо говоря, выкатила проблему на уровень решения, недостаточно ее как бы, она не вызрела. Все должно вызреть как-то, да, иначе тут просто не вызрело. Но и остановлюсь еще на двух моментах, почему это лишь частичный провал. Почти наверняка по статье 6, вернее, под ее подразделением 6.2 и 6.4, это передача углеродных единиц между странами, между юридическими лицами. Там решено почти все, остались технические моменты, расшивающиеся какие-то такие экзотические случаи. Так, ну, решить что-то надо, да. Наверняка будет решено. В прошлом году оно решали, не решили, не смогли, но зато созрели. И поэтому здесь уже явно созревшее не политическое решение, тем более, что это как бы задача номер 2, и тогда при нерешении задачи номер 2 можно поднять маленький, но флаг задачи номер 2, если одной нет, первой нету. Ну и еще один пример. Да, это же финансовый поток. Из транзакций, в принципе, могут пойти в 2025 году. Заработает международный реестр, национальный реестр, в России есть реестр. Может, его надо как-то там подкрутить, подвинтить под международный, но сделаем, естественно, и пойдут какие-то транзакции или там... Да, это финансовый поток. И понятно, что посредник – это вот эта международная система. И еще на что бы я обратил внимание. Вот мы находимся в гигантском, даже не павильоне, стадионе, я бы сказал, где основные действующие лица – люди из бизнеса, различных организаций. И вот тот финансовый поток, который здесь генерируется, он очень большой. Вот мне довелось последние пару-тройку лет много работать по Казахстану. Ну, до этого в особенности. В том числе по озеру Балхаш. Я был на Балхаше, осматривал все площадки, как что, большое спасибо казахским коллегам, все показали, да, все теперь, почти все знаю. Дальше коммерческая компания «Казах Минерал» давно обещала дать деньги на некие исследования, некие простые работы. Что есть простые работы? Прочистить русло реки Или, наконец, иначе оно заилено, растекается и испаряется. Ну, простейшие вещи. Работы. Исследовать кое-что, плюс сформировать, какой должен быть режим ГС и прочее, чтобы было хорошо. И как-то оно велотекуще шло. Но потом все придумали, а вот подписать это здесь, это же очень торжественно и хорошо. И дело пошло. И многомиллионная сделка между правительством Казахстана и компании Казахстана заключена здесь. Не было бы этой конференции, еще бы пару лет это буксовало. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Я хотел бы задать вопрос Александру Шестакову. У нас только что закончилась еще одна конференция сторон. Конференция сторон одна из 3, посвященная конвенциям Рио, конвенции по биоразнообразию. Александр, скажите, пожалуйста, а вот там, да, если мы смотрим на ретроспективу того, что есть, были бы какие-то решения, связанные с финансами в области государства, может быть, бизнеса? То есть какое отношение конференция сторон 16 привнесла в финансовую повестку глобальную?
Добрый день, Сергей, спасибо за приглашение. Да не такая уж и большая разница от того, что рассказывал Алексей. Дурное влияние Конвенции об изменении климата. В 2022 году была принята Куньминь-Монреальская глобальная рамочная программа в области биоразнообразия, в которой есть 4 глобальные задачи, 23 глобальные, точнее 4 цели, 23 глобальные задачи. Одна из этих задач, 19-я, по мобилизации финансовых ресурсов для биоразнообразия. Задача, в отличие от климатической конвенции, согласована, и циферка есть. 200 миллиардов в год. С учетом тех выявленных пробелов, которые существуют в финансировании. 200 миллиардов надо набрать из всех источников. Это важно. Это значит, что и национальные домашние ресурсы, это значит филантропические организации, это значит бизнес. Но основу должна, естественно, создавать страны-доноры, развитые страны, прежде всего за счет официальной помощи развитию, то есть это публичные деньги развитых стран. На каком сегодня стадии по прошествии 2 лет значит, был создан дополнительный фонд глобальной рамочной программы под управлением ГЭФ, это глобальный экологический фонд. Его наполнение за 2 года составило порядка 300 миллионов. До 200 миллиардов, ну, как-то не дотягивает. Вот. А поэтому основной вопрос на этой конференции сторон был, как реализовать эту задачу, в том числе за счет создания глобального фонда биоразнообразия. Вот. Зеленый климатический фонд есть? Есть. А биоразнообразного нет. Есть глобальный экологический фонд, но у него вопросы биоразнообразия – это лишь одна из задач. Да, существенная, но одна из. В том числе он финансирует и климат, и озон, и опустынивание, и так далее. Вот, поэтому все развивающиеся страны хотят специальный фонд только для биоразнообразия. Ну, а все развитые страны не хотят такого фонда. Поэтому завершение этой дискуссии не случилось. Завершение 16-й конференции сторон тоже не случилось. Она была прервана в 9 часов утра следующего дня за днем окончания этой конференции. Возможно, продолжится в первом квартале 2025 года, где основными вопросами будет как раз согласование обновленной стратегии мобилизации ресурсов, создание или не создание такого специализированного фонда, источники его наполнения, вот, а также вопросы, что делать с финансовым инструментом конвенции. Финансовым инструментом конвенции на временной основе, временная основа длится последние почти 30 лет, является глобальный экологический фонд, который, в частности, нашу страну никак не устраивает, потому что с 2014 года полностью прекращено финансирование проектов в России. Глобальный экологический фонд не финансирует проекты ни в Сирии, ни в Северной Корее, ни в Палестине, ни в Иране. Вот, и такой глобальный инструмент нам не нужен. Вот, поэтому мы вполне выступаем за создание фонда. Есть нюансы. Этим фондом может стать глобальный экологический фонд, если проведет кардинальную реформу и будет выдавать ресурсы всем странам, которые могут их получать. И еще один очень важный момент. В рамках конвенции обсуждается сравнительно новая тема. В нашей стране вообще никак не на слуху. это вопросы, связанные с цифровыми последовательностями в области генетических ресурсов. Ну, чтобы так было понятнее, это вся почти фармацевтика, это практически вся косметология, это большая часть пищевой промышленности, это вся генная инженерия, это вся, так сказать, биоиндустрия и так далее. Вот. Там идет вопрос о том, каков будет глобальный механизм распределения выгод от использования генетических ресурсов. В том числе каждая компания, которая использует генетические ресурсы, неважно для чего, должна будет вносить свой вклад в этот глобальный фонд. Компания разбита на маленькие, средние и крупные, и всем им предстоит, вероятно, в ближайшие годы вносить свои взносы. Никого в Российской Федерации этот вопрос пока не интересует, несмотря на то, что Российская Федерация является не последним игроком на поле, так сказать, генетических не только ресурсов, а прежде всего той индустрии, которая связана с их использованием. А это и вакцины, а это и прочие лекарства и так далее. И вот этот поток денег, который пока не очень понятно, какой он будет по объему, когда он образуется, и пока тоже не ясно, скорее всего, если будет создан глобальный фонд биоразнообразия, он же будет являться точкой притяжения этих денег. Вот. Какие они будут по объемам, пока сказать сложно. Вот. Но удастся создать фонд или нет, я думаю, не удастся, потому что Европейский Союз, там, Канада, Япония категорически против создания фонда. Вот. Но дальше вступают в действие вопросы переговоров, потому что если не будет фонда, не будет чего-то еще в области биоразнообразия. Например, новых амбициозных задач там, и так далее. Это уже конкретный переговорный процесс, думаю, не сильно отличающийся от происходящего в этой конвенции. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Катя, можно попрошу у вас, вот как человека, который приехал на конференцию сторон, который представляет и бизнес, и общественные организации, сказать, что вы увидели с точки зрения финансовых вопросов, что здесь обсуждается, на чем хотели бы обратить, на что хотели бы обратить особое внимание.
Спасибо большое за приглашение принять участие в такой замечательной дискуссии. Конечно, сегодня уже вот упоминались особенности переговорного процесса в целом, и то, что на сегодня называлось тем, что решения должны вызревать, означает только то, что, в принципе, все, что происходит на встрече сторон рамочной конвенции по изменению климата, это не решение, которое принимается на какой-то конкретной конференции, а несколько встреч предшествуют принятию какому-то определенного важного решения. То есть, на мой взгляд, на этой конференции финансовая цель, ну, на мой взгляд, не будет достигнута. Но, конечно же, важно сказать, что не могут стороны быть в итоге все довольны этим решением, потому что здесь, получается, у нас три составляющих. Это первое, это кто будет давать деньги, второе, кто будет распределять деньги, и третье, на кого пойдут эти деньги. Конечно же, при такой формуле сложно гарантировать то, что все останутся довольны. Мне кажется, что это практически невозможно. Вот сегодня уже упоминалось другие конвенции и другие акты международного права. Мне бы хотелось бы тоже вот заострить внимание на той конференции, которая будет проходить после того, как закончится COP29. Это конференция в Южной Корее, в Пусане, по загрязнению окружающей среды, в том числе морской среды микропластиком. Вот некоторое время назад, в этом году было проведено несколько встреч на уровне представителей государств, и которые предваряют встречу в Пусане. И в одном из протоколов Министерства природных ресурсов Российской Федерации было отмечено, что необходимо как раз-таки дистанцироваться, не поддерживать и даже не то чтобы не голосовать за, а просто, в принципе, в целом не акцентировать свое внимание на том, чтобы создать фонд по финансированию как раз вопросов по загрязнению окружающей среды микропластиком. То есть, мне кажется, что наши переговорщики уже набили в этом плане себе лбы, и, наверное, здесь они правильно дистанцируются от этой темы. В целом, потому что, наверное, и правда должен соблюдаться принцип добровольности внесения средств в такой фонд, о чем говорится как раз в этом протоколе. И в целом, наверное, ну, неважно, какая будет из конвенций, здесь вопросы финансовые, сложно, чтобы все остались довольными. Ну и, в принципе, я так понимаю, что вот рамочная конвенция об изменении климата существует уже достаточно продолжительное время, и вот если конвенция по микропластику будет тоже принята, то это тоже определенное, с одной точки зрения, ограничение деятельности компаний промышленного сектора, с другой стороны, это определенный шаг вперед с точки зрения вопросов окружающей среды. Мне кажется, что здесь до сих пор какого-то такого баланса многие страны не нашли.
Спасибо огромное. Сергей Анатольевич, мы говорим по поводу денег, но сессия называется «Финансовые посредники». Да, и, конечно, без финансовых посредников, фонды, банки, государственные институты, ну, на самом деле ничего не произойдет. С другой стороны, именно, наверное, финансовые посредники являются теми ключевыми проводниками для всей финансовой системы, которые позволят либо чему-то случиться, либо чего-то избежать. Что можем сказать на эту тему?
Спасибо большое, что вот придумали именно такой подход, такое название нашей встречи. Финансовые посредники или роль финансовых посредников в климатическом финансировании. Дискуссия вот под таким углом не ведется, насколько я знаю. По крайней мере, мне не приходилось при этом присутствовать. А на самом деле эта дискуссия имеет большую роль, особенно с учетом вот тех прозвучавшихся замечаний по поводу состояния нынешних переговоров на ＣОП29 по финансам. Мы уже подчеркнуто, справедливо подчеркнуто, что это ключевая повестка нынешней встречи, и что эта ключевая повестка как минимум состоит из двух составляющих: цифра и источники. И по цифре, и по источникам, насколько я понимаю, прогресса нет, и трудно его ожидать. Вот. Но что такое источники? Источники сами по себе без посредников не существуют, поэтому без финансовых посредников. И это важно понимать в условиях того, что рассчитывать на публичные финансы как основной источник климатического финансирования не приходится. Причины мы хорошо с вами знаем. Это быстрые темпы роста долговой нагрузки развитых экономик, плюс постоянные дефициты национальных бюджетов. Это два фактора, которые объективно выталкивают систему или дискуссию по проблеме в сторону финансовых рынков или финансовых посредников. Так что еще раз хочу, Сергей, поблагодарить тебя за удачный выбор темы, хотя первоначальная реакция у меня была не очень благоприятная в этом смысле. Я думаю, что мы будем тут обсуждать. Но я смотрю, коллеги ловко-то ушли от этой темы. Значит, я извиняюсь, но я попробую все-таки выйти на... Вы все остались примерно на микроуровне, это правильно. В конечном итоге климатические проекты реализуются на микроуровне, а не на макроуровне. Но без макроуровня нам не выскочить на тему триллионов, о которых сегодня уже говорилось. Ну, пару слов о финансовых посредниках. Да, их круг обширен. Вот это дилеры, брокеры, депозитарии, если мы говорим о посредниках денежных рынков, краткосрочных денег. Ну и пенсионные фонды, суверенные фонды, страховые компании, если мы говорим о рынках капитала. Вот все они важны в разной степени, но важны. Без них перетоки денег из развитых рынков в развивающиеся или из развитых экономик в развивающиеся просто невозможно. Вот. Далее надо четко себе представлять, что все посредники действуют в рамках определенной системы, в рамках правил, процедур, комплайенсов и прочее, что необходимо для того, чтобы эти деньги приумножать, ну, сначала беречь, наверное, потом приумножать. Вот тут мы сталкиваемся с очень интересным явлением. Финансовая система или международная валютная финансовая система в состоянии ли эта система, как она сложилась 80 лет назад в Бреттон-Вудсе, обеспечить перетоки средств из развитых экономик в развивающиеся. И тем более из обычных коммерческих проектов в проекты, которые являются и климатическими, и коммерческими. Потому что частный сектор без коммерческой составляющей не будет никаким климатом заниматься или будет заниматься гринвошингом, что часто у нас всплывает. Так вот, ответ на этот вопрос, в состоянии или не в состоянии, у меня заготовлен очень простой. Частично да. Частично потому, что в числе финансовых посредников мы видим многосторонние банки развития, миссии которые претерпевают существенное значение в последнее время. Буквально каждый из 10 глобальных многосторонних банков развития заявляет о том, что доля климатических проектов в их портфелях или в его портфеле будет неуклонно расти. И такие амбиции есть и нового банка развития, который уже к 30 году собирается 30% своего кредитного портфеля сделать зеленым. И у всех остальных. Еще почему частично может решать система, международная валютно-финансовая система задач климатического финансирования, потому что развивающиеся экономики и хозяйствующие субъекты достаточно часто, в том числе предприятия, которые контролируются национальными властями, получили доступ на глобальные рынки, как минимум долгового финансирования. Есть случаи выхода этих финансовых посредников и на рынки долевого финансирования, или они в состоянии выпустить акции, которые покупаются теми же западными институциональными инвесторами. Но речь идет о том, что это в пределах тех сумм, которые уже сегодня назывались. Это максимум, что с помощью этих двух инструментов, и особенно с амбициями многосторонних банков развития, к которым подключаются национальные банки развития, максимум, что можно добиться в течение ближайших 3-4 лет, выход на показатель 1 триллион долларов перетоков денежных средств в развивающейся экономике. Это мало. Таким образом, те правила, процедуры, порядки, которые сложились в международной валютно-финансовой системе, в том виде, как она существует, не в состоянии обеспечить решение задачи по кратному увеличению перетоков денег из развитых экономик в развивающиеся в рамках климатического финансирования. Отсюда вопрос, что делать? Пытаться перестроить или подстроить действующую валютную систему под новые задачи. Ведь мы с вами хорошо знаем, что действующая система формировалась и развивалась в условиях, когда не решалась задача, связанная с климатом. Сейчас эта задача стоит, она является такой же глобальной, как и глобально является эта самая система. На мой взгляд, перестроить, подстроить ее невозможно. Причина очень простая. Большинство игроков, которые являются частью этой системы, устраивает то, что в ней существует, в том числе устраивает факт доминирования американской валюты как основного средства и накопления, и расчетов. Это устраивает, и мы не можем это не видеть. И устраивает хотя бы потому, что современная валютная система обеспечивает выполнение двух главных функций: сопровождение международной торговли или обеспечение международной торговли и обеспечение сделок, связанных с инвестициями, как прямыми иностранными, так и портфельными иностранными или локальными. В этой связи многие считают, и я, в общем, может быть, принадлежу к числу тех, кто один из первых стал говорить о том, что нужно создавать глобальную систему климатического финансирования. Вот. Для того, чтобы двинуться в этом направлении, нужно решить две вещи. Во-первых, написать концепцию или видение того, какой эта система глобального климатического финансирования должна быть. Я почему это говорю? Потому что успех Бреттон-Вудса в 1944 году был основан на том, что существовало два системных доклада американца Уайта и британца Кейнса. На основе этих документов шли переговоры. Вот здесь мне очень трудно понять, на основе каких концептуальных документов, именно концептуальных, а не переговорных, идет движение по достижению договоренности к цели. Вот я вижу многие документы, но там изложение опция 1, опция 2, опция 3, и 6, 10 опций по какой-нибудь узкой теме. Да? Там, подключать emerging markets, донорство, либо не подключать. Этого мало. Вот кто и как, когда эту концепцию или видение напишет, не знаю. Вот. Должен быть один автор или группа авторов, тоже не знаю. Вот. Ну, авторство иногда, групповое авторство порождает иногда такие странные вещи. Вот вы сегодня много говорили о фондах. Я уж напомню, что в год бразильского председательства была сформирована специальная рабочая группа высокого уровня, которая оценила деятельность этих существующих климатических фондов. В основном 4, да? Ну что, выводы плохие. А из положительного предложения я запомнил только одно. Надо добиться того, чтобы фонды действовали как система. Ну, фактически скопировали ранее приведенные выводы такой же группы применительно к многосторонним банкам развития. Вот их 10. Вот нужно добиться, чтобы они работали как система. Только как? Вот тут. Но если как система, то вот такую систему и нужно создавать. Вот. Поэтому вторая задача в этой сфере – это собрать коллектив единомышленников, которые одинаково видят эту задачу и эту проблему. Климат един для всей Земли. Система финансовая, видимо, должна быть единой. Потенциально она может быть сегментом существующей системы. Почему сегментом? Да потому что в конечном итоге финансовые инструменты будут одни и те же. И финансовые посредники, скорее всего, будут одни и те же. Только правила управления рисками, значит, комплайенсы применительно к климатическим посредникам, климатическому финансированию должно быть несколько модифицировано. Я не могу на этот вопрос ответить, насколько модифицировано, поскольку своими руками я таких контрактов не готовил, не подписывал. И самое главное, что не исполнял. Вот кто их исполнял, кто набил шишек, что называется, на этом маршруте, вот они могли бы подсказать, чем глобальная климатическая финансовая система могла бы отличаться от обычной системы, проекты в которой не такие рискованные, они не такие длинные по горизонту, вот, и так далее и тому подобное. И еще в заключение хочу сказать, конечно, вот в группе единомышленников должны быть развиты экономики. Предположить, что emerging markets, да, страны формирующиеся рынка совместно с заинтересованными развивающимися странами сделают для себя нечто особенное, можно, но, повторюсь, все-таки речь идет о климате, который един для всей планеты. Соответственно, и стремление должно быть к тому, чтобы обеспечить участие вот в этом, в круге заинтересованных лиц были участники, представляющие все уровни или все слои нашего глобальной экономики. Все, спасибо, Сереж.
Спасибо огромное, Сергей Анатольевич. На самом деле хочу сказать, что финансовый трек у нас будет одним из ключевых. На следующий год в рамках дискуссионного клуба мы будем уделять этому особое внимание, потому что, действительно, тема, без которой все остальное, на мой взгляд, просто физически не то, что решить, обсуждать, наверное, не имеет никакого смысла. Я сейчас хочу предложить нашим гостям, если есть какие-то вопросы к нашим потрясающим спикерам, пожалуйста, поднимайте руку, дадим микрофон и задайте вопрос, если есть у кого-то. Если нет, то есть? Давайте.
Мне, честно говоря, стало интересно, как вы представляете себе общую, Сергей, как вы представляете себе общую систему, вот общую финансовую систему для всех, потому что это как бы, ну, я, может быть, себе представляю какие-то общие финансовые инструменты, которые можно выработать, но прям в формате системы это как-то очень сложно. Какие, например, параметры этой системы вы можете предположить? Какая бы она могла быть? Спасибо.
Вот смотрите, Бреттон-Вудская система сложилась после того, как наступил развал в результате войны, понятно, в других условиях развалилась международная торговля. Да? Перестали двигаться денежные потоки между странами. Вот эти факторы и стимулирование работу Кейнса и Уайта над видением того, какой должна быть система. Так она и была придумана. Вот. Применительно к климату, видимо, мы еще не дожили, но пока двигаемся в направлении, когда получим состояние глобальной экономики вот близкое к тому, что было послевоенной, когда начнутся взаимные ограничения в перемещении товаров, особенно товаров, связанных с поддержанием там финансового климатического благополучия, продовольственной безопасности, вот еще какие-то катаклизмы. И тогда, наверное, все-таки и предприниматели, главное, политическая элита займется вот осмыслением того, а что же нужно сделать в условиях, когда на глобальных рынках обращаются ценные бумаги в эквиваленте, ну, разные оценки, ну, самая средняя такая, это 400 триллионов. Вот на текущий момент 400 триллионов долларов это face value, да, или номинальная стоимость акций и облигаций, которые функционируют, крутятся в нашем экономическом глобальном пространстве. Вот как сделать, создать предпосылки для того, чтобы часть этих ресурсов, которая уже вложена в бумаги, да, вот, была переведена из бумаг, связанных с обычными экономическими проектами, в проекты, связанные с климатом. Значит, у климата вот какие риски? Начиная с, ну, минимум 4, да, их больше, 4 ключевых. Технологический, экономический, финансовый и политический. Причем политический не только с точки зрения межгосударственных отношений, но и внутригосударственных. Меняются приоритеты, приходят к власти другие партии, изменяются подходы. Вот, поэтому вот мое видение, те, кто для начала на политическом уровне нужно договориться о том, что да, без системного подхода, а сейчас системного подхода ведь нет, без системного подхода превратить миллиарды в триллионы нельзя. Вот этот вывод, он не делается. Называется все время, вот это вот, как я называю это хотелкой. Ее впервые запустил предыдущий президент Всемирного банка, по-моему, Ким его звали. Вот, он этот тезис взял на план группы Всемирного банка, но ведь ничего же не меняется. Вот, не меняется как раз из-за того, что нет концепции, нет видения того, что сделать. Повторюсь, вот, самое простое внутри системы определить финансовые инструменты. И исходя из долговой нагрузки, основным финансовым инструментом, сегодня уже коллеги об этом говорили, должны быть гранты или официальная помощь развитию. Вот. Даже льготные кредиты работать будут, наверное, плохо. Вот. Они создают финансовую нагрузку. Даже блиндированное финансирование и то имеет определенные недостатки, поскольку на длительном горизонте как раз увеличивается долговая нагрузка. Вот. по участникам. Скорее всего, в системе климатического финансирования появятся собственные участники, как они, собственно, появились на рынках вот, облигационных зеленых бандов, появились валидаторы, верификаторы, оценщики и так далее. Скорее всего, в той системе роль таких посредников будет иной. В действующей системе они не так важны, а вот в климатической они будут, наверное, играть большую роль. Но это вот наброски такие, самые общие. Я говорю, я не считаю пока возможным двинуться самостоятельно в эту сторону, и чтобы, допустим, предложить свое видение цельное этой системы. Я далеко не Кейнс и не Вайт, поэтому мне достаточно тяжеловато. Вот, но вот говорить об этом можно, писать об этом можно. Тем более, что референсы на необходимость финансовой системы, пускай не всегда называется глобальная и климатическая, эти референсы постоянно встречаются в официальных документах. Это уже и в двадцатке иногда можно видеть, хотя, к сожалению, там чаще говорится о финансовой архитектуре вместо системы, что мне, в общем, совершенно не нравится. Вот. И вот из Рио пришло сообщение, что вроде бы опять в итоговой декларации будет сидеть позиция о необходимости реформирования международной финансовой архитектуры, в том числе в связи с климатом. Ну, я заболтался, спасибо.
Спасибо большое, Сергей Анатольевич. Еще у кого-то вопросы или как мы? Давайте тогда скажем огромное спасибо нашим потрясающим спикерам, скажем огромное спасибо нашим потрясающим гостям. Спасибо большое, что были с нами. Удачной всем конференции. Спасибо огромнейшее.
Сейчас скоро делали.
И разнообразие пустыни. Я же ведущий эксперт.
Check, mic check, check. Oh. Check, mic test, check, check. You got me? Okay. Can you hear me through the microphone, through the phones? Can you hear them? Check your earphones, make sure they work. Yeah, is it working okay? Can you hear me? Okay, well, welcome to this event. I'm Paul Foose, the Goodwill Ambassador for the Northern Forum, and I hope to give you some information that'll be interesting for you today. And I'm going to be talking about the relationship between food and energy, which have, and in a historical sense, the role that they've played in the development of the human race. Why am I not going forward here? Where is he? It's not working. So, and I'll be speaking of some long-term planetary cycles, some realities of energy production and consumption, and what that means for climate change and all what we're trying to do at this conference, human impacts to food production, and some realistic choices for the future of the human race. So when we talk about fuel, the most important fuel for human beings is food. And always has been. That has been, early societies spent almost their entire day procuring food. They spent the whole time doing it. So interesting as combustion engines, as we burn fuel, carbohydrates, when we eat them, then what do we exhale? We exhale CO2 and water. We look at an internal combustion engine, hydrocarbons, pretty much the same thing. And what do they expel? CO2 and water. So it's very similar to the way that we consume these fuels. And of course, they're all solar power based, and petroleum is organic, and is a product of solar power. So, energy has played a central organizing role of human society ever since we discovered fire. And it allowed us to, eat different, eat more meat, have higher protein, had a higher brain development. Well, then later on, only about 3,500 years ago, we started agriculture and first started out with just what we could do with our hands. And then we enlisted some of our animal friends and domesticated them. And that made it a little bit more efficient, although it was still pretty limited what you could produce for food. And then we went to full mechanization like we are today. This is how we produce, the food for the human race. And just as a matter of comparison, like in the United States, only 2% of the people are involved in farming, 2%. But if you look at China, which we still consider a developing nation, about 70% of the people are involved in farming. This is a really important graph. This shows the temperature cycles and CO2 cycles of the world. This is a 500,000 year, 500,000 year chart. And I could have taken it back to 1,000,000 years. It's just the same. Every 100,000 years, we get this cycle of going to an ice age and then coming up to a hot age. Look at this, up to 9 degrees Celsius above what it is. Down here to -7 degrees Celsius. And look how regular that is, every 100,000 years. So all of this was happening before human beings ever burned, oil or gas or anything. And what climate scientists have been unable to explain is what causes this trigger when you're down here, what causes it to start going up? And you have to read this from this side. This is the most recent period right here, where we are going this way. But look how strong those are, really rapid down into an ice age and then back up again. These are some really radical swings. So we're right here right now, and these are parts per million of CO2. And you'll see that we're quite a bit above it and headed to like 400. This is what you'll hear a lot about at this conference is CO2 concentrations. And, you know, we're really concerned about that because during this period, and I'll show you, okay, now this is water levels over the last, let's say 20,000 years, which is not very far. So when you look at this 14,000 years ago, not very far ago, how much lower was the ocean? 100 meters lower, 300 feet lower than it is today. And even 10,000 years ago, we were at like 180, almost 200 feet lower than they were today. So when I talk to like our indigenous people of the North Slope, they say, well, yeah, you're talking about, you know, ocean rise of a millimeter or 2 millimeters, something like that. They said, we remember this whole period. They've been living there for 10,000 years. But of course, at that time, they were nomadic. So when conditions changed, the ocean level came up, they could move. This fairly long period of stable temperature here is the whole industrial period. And what have we done near our oceans? We've built up everything. We've got docks, buildings, factories, everything. 40% of the people live near the water. Everyone wants to live near the ocean. So that's the real issue here is, you know, how do we maintain this level is what we're trying to do because there could be implications. I'll just go back one to this. And so if we're at this level now, we're really close to the level that we're probably right at the point that we're headed to an ice age, not a hot age. And when ice ages were much more lethal, much more dangerous, worse for the human race, really, than heating up. And so we could possibly be going into, in fact, some say we could be raising the temperature quicker and really bringing ourselves into an ice age quicker. So a little bit later, I'm going to be talking about what could we possibly do about that. And we talk about geoengineering. So it's a controversial subject as to whether we should be geoengineering now to try to hold level. But if we were going into an ice age, what would the geoengineering be to try to keep us at a level from going into an ice age? And what that would probably mean is that we'd have to burn as much oil and gas as we could possibly get our hands on to try to keep the temperature level. So these are some of the geoengineering issues that we're going to have to face. Come on. I'm not working again. Oh, there we go. So now what happened with the human race during this development of food production and energy? So these were all the early years of the human race, you know, back to 10,000 years ago. Well, it was really only about 3,500 where we started getting involved in agriculture. And of course, into this period here, we were more intense agriculture. We figured out how to do irrigation. We were using animals, you know, to be able to grow more food. And then we applied energy in the industrial aid to food production around these years right here. And look what happened to the world's population. We went from 600 million people to 8 billion people in a fraction of a period of time. And this is because of availability of food and the application of energy. So now they estimate that the world will probably go to 10 to 11 billion people here within the next 20 or 30 years. And then they think that it might level out at that point. That's still a pretty substantial increase. And why would it level out? Come on. It's not. Okay, well, I'll get to that in a bit here. So, part of this was, early on, it was just food that we could pick with our hands. Later on, when we had fire, we could, have a little bit more protection. And then we went into more intense agriculture. But in between that, part of the way that the human race increased its wealth and was the alternative to energy before we had fossil fuel energy. The alternative was slavery. Slavery was the alternative to energy. So we talk about the great Roman Empire, how great it was. Well, for the Roman Empire, they had 2 slaves for every citizen. And then later in Europe, we went through the whole feudal, these are all the feudal kingdoms of France and Europe. It was just another form of slavery. And that was before we had energy. So energy is what has allowed the to actually advance beyond slavery. And that was the only way you could amplify yourself, was just by enslaving somebody. So thankfully we're beyond that. What am I doing here? Stay over here. So when we look at food production, what does it take? Right now, when we talk about the whole energy budget of the whole world, and we talk about automobiles and flying in an airplane and everything else, but producing food consumes 30% of the world's energy. It's a lot. Why does it take so much? Only this part is agricultural production. Everything else is processing, refrigeration, preparation, transportation, restaurant, packaging, and all of that. So altogether, this is why food consumes 30% of the world's energy. So if we're going to be feeding those people, so global food availability, because of transportation, we can get food from anywhere. I took this picture in Anchorage, Alaska, and here's what our food store looks like. We didn't grow a single one of those things in Alaska. None of us could, right? And so, because of transportation, well, in return, what we're doing is we're producing energy and minerals and other things like that. So, this is what the world economy has allowed through transportation and all through monetary systems, so that we can pay each other for it and keep commerce going. We still have food inequity in the world. About 730 million people of the year go hungry, and some people are starving. Just the opposite problem in the United States is this: 43% of the people obese. So maybe these people could give a little bit of that to the other ones somehow. But again, here's our population growth headed to 10 or 11 billion, and why? Okay, so on the bottom here, these are all the developed countries of the world. And what we see is population growth pretty much flatlining. So it's a fact of just human behavior, human nature, that as your economy grows up, your development goes higher, people have fewer and fewer children. In some countries, they consider it a crisis, like Japan. We're not having enough children. Russia's promoting have more children. Well, where are all these children coming from? They're coming from the poorest part of the world. This green line, this is Latin America. And these are all the the poor Asian and African countries. This is where the world population growth is. And eventually that'll flatten out too. But in the meantime, we're going to have to feed everybody, and they're going to want energy as well. They're going to want to live, they don't want to live without energy. And by 2050, we're going to need 70% more food production. So that's going to require a lot of energy. But I keep talking about these energy requirements because ultimately we're going to get to an energy budget, for the world, of what it's going to take to run all this, and where are we going to get our energy from. Oop. So how about ourselves? How about our for CO2? What do human beings produce? We've got 8 billion people in the world. How much CO2? We take in oxygen, we put out CO2 and water. And how much CO2 do we put out in a day? The average human being puts out 1 kilogram of CO2 in a day. 1 kilogram CO2. So that means times 8 billion, 8 billion kilograms of CO2 a day by people just breathing. So, this, increase in population is gonna increase our CO2 production just from our breathing. But of course, that's not even close to what we're putting out as CO2 from driving and everything else. 32 billion tons a year. And again, there's some inequity there. When you look at the USA, we're producing about 16 tons a year per person, but the rest of the world averages only 4 tons a year. But that's going to change as some of these poorer countries lift up their economic development, and they all want to do it. They're going to continue to produce more CO2 unless we have an alternative. So this is a good graph. This shows over time energy use in the world over time. And here we are back to 1900, start of the industrial age. And you'll see that it's a steady rise in all of these as the world's population goes up. The other thing that we see right now is that alternative energy, yes, it's growing, but so is fossil fuel use growing. But that's because the world overall energy demand is increasing. So what's happening is alternative fuels are only keeping steady with the growth. They're not making any headway. The rest is coming from oil and gas and coal. And so, that's going to be something that we need to take account for. Without some reduction in consumption, we're going to need oil and gas for some period into the future. So, and for a lot of the poorer people of the world, the reason they're going to want to move up and have some additional energy is, for a lot of them, this is how they're heating their food. This is dried cow pies. They go out and collect the cow from the cow pies and poop like this, dry it out, and this is how they're cooking their food. So, they're naturally are going to want to have more modern energy, so it's going to take more energy. And in terms of oil and gas, we hear people say, stop all oil and gas, keep it all in the ground. Well, part of it, we're burning it. What are we doing with the rest of it? We're making plastics, we're making clothes. I'll bet a lot of the clothes we're wearing here today are made from oil. Plastic, we see it everywhere. Now, people complain about it because they say, well, it doesn't break down. It's going to be around for a long time. But it's actually, when you think about it, it's the most successful carbon capture program that we have so far. Everything that's put into these, the carbon went into them, and it's not going to break down. Now, it's a problem of litter and everything else, but this isn't going to slow down. We see it more and more. What are these headphones made of? What is that seat made out of? What is my coat made out of? So anyway, we're going to continue to need oil and gas into the future. Now, when we look at renewable energy and we look at it from the Arctic is leading the world in renewable energy. You look at this, Iceland, 100%, Greenland, 81%, Denmark, Sweden, Finland. And yet we look, here's the United States, only 9%. The largest industrial countries, 10%. European Union, 13%. So we're actually leading the world, and we're glad to do that. The Arctic is being more impacted by climate change than anybody. What we do disagree with is some of these same people saying, well, we were going to shut down all oil and gas in the Arctic. You hear it everywhere. European Union has an official position, shut down oil and gas, even though they have no answer for the other energy demands that we have. It's just a very convenient thing for, let's say, a politician to say, oh yeah, we're going to shut down oil and gas in the Arctic. But that's the basis of our economies. And so we're not saying don't do renewable energy or only use oil and gas. Look at what we're doing. We're actually, as we say, we're speaking with our mouth, we're actually doing. Now, here's how we're also being, by some of the groups are saying, oh, the Arctic, look, it's causing the problem. The Arctic is 22% of the world's carbon footprint. Well, we thought to ourselves, how do we get to that? We only have 4 million people living in the Arctic. But this is World Wildlife Federation. And it turns out when we looked at it is because Alaska is in the United States, it's considered an Arctic state. So the way that they get to this number is they count the emissions of the entire United States as Arctic, just because Alaska makes them an Arctic nation. Well, of that 22%, the US is 13.4%. If you look at what Alaska actually produced in the Arctic, it's 0.0006%. So this is an intentional manipulation that's supposedly to justify this, shutting down oil and gas in the Arctic. So for us, the important thing is it's a consumption issue. If you want to do something about climate change, reduce the demand. Don't go after the production. So here we are. This is an Arctic development. From these, we're doing directional drilling. We're drilling from a pad like this. We drill 47 oil wells that reach out 3 to 5 miles. Minimal disruption. So we supply about 2% of the United States energy. Well, over here, supplying 16% of the U.S. energy. These are the Alberta tar sands. That's the alternative. You shut down Arctic oil and gas, this is what you're going to get. And they're very happily saying, yeah, fine, you shut it down. We'll continue to provide. They're providing 6 million barrels a day, the Alberta tar sands are. And they say that they can continue to provide that for the next 149 years. That's the alternative. So, and we say, okay, if you stop Arctic oil and gas, it won't mean even 1 drop less oil being burned. It'll just be produced somewhere else, probably at lower environmental standards. And we say it'll only compound the damage to us, to our economies. It's not the 4 million people of the Arctic and what we produce, it's the 8 billion people of the rest of the world burning fossil fuels. But really is a consumption issue. Come on, I know I got one more slide here. And people, have gotten used to it. You want to heat your house, you want an air conditioner, you might even want to get on an airplane like the 50,000 people did that came to COP29. So we're gonna need these fuels in the future. So we support. Well, let me go back one here. And one more. On top of that, we've got this, artificial intelligence, 160% increase in data center power demand. So where's that going to come from? So the point is, we see this energy demand going up and up and up and up, and we have to have a practical way to resolve that. But we're going to push renewable energy as much as we can, but when we coming up against the limits of that, then we're going to have to use fossil fuels. And people are now saying green energy is cheaper than oil and gas. So if that's the case, people will naturally go to it. You can buy cheaper energy, they're going to do it. And, the market should really help promote it as well. But we need to think about, if we're going to electrify everything, what is it going to take to do that, and the minerals that it takes? We're going to have to strip mine the planet to do that. So I'll give you an example, like copper. So every electric car takes about 100 kilograms of copper in the car. So when you process copper ore, you get about 3% recovery. That means you need to mine 3 tons of copper ore for 1 car. 3 tons of copper ore for 1 car. Well, where's that going to come from? It's going to come from this. So people have to realize, if we're going to an electric economy, we're going to be strip mining the planet, and maybe, I guess, they're even talking about going to other planets now. So, with all population growth, production of food, but we'll read renewable and traditional fuels. The only alternative fuel that I can see that could reasonably meet this extra demand is a huge increase in nuclear power. It's the only one that can actually reach these levels of demand that we're seeing. But we did have a time where we really did reduce our oil and gas consumption and energy consumption, and that's in this graph here. And what do you think that represents? That's COVID. So in order to do that, you shut down your school, you shut down the restaurants, you don't leave home, you don't go on vacation. Well, who wants to go back to living like that? We're not going to. So coming out of COVID, this is what we saw coming back. Again, we went through those cycles. So some of these, you know, they figure it's like feedback loops. So when we go into an ice age, it gets colder and colder because as you got more and more snow, it bounces back the energy of the sun. But at some point, it decides to turn around and go back up. And then we see these the Arctic was tropical like this. We're seeing, you know, all of the fossils that we find there and everything are all, you know, tropical animals and tropical plants. And it's probably where all that vegetable matter came from, which then became oil, it then became fossil fuels. That's why we have so much of it in the Arctic. And you know what? I think that's it. So I'll take any questions that people might have, but you know, I hope I've kind of provided a sweep of, you know, how the human race has, you know, developed through all these things and some of the choices that we have to make. They're not easy. They really aren't easy. And, you know, we see the level of concern here. Everybody's concerned, and, you know, we support everything for alternative fuels. We just don't want to be discriminated against for producing the products that we know people need and that we're producing in the most environmental way that we know possible. So that's the view from the Arctic. Take any questions that anybody might have. You got a question?
Thank you very much, Paul, for the brilliant presentation. It was, sure. Thank you very much, Paul, for the brilliant presentation. It was a pleasure to listen to that. What do you think? Like there are currently consistent prejudices in terms of the usage of different, let's say, energy sources, right? So, what do you think? Like in order to what measures could be taken by the society, by the government, in order to, I guess, spread the information and to make the understanding of that, like, for example, that the nuclear energy, right? And, well, the other, let's say, from the first sight, dangerous sources of energy are actually could change the situation in terms of the energy usage. Thank you.
Well, it's a good question. And I think we really need to have some programs for our children that are like this, that show the history of the human race, how we develop, you know, have a good program, sustainable development. Nuclear energy, you know, is completely clean, but people are also concerned about what do you do with the fuel that's left over, you know, and that's an issue. Or what if there's a problem with the plant? But I just don't see any other energy source that could do it. But it was interesting. I was in a sustainable development conference and I laid out some of this, and, you know, one of the people from one of the NGOs said, well, we don't like nuclear. We really don't like coal. We don't like oil and gas. We know gas is a little bit better. We don't like hydroelectric because it dams up all of the rivers and everything like that. And so the moderator said, well, if we can't use any of those, like, where should we get our energy from? And she said, well, why don't we just use electricity? What? And so this is a problem, especially a lot of people who live in urban areas, they don't know where things come from anymore. She thinks electricity just comes out of the wall. Why don't we use that? That's easy. So, you know, reconnecting people with what, you know, the processes that it takes to do this. Like I said, mining, you can't make an electrical car without extensive mining. But people don't think of that. Oh, here's a cool car. You know, all the toxic chemicals and heavy metals that go into the battery, and it's hard to recycle them and everything. But people don't think about that. It's a very narrow band of thinking that we have to spread out for people and really have better energy education for what it's actually going to take, and don't make it easy the other way. It's not. These are tough choices. These are really difficult.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I have one question. I'm studying about the, I don't know, you have heard about the algae. Yes, and I'm studying about the algae and the seaweed. And I don't know, you have heard about it. And I think the one of us solution, and I think is and we if we can have a huge amount of seaweed from the marine, and we can solve some we can get some energy from algae, and then an amount of energy, and then people consider algae take all the CO2 from atmosphere, and we can it's like a tree raise the and using tree is as a also energy, right? So, and also seaweed and from the sea, and we if we the get a large amount of seaweed, and we can turn also energy. And I don't know, you have heard about it, and I'd like to hear from your opinion.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we have heard about it, and now we have a quite extensive program of seaweed mariculture. And it's actually very easy to grow seaweed, to have it spawn out, put it on a string, take it out and grow it. And it does consume quite a bit of CO2, but if you don't harvest it, if you just let it die, then once it falls apart, the CO2 comes back out. So what they say, if you take it to a very deep place in the ocean where there isn't any oxygen, then maybe you've trapped that CO2. But in terms of energy, yes, you can make energy and fuels from algae and from seaweed, but it takes quite a bit of energy to make it. So you don't get 100% from it. It's also a very good food source, but for a lot of people, when they think of seaweed, it's like, ooh. Now, Asian cultures are much more used to eating a lot of seaweed, and so it could be more in the diet, but it is very easy to grow. It's a good product, and we should be doing it. It still isn't going to meet all the energy answers, but for another one, yes, it's a very good one, and we're doing it in Alaska, very, very extensive, and a lot of other places of the world as well are growing a lot of seaweed. It's the algae, it was one of the earliest, even before plants grew and came to land, it was one of the earliest forms of life on Earth, and here it's still around. It's a very good one. Anything else? Okay, well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
I think you just pressed it.
Oh.
That's why it's
Oh, okay. Well, it's all right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's gotta be real. Like that big. So, but, you know, they gave some perspective.
Сессию пола провели уже.
Ну, провели.
Yeah, you have to say, you have to choose something. And there's an example.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Thanks, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Perfect.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Oh my God. Yeah. I think we're good to go, actually. We're on time and everyone is online.
Hello? You can hear me now. Yeah. Then, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's panel on bridging communication in polar collaboration and research. This session is proudly presented by the Association of Polar Early Career Scientists, or APEX, an organization dedicated to empowering the next generation of polar researchers. APEX supports early career scientists with resources, mentorship, and opportunities to connect with the broader polar research community. Our ECR's travel to COP29 was supported by the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation's Polar Initiative and Alfred Wegener Institute Helmholtz Center for Polar and Marine Research. I'm Victoria Hofleva. I'm chairing APEX COP29 delegation. Our session today focuses on the biggest challenges in polar science, effective communication across disciplines and sectors, from science to policy to public engagement. To truly address the urgent issues facing the polar region, we need innovative strategies for connecting knowledge with action. And I'm pleased to introduce our panelists today, which are both early career researchers and senior scientists. Martin Diggert is Deputy Vice Chancellor Cornwall at the University of Exeter. He has over 30 years of experience as a polar scientist specializing on Antarctic subglacial processes and environments. He has served as the UK's delegate to SCAR and the chair of the UK Arctic and Antarctic Partnerships Committee. He also served as a co-chair of the Diversity in Polar Science Initiative. Thank you, Martin. Louise Mercer is a PhD student at the Northumbria University in UK. Currently, her research centers on better understanding community-based monitoring of environmental change in Inuit Nunagat, Inuit homeland in Canada, and Kalaalleq Nunagat in Greenland. As president of the UK Polar Network, she works to support safe and inclusive work environments for early career polar researchers. Susanna Hancock, Global Mountains Director, International Cryosphere Climate Initiative, and champion for social environmental change with international mindset and extensive engagement with nonpartisan organizations, including project development and governance. Tourism and a multidisciplinary leader in international social diplomacy and environmental justice, working in challenging and diverse political and economic climates around the world. Also, we have two other participants join us online. Alexandra Zur, an APEX Germany chair. She is a postdoctoral researcher at the Geophysics Research Group and has a background in climate and environmental sciences. Her research focuses on polar regions and ice-covered areas. Alexander supervises bachelor and master students at the University of Tübingen. And Simon Weichenrieder, she works at the intersection of international climate finance and policy at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, a multilateral development bank. With APEX and as a WWF Arctic Fellow, she connects her work on climate finance with her love for the Arctic and tackling the question on how to mobilize finance for ecosystems that are most affected by climate change. This session will be moderated by Fabian Zeyman. He's a member of APEX and a PhD candidate at the Alfred Wegener Institute. He graduated with a master's degree in physical geography and quaternary geology in Stockholm University key interests of heme and the impacts of permafrost thaw and landscape alteration, organic matter mobilization, and well-being in the Arctic. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Also welcome from my side. I'm really happy to have you all here, as well as the people online. And maybe we can have you on the screen also now, that we can actually see you. Yeah. Thank you very much. That looks great. Nice to have you all here, especially because we are a very interdisciplinary group. And this is quite seldomly the case, to be such a diverse group with different disciplines being represented. And then also in this setting here at COP. This is especially important because we're often stuck in our own bubbles and might oversee common problems that we're actually facing together. And this is not only limited to research topics, but also especially towards other disciplines and sectors, such as the engineering industry, as well as policymaking, which is of course the topic here at COP. So we will dive together in this panel discussion into different sectors. We'll talk among scientists within the research community, and then move on towards societal topics, as well as geoengineering topics before we finish off with talks on policy making. So now I would like to give you the word, and maybe every one of you can shortly introduce themselves and tell why or what problem are you facing in your field of research, to kind of give the listeners an overview of who you are actually and what your problems are that you're facing. And maybe we start here in the room with Susanna. You want to start?
So thank you, both of you. So my name is Susanna Hancock, and I have my PhD officially in anthropology, which for me was a field where I could house natural science within the social science realm. So very interested in how natural science helps people and how people can work with it. And so I am the Global Mountains Director for ICCI. And so with that, I'm especially interested in working at the interface of science and policy and how we can use science to influence and affect policy. So I'm here at COP with several things. We've released our State of the Cryosphere report, for which I was writing some sections, and meeting with negotiators in the negotiations, tracking a few of those, trying to figure out how we can best get cryosphere into those. And an area where I'm working now especially is that we find that there's relatively poor understanding of how our different ecosystems interact. And so an example of that, I was in a discussion last week when they said they don't actually care about the cryosphere in this particular pathway anymore because they're more interested in sea level rise and what we can do about sea level rise and understanding sea level rise. And so, that enabled me to have quite a few discussions about how can we influence this by understanding, how do we get sea level rise? And certainly we have thermal expansion, but we also have land ice that's melting. So trying to really develop the robustness of our science in these negotiations.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Super interesting. Louise, do you want to continue?
Yeah, hello everyone. So I'm Louise, and I'm
Hey, we actually don't
originally-
hear you.
Oh.
Or could you hear her? No. So let's see what the technique says. Try again, please.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Perfect.
Okay, cool. So I'll keep this brief. So yeah, I'm Louise, and I'm a PhD student at Northumbria University, and I work to support the development of community-based monitoring programs in Canada and Greenland. I'm also the president of the UK Polar Network, and really work towards supporting early career polar researchers from a UK perspective, and creating safe and inclusive research practices. So that's in regards to EDI work I do through the UK Pole Network, but also creating cultural awareness training and ethical and equitable community engagement practices with communities in the Arctic. And some of the biggest challenges I see from an environmental perspective, I work with local communities that are on the front lines. So coastal erosion is a massive issue right now, and that impacts both infrastructure and also permafrost thaw, that it connects to the global context through the release of contaminants such as mercury. And I've been helping to develop community-based monitoring programs looking at contaminant release from different sources such as coastal erosion and permafrost thaw. And then from a kind of different side of things, I think one of the biggest challenges we face right now in my of community-based monitoring is how do we get community collected data to inform decision-making processes beyond the local scale. So that's something I'm kind of looking at now as I'm coming to the end of my PhD. It's like, how do we use that data to inform larger scale policy documents and decision-making processes? Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Louise. Alexandra.
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm very delighted to be here. My name is Alexandra, and I did my PhD at the Alfred Wegener Institute, same as Fabian, and I focused on the statistics of paleoclimate data, so trying to improve what we actually know about the past. And now I moved on to the University in Tübingen, where I'm actually addressing the topic you mentioned, Susanna. So I'm trying to get a more robust understanding of what the contribution of Eastern Antarctica is to the sea level rise. So really looking at the surface mass balance to see how much melt we have versus how much snow accumulation we have to better restrict what the models are actually producing for the future. So that's basically my main motivation for my science, to really get a better understanding of what the sea level will be in the future and how Antarctica is contributing to that, because there we still have large uncertainties, especially from Eastern Antarctica. And I'm also active within APEX, especially APEX Germany, for more than 6 years now. And my main motivation there is to inspire young children, but also provide early career scientists with a pathway how they can find their way in polar science and how we can actually motivate and engage them. We do that with the collaboration also with the German Society for Polar Research. So we try to have the entire coverage from school children via students, but also the general public within Germany, and just provide them with all the information the public should have about the polar regions, especially about the changes happening there, and also the challenges we face when scientists talk to politicians, which I'm also facing with my science. I'm not saying that we shouldn't focus on sea level rise mitigation effects by saying we might have a mitigation potential from Antarctica within the century, but that's a very difficult and challenging communication, how to phrase that between the political landscape, but also between the scientific language. And I'm looking forward to the session. Thank you.
That's super interesting. Thank you. Yeah, I'm also looking forward to that. And Martin.
Thanks so much. And a pleasure to be here in Baku, and good to see people online as well. So I've, as was said in the introduction, I've been a polar scientist for over 30 years. And in that time, my appreciation of the polar regions and how they're changing has been altered. So 30 years ago, in the early 1990s, we were thinking about Antarctica and researching Antarctica in a way that was adventurous, and it was about exploration. And it still is those things, right? They're still important, but in between times, it's taken on a new and an important reason to do it. And that's because we now appreciate really well that Antarctica is changing as a consequence of burning fossil fuels and the global warming that results in. And in those 30 years, we know from satellite data that the ice sheets in Antarctica are losing 6 times more mass now than they were those times ago. So things have changed. I'm a geophysicist and a glaciologist. I'm a quaternary scientist, a climate scientist, full range. But that's important, right? And I think it's one of the great things about doing polar research is it is an interdisciplinary field, with lots of different people coming together to study in a region. And it lends itself to international collaboration and interdisciplinary collaboration, probably easier than lots of other areas of work that you might do. So it's quite a natural thing for us to think about ourselves in an international and multidisciplinary context. And actually, it really needs that, because a lot of the changes that are going on and the consequences have all those different subjects required to understand them fully. Now, I'm not saying that I know about the depth of knowledge in those other things, but that's why we rely on collaboration to bring that together. What I also know over the 30 years that I've been working is how little we actually know about the Antarctic continent. So you sort of see lines on a map of geophysical investigations, and you think they're quite well covered now in Antarctica, but that's just line data. You know, a lot of the geophysical transects are separated by many kilometers. I mean, 10, 15 kilometers, more than that in some places. And our appreciation of the details of what's underneath the ice is really basic and not good enough to really understand how Antarctica is going to change in the future. We need models to do that. The models are pretty good. The modelers pretty good. But if the basic information that goes into a model, which is subglacial topography, isn't very good, doesn't matter how sophisticated the model is, you know, it just won't produce the information that we need. So there's a big challenge among the community to think about how to characterize what's underneath the ice and its connection with the ocean, because don't forget, it's the ocean warmth that's doing a lot of the melting and mass loss in Antarctica. How we characterize that in a way that models can properly use. You know, how can we get the best depiction of subglacial topography and oceanographic bathymetry in a way that's useful? And that's a big challenge for our community, and it will be a challenge for years, maybe decades coming, but it's something that we can resolve, and I'm very happy to talk a bit more about that.
Yeah, that sounds really great, and we will and we should. Thank you. Then Simona.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope you can all hear us good. So my name is Simone Weichenrieder. I'm working at the intersection of climate finance and policy. And my connection here to the Arctic is actually that the idea with climate finance is that we basically need to change the system, right? So that we bring more investments and more investors towards climate and green investments. And in that sense, it is one challenge that we usually face, that we have on the one hand a big data gap in terms of what is actually bankable, where can we actually come in and invest into green technology, into decarbonizing our economy, basically. And then on the other hand, also what communities, where is actually the place to put these investments, where actually go to and where actually go and bring the money, basically. And in that sense, there are three main challenges that you can see basically in the climate finance space, especially when you connect it to like the polar region, whether that's like the Himalayas, but also like the Arctic or Antarctica in that sense. Antarctica not so much in that sense, more in the science direction. But on the one hand, there's obviously insufficient funding in terms of commitments, but also unmet commitments, but also in general insufficient climate and nature funding. Then the allocation of funding is a big problem. A lot of vulnerable regions cannot actually receive the funding they need in terms of remote communities or also developing economies. And then also like with the private sector being actually on the ground mostly, there is like a limited private sector engagement that could actually get into these regions and really bring forward climate-related action and climate-related positive change in that sense. Yeah, so that's kind of my background a little bit from a finance economics perspective. And I think in that, to actually get forward with how can we bring change, it's very important to connect that to policy, to science, to really have an impact on what we're actually doing, and not just like bring in the money, do your project, do your infrastructure investment, but really have kind of a whole understanding of what we're actually doing and where it is needed, where the data is coming from, what data we actually need to bring everything together in one bubble.
Yeah, very important topics, especially also here at COP. So thank you very much for this input already. So I would like to touch on what Martin has started with, that polar research is a very multidisciplinary field where we are all in together. But the question is sometimes how well do these joint research efforts actually work out? And I would like to ask that from a perspective from Louise, maybe, also with your applied research in the Arctic together with communities. Are you involved in transdisciplinary research, or are you really more like in your own field of research?
No, I'm very transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary. I draw on different scientific methods, such as so I've got qualitative research and also quantitative research, and then working with different scientists. And so my work, to kind of get a big understanding of this, my work involves engaging with communities, and you have to bring in different research methods, but also a lot of humility and being trusting person and research partner. So some skills like that you develop, you can't really develop those in a classroom. You've got to develop them over time through your personality. So yes, I draw from a lot of different disciplines and cultural knowledge systems when I do my work. And that has a lot of challenges associated, because when I grew up in the UK academic system, you are kind of siloed into your environmental research, and then it's always quantitative or qualitative. But I think there is more interdisciplinary research programs developing, and the NERC Arctic office have recently, well, over the last couple of years, been supporting the Canada Inuit Nunangat UK Arctic Research Programme, and that's a program that I'm affiliated with, and I'm a project team member on, and that has brought together researchers from Canada, researchers from the UK, and also Indigenous leaders from Inuit Nunangat, which is the Inuit homeland in Canada, and that has really fostered a lot of learning across countries, disciplines, and also cultures, because we've developed strong working partnerships with the communities of that we work in, so Tuktiaktuk, but that also takes time. So I've spent a lot of time in Tuktiaktuk with my project partner, Diva, who I've learned a lot from, but also helped support the development of these programs. And yeah, that's basically my work has basically very interdisciplinary, and I think that's the way the Arctic research is moving towards these days.
Yeah, that is very great to hear. As a good example, I would say, especially because we as young researchers, we often face the problem that we don't know how long we will be in the system. Like if we want to develop long-term relationships, also in transdisciplinary research projects. And that's why I want to ask Martin, you are in research for such a long time now. What role do ECRs, early career scientists, play in this sense? Because we often feel like we don't have the full capacity to like contribute to the field of science.
Yeah, okay, it's a great question, right? And it does come up a lot. And actually, I think it's quite easy to answer it. So I was speaking a little while ago to a very eminent scientist. I won't mention names at all. And it was from their retirement party, right? And he said to me, he was looking a bit glum. And I said, cheer up, it's like quite a good moment. And he said, the thing is, I now know what I have to do in science, and it's like taken me 40 years to understand it, but I haven't got any time left. And that's the commodity that early career researchers have, right? They've got time ahead to do something meaningful, right? It's like an inversely proportional. The length of time you've been in a subject and your knowledge of that subject and the time you have available is like inversely proportional, right? And so it's an important handover of experience and knowledge and information to an earlier career generation, because they will have the time to pick it up and do something with it. And of course, the greatest gift that the more senior experienced generations can do is to pass on really good ideas and not just the high level scientific ideas, but the know-how in how to do it. You know, the international connections you need to make, the length of time you need to get a project from an idea to fruition. And I have to say, I had some great mentoring in my early career from people. I mean, I remember one incident very well, but I know, again, no names, but a person said to me, in Antarctic science, to do anything of real meaning, right, you're going to need 10 years to do it. And as an early career researcher, I thought, well, that's like 10 years. It's like infinite. I mean, that's far too long. But I suddenly realized through time how important that message was, because you can't do anything quickly in polar science. We're only working for 3 months of any 1 year in the field anyway. The amount of logistics you need to do anything is unlike other things. Probably space science is kind of similar, but you know, it's really unusual to need so much logistics. And of course, the data we have is expensive, right? And so it takes a long time. International collaboration is great. It takes a long time to get the science offer right with all of that. It takes a long time to arrange the logistics to do it, to raise the funding to do it. And so, you know, the greatest thing that early career researchers can have is an understanding of the importance. That's good. Understanding of the priorities in research that need to be done, and an understanding that actually this is going to take a career to do it. We're not talking about a paper for the next 6 months. We're talking about building up to profound things like understanding how sea level is going to shape up this century. That is something that's going to take a lot of effort to properly explore Antarctica. And it's far more than one person. It's far more than one group. It needs an international effort. We need to do it well and do it right, but we need time, and we need people, really passionate people, knowledgeable, you know, skilled people to dedicate their time. And the greatest gift that early career researchers have got, although I do remember, you know, you don't appreciate it in that way, is time ahead. So use it well.
That's a great motivation for us. I think we're still facing often the challenge that we just don't know where we'll be after our PhD. But still, like, this definitely motivates us that we can also like have input for research priorities in the future with our thoughts. And I would like to ask Susanna, here at COP, research also definitely has to work together in order to like speak up to policymakers. And out of your perspective with ICCI, how well do you see that working, that they're actually coming together? I heard of the Amy project, for example, as one tool. Maybe you can tell us something about your perspective on that.
Yeah, so I think one thing that we have here is, and it gets into a little bit of what you had mentioned earlier about being interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, is meeting people where they are. And so our job is to communicate science, but to communicate in a way that's effective and has place within that recipient. And so we run the AMI project, which is the Ambition on Melting Ice. So it's a ministerial group here. We've got 2 new signees as of this morning who announced they were going to sign this morning. So we're going to have a ministerial press conference tomorrow on this. But this is basically connecting countries that are both cryosphere countries, so mountainous regions, places that have glaciers, have snow, have ice. It's chaired currently by both Chile and Iceland. And also countries that are dealing with things such as sea level rise and may not be within the cryosphere. So Palau, for example, is a country that signed this morning. And it's really helping ministers in all of those countries understand the importance of the cryosphere. And so that can be for, you know, anything from sea level rise to agriculture and water security. I mean, if we look in the Himalayas region, and, you know, nearly a quarter of the world's population is relying on the Himalayas for water security. And that's not just drinking water, that's technology, that's communications, that's agriculture, all sorts of things. And so helping really then get this importance of the cold region of the world into the negotiations, so that we're having these countries that are speaking up at appropriate times, so that we can work within the policy. But for us, it's really important to make that science effective and communicated in a way that is able to really impact change.
Yeah. that's very important that the cryosphere is getting more attention here at COP. And it's great that Amy, for example, is growing with additional countries joining. But climate change really comes with high costs in the Arctic, and not only the Arctic, in polar regions, including mountain areas around the world. Simone, can you give us a quite like precise overview of like costs that are coming with climate change in these regions, like to give us some comparisons, maybe what we're actually talking about here, and what is going on at this front, like where are the negotiations on that at the moment? Do you have an idea on
Yeah.
that?
So I think that's a very interesting question because, again, from an economic perspective, we have huge social and like we have huge costs in terms of social impacts, right? But also in terms of ecosystem impact. So it kind of goes in every direction because our whole sphere is based on our ecosystem, our nature. So when we just look at economic vulnerabilities here, we can actually see that from like with the cryosphere impacting local communities, that is kind of disrupting their economies. And then this again disrupts our economy in that sense. And it's kind of insanely hard to actually put a number to it. And this is kind of the discussion in nature and climate finance right now. How do you actually value nature? How do you actually value climate change? Is it actually morally okay to put a number to it, which we then would actually need to really push the case for we need to invest in nature, we need to invest in the cryosphere, we need to actually save it and put money there and actually do the projects and get like the data we need. So I think it's very interesting to actually look into the specific costs. And at the end of the day, what we can say on a global level is that it's insanely high, that about like over 95% of our global GDP is based on nature. And with that, you could kind of go back to like the different regions of where to actually then kind of see, okay, where are the resources specifically coming from and how are these resources impacted? For example, like with the water supply in the Himalayas. And I think what is specifically important here and also what ECRs can kind of really contribute here is like filling data and knowledge gaps, because this is the major problem we have right now, that with only like sparse climate and environmental monitoring and kind of not exactly knowing what exactly the cost of climate change is and the cost of nature degradation in these ecosystems, we cannot really bring back the case to the bankers, to policymakers of, oh guys, this is really, really important. Change, we need to change something. We need to actually bring back investments. But if there is no number, obviously like more, well, we always say more bankable projects will always kind of be pushed rather than the more climate, like the more climate related or more climate focused projects in that sense. Yeah, maybe that kind of gives a little bit of overview in that sense.
Definitely, thank you. Yeah, especially because also communities that are facing the impacts of climate change, they're often not the ones that are actually contributing to the reasons why we actually have climate change, right? For example, in Arctic communities along the coastlines, these communities face increasing coastal erosion rates. So this is already causing big issues for these communities today. And even the risk for relocating entire towns are coming up. And this is of course like destroying their livelihood, but also like the costs that are coming with that are just immense. I would like to move a little bit forward now to the community level, and also the social level within also like the countries that we are living in. And Alexandra, in your introduction, you were saying that you're working on basically together with education programs, or that you're running an education program with school kids. Why is this important to educate the general public on polar regions? Or what is your motivation behind this, to go out to schools to do educating school kids there?
I think our motivation is very diverse. But I guess generally speaking, if we go into school classes, we are kind of educating like the future generations, and that's the point where we have to start. I think many of people in the general public already have their opinions, and it's still both to speak to them and to do general outreach events. But I think the main seed where we can get changes is the young generation, and to really show them also a way that they can have hope for the future and not just show this devastating picture which is seen in the media. That's a response which we see very often if you go to school classes, that although they're still very young, they are frightened by what's happening and by the media and what they hear every day. So I think it's important to show them, on the one hand, the beauty of the polar regions and how vulnerable these regions are, but on the other hand, also show them that there's still hope. And also show them that they can also become a researcher or a politician, and they can focus on these areas and on these topics. So being a role model, but also educating them about the possibilities, but also about the vulnerabilities in these areas, and just showing them what's possible and where they can engage in the future. That's one of our main motivations. And I mean, if you go to school, children, you have to make it in a fun way. You cannot go there and just tell them the facts. So what we try sometimes is to have competitions where we just tell them, make anything visual and then submit it to us, and you get prizes, you get exhibitions, or you can come to university. We can tell you something about the polar regions. You can get the clothes which we have in the field, and then you can walk around like we walk around when we are in the field. And we had great contributions from school classes, building the ship which Nansen used earlier in the days when he sailed to the North Pole. So it's really impressive what the children create. And similarly, we go to the universities on that level where we have students, just showing them the way that they can work in polar science, but also showing them that it's not only the classical physical view, which most of the people have if they think about polar regions, but also showing them that it's a variety of research fields, as we also have here in the panel, which is really nice that it's not only focusing on this classical scientific topic. Yeah, so I think that's our main motivation, to go to different areas in the society and educate them about what we are doing, the importance of polar science, and also to build them, to give them a connection to what we do.
Yeah, definitely. Motivation and diversity are two very good keywords here. Martine, you're part of the UK's diversity initiative in polar science. What brought you there? What is it, and why is it important?
Yeah, diversity for us as scientists is extremely important. And there's a number of reasons for that. Firstly, it's a fairness issue. Right? It's a meritocracy, and you can be good at stuff, doesn't matter where you come from. You know, that's important. Second thing is there's a talent pool as well. So we need best scientists. You know, we need good people to come in. And if we only select people from a very narrow pool of our society, it just won't be as good as if we were open and connecting to talent from wherever it is. You know, so science is better off if there is a proper meritocracy. Doesn't matter what your background is, doesn't matter where you come from, anything like that. If you're good, right, good enough and want to do it and motivated, there should be a pathway into science for you. Third thing, of course, is what I mentioned earlier, you know, getting people in, getting the right talent in at an early age and advising, and then having 30, 40 years of time to do something meaningful. That's what we need. So it is about fairness. And of course, that's a big motivator, but it's also in science's best interests to get people from wherever they are, because that's the best people.
Great. Yeah, definitely. I think this is often overseen still in polar science. And Louise, I guess diversity must play a huge role in your community work as well. How does this look like for you and your communities that you're working in?
Well, the most important thing to understand is there is no one size fits all. So I've had the pleasure to work in both Canada and Greenland, and each community I've worked on is incredibly difficult, different, and that makes it a challenge to address community priorities in the right way. And the right way is difficult to look at in one sense, but it all centers on early and sustained communication. So making sure that you're addressing community research priorities through early engagement, often funding projects. Projects are funded before community contact has been made, but that is changing. So early and sustained dialogue was so fundamental to my research approach, and that's how I ensured community research priorities were addressed. But often, like Martin said, I've built off my relationship with communities has built off my supervisor's previous relationships, and I've had a lot of mentorship from Indigenous scholars, but also natural scientists, social scientists. So you really need to learn from a diversity of different scholars and knowledge holders. And then in regards to how we're funding projects, there's been a lot of great guidance coming out that's enabling projects to include more diverse representation from a cultural context, such as the National Inuit Strategy on Research that's been developed to help guide research towards more greater self-determination in the Canadian Arctic. And then in Greenland, there's been the development of the National Research Strategy, which again is really useful guidance for researchers going to Greenland to ensure that the research is ethical and equitable. But like I said, there's no one size fits all, and it's really about as a researcher going in and being respectful, but also understanding there is a responsibility to educate yourselves on the cultural context in which your research is taking place. So that's kind of two ways. There's a lot of guidance being developed, but there also is a lot of responsibility from the researcher side. But luckily, there's been great cultural awareness training being developed right now, and I think this is something as we move into the International Polar Year needs to be developed further.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that there are good movements into the right direction with diversity, also to work together actually with the communities to develop research priorities together. What are the needs actually of the people that live in polar regions, which is also connected to diversity, of course. You also touched on financial needs and funding needs. And I think this is a huge problem for polar communities, including the mountain areas. How can communities and also the polar research community communicate these financial needs? Or what possibilities are there to increase funding in polar regions? Simona.
Yeah, I think that's a very current question as well, right? Especially when we connect that to climate finance and to nature finance. How do we actually make sure that on the one hand, the financial supply side meets the demand side in that sense, and actually both sides talk to each other in a way that they understand each other? And I think that is the main challenge, speaking the language of the other party, because on the one hand, from like, for example, a researcher, a science perspective, communicating your specific science to like your donor or like to someone who actually would provide the funding for a project is the challenge then also for them to understand, oh, is this something we want to invest in? Is this something that actually makes sense? And there's, for example, there's a very good case in terms of several institutions funding nature-based solutions in the Himalayas or in Canada, for example, where you would actually work specifically with local communities to create that project, and them coming in and actually being able to say, this is what we need, this is what we want, this is also the money we need. And then afterwards, the investors or like the financial providers, basically in that sense, coming in and supporting with the investment, supporting with actually structuring the investments. So I think on the one hand, the main challenge and also the way forward is capacity building in that sense, for local communities, but also for scientific, from the scientific research perspective. How do you access the funding? Who is actually in the room of potentially providing that funding? But then also on the other hand, for the supply side. So for example, for the banks or like the institutions that provide that funding or provide that investments, having an awareness of that that there is a need, that there is a demand. Because just speaking, for example, from my bank's perspective, it is very interesting because we just recently got into nature finance. But from a banker's perspective, that is a field where everyone is like, ooh, risky. Why would we? Why should we? But this shouldn't be the narrative. The narrative should be, how can we, basically? And this is where both sides need to talk. Like, how can we? What is the step? And how to bring basically both together. And I think from both sides, there's capacity building needed, but also curiosity. And I think from an individual perspective, if we go into these discussions with curiosity, that is already a very big step forward, I think, in that sense. Thank you.
Yeah, well, these are big challenges for sure. So for the research community, it's of course then very important to have these links to policymakers, to politicians, to get in contact. And Alexandra, do you know if Apex has any contacts to local or national, international ambitions that work together with political parties or governments? Or why would that be important from your perspective?
Oh, I think it's always important to have the voice of early career researchers in every committee. It doesn't matter if it's a national, a local, or international stage. So it would always be important to have the voice of the scientists and especially the early career people, because we have to live with the future and with the consequences of climate change. So we should also be able to shape that. And within Apex, I think Apex is a very recognized international organization by now. It's around for more than 20 years, and we have national committees around the globe in more than 30 countries. So we are presenting the polar science and the polar front in many committees. And as far as I know, Apex has delegations within IASC and SCAR, so we are present on international levels, especially in the Arctic and in the Antarctic. And I'm sure there's similar committees for the mountain regions. Susanna, maybe you can touch on that later. But we are represented there, we have a voice there, and we try to communicate the needs of early career researchers, but also communicate, especially in the Arctic, with indigenous communities, raising awareness for their voices, and also giving them a platform with our voice in international committees where they might not be able to speak. So I think we have a pretty important role in these committees by now within Apex. And also showing up that we are at COP. We have 3 sessions with our delegation on site, the second year in a row, which just shows that there is a high need for scientific awareness and to present us at these international levels, and just to raise awareness that the polar regions are changing and that it's important that we are there.
Yeah, definitely. I'm also very happy that Apex can be present at COP already last year and also this year. At this stage, I want to ask if in the audience are any questions. Is there anything you're interested about? Maybe online or yeah.
So Paul Foose from Alaska, and I'm not an educator, but I work in fields where we need people to be able to want to work in these fields. So this question of motivation is really critical. And what we're finding is that students by 7th grade, they're not really selecting what they want to do, but they are deselecting of things that they won't do. And in addition, there's quite a bit of anxiety because of information. They're getting sometimes extreme, the world's a terrible place. We're all going to die. then the use of guilt and shame to try to get people to take action, which is really corrosive internally. We've had quite a bit of suicides and things like that. So one of the things that we've done is probably every school requires you to have a history component of your education. So what we've taken is to say, our history is a journey to sustainable development, where we say, here's where we started, here's the long context, and sure, we did a lot of things wrong, but here's how we improved it, and let's have some pride in what we did. Let's recognize the reality of the issues that we're doing and what you can do to be a part of it, to help do it. Otherwise, history ends up being a pretty dull subject in a lot of time, but that's what we've done is to try to take that approach. So I wonder what you might think of that, or some of the other experiences you've had with trying to get motivation, especially even at that level, the junior high and high school level.
That's a very good question. Who wants?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think that's something that is shared, universally to get a young generation into science. And the best way to do it is to go to schools, just as you said. And I do that myself through a program of getting scientists into state-funded secondary schools to advise kids about options that they might take that might lead to scientific careers or better scientific knowledge. And it's amazing, you've got to start quite early with that. I think in the UK, at least, there's quite a good way to engage really young children in primary school about science. And there's lots of books and material for that. The key date, I think, is when you're about 13, 14 in the UK, at least, because that's when you start thinking about doing examination subjects. And if you choose the right subjects, it can open doors and lead to other things. But on the other hand, if you choose not to do that, the doors get slammed, right? And that might be possible to open it a bit earlier. But there's a really important moment. And a lot of kids, and I get it from my own experience, no real idea about it, especially in state-funded schools, no real idea about what this means for your future. And actually a little bit of sort of guidance and mentoring at a relatively high level can be enough. And to realize also at secondary school that science isn't some sort of curious ivory tower where only a special few go to. It can and needs to be open for everybody. And actually what you just need to understand is what that pathway looks like. And how it's relevant to everybody to do it. There's nothing special about being a scientist, actually. It's really privileged to be a scientist, but none of us are special people, right? They're ordinary people. And to tell that to school kids, I think is a really valuable thing, that they can be scientists as well. It's available to everybody. It needs hard work, right? It needs a bit of dedication, but there's nothing specific about a single person from a single background that's going to make them a scientist. It should be open to everyone, and advising that is a really great thing.
I could just add to that. I appreciate what you're saying, what you're doing, because in communities in which I work and the community in which I grew up, I see a lot of that same, the depression, the high suicide, the struggle of enthusiasm. But I was 4 years old when I decided I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and I decided I wanted to do that. And I actually stuck with it partway through my undergrad when I discovered the Arctic. But I was just fascinated, and it was just this passion and curiosity that I had that I was able to continue to foster. And one of the ways for me that I was really felt that I kept that alive was finding opportunities, being given opportunities where I could go out and I could feel like I could participate in research. So I got my first grant that I had written for, and I was doing professional research when I was in school. And I'd go to school until 3 p.m, and I'd go to an observatory at night, and then the sun would rise and I'd grab a latte and go back to school and fall asleep during math class. And, the cycle would continue, but I felt like I was able to actually participate in something. And I was able to both find opportunities, but also, again, be, provided with opportunities where I could be presenting my research. And I felt like I was actually able to contribute, so that from a young age, I wasn't, it's sort of, you're saying about scientists, it's not an ivory tower. It can't be. You've got to be able to feel like it's something that you can be part of. And I think that, so often, you talk about that sort of 13, 14-year age. That's an age for me when, I go into schools now and talk about what it's like to ski across polar ice caps for months at a time, which is, what I do in my hobby time, is that we lose, or we're conditioned out of the sort of curiosity. And, school goes to just rote memorization or focusing on exams. It's not about what if. And how can we figure out as educators to keep that light? Because, you know, you got these kindergartners, young grade school kids who have this sort of, they're innate scientists just by wondering about the world around them, asking why, whether it's about bedtime or why leaves change color at certain times of the year. And it's how can we keep that alive and keep that passion? And to also realize that, you know, I mean, I'm in the negotiations here, and so often it's been really frustrating this past couple of weeks. And, you know, a couple of articles that came out over the past 24 hours or so about talking about wrecking ball diplomacy. And there's so many aspects that are so frustrating, but yet this whole place is filled with amazing people who are stepping up and saying, this is my community and I need to do something to affect what I can do. And so the more that we can harbor and harness that sort of enthusiasm, I think can give us some sense of control as well. And I think that that's really valuable for, you know, keeping some positivity.
Yeah, I think we're really running short on time. Maybe we have one more question, which hopefully is a bit shorter. And then we would come to the end, actually.
I'm at the opposite end of Apex. I've been working in the Arctic for 57 years in all the Arctic countries. So I'm coming from a different point of view. I'll make one very short comment and then a second comment. The first short comment is on education. I think you've missed one important aspect, and that is intergenerational education. A lot of parents get information from their kids. So by educating the kids, you educate the parents. And we've done experiments on that in England. And reaching the young kids is really important. We've reached 26,000 young kids through a British organization called Wicked Weather Watch. And they know far more about the Arctic and climate change than their parents. And we've tested that by stopping adults and stopping children in shopping malls and asking them about climate change. So that's one aspect that I think needs to be thought of more. The other one is a comment, it's a thank you. And that is a thank you to Apex. Because yesterday I talked about Interact, which is a network of 94 research stations in 20 countries. It annually hosts 25,000 scientists, and it's put 1,000 scientists into the field, paying for all their travel, accommodation, and so on. We have worked very, very closely with Apex. Apex has even been on our panel to decide who should get a grant or not to go to the Arctic. Doing that, they not only help us to survey the people, they get an understanding of what the research is like out there for people asking us for money to go to the Arctic. So they get a really good overview. And then they've helped us to produce a lot of publications, very practical publications on fieldwork, how to conduct fieldwork in the Arctic, what you need to take with you, how you need to stay safe, what you do if something goes wrong. It's Apex that has worked with us to produce all those very different manuals, how to have a low CO2 footprint when you go to the Arctic, what to do about plastics. It goes on and on. There may be about 10 publications that Apex has joined us with and has produced an invaluable contribution. So on air, formally, I'd like to thank Apex for the fantastic collaboration we've had over the years.
Wow, great. Thank you very much for your perspective. And with that, I think we have to come to the end of this talk. Maybe I give the chance to once more to Susanna or Martin here in the room to formulate maybe one wish that you would have for COP with the polar regions, like the role that they're receiving here at COP right now. Where do you wish would COP be heading in regards to the polar regions?
Yeah, polar regions are critical to our entire world. You don't have to be living in or even near the polar regions to be affected by the consequences of polar change. And I think we need to surface that issue much more. COP is a great place to do that. I think the idea of future sea level rise is something that is not known well enough by scientists, and certainly not by policy people, and certainly not by the public. This is a massive problem we've got, and we need a better job at refining the with some precision what sea level is going to be like in the coming decades, and doing as much as possible to avoid it. The way to do that is to decarbonize, and we've got to get on with it. We know how to do it, right? We know where money is to do it. We know there's public support to do it. We've absolutely got to do it. And the one thing I would wish to change and unlock the problem is to call out the vested interests that are stopping it. And I think that's the one thing that's holding us back right now.
Thank you.
No, I think I'd echo that and just say that, and this is maybe one area where earlier career researchers can add a benefit, is that, this increasing encouragement to speak out for transdisciplinary work, for people to come together. We're having right now this Paris Agreement is run on a consensus, and it's not working effectively, partly because of that. And so being able to call out the vested interests, being able to call out what's in the room. So yeah, decarbonize, and that's for everybody's benefit, and we know what to do and we know how to do it.
Yeah, totally. Thank you very much, everyone. Also, especially you online. Great that you could join. And yeah, the last word here is Victoria.
I just would like to give a really brief summary of what we discussed. I would say what I heard today, it's a lot about having united forces to battle this climate crisis that we see in the polar regions. We spoke about intergenerational connections, multi-diverse and multidisciplinary action, and of course about connecting countries in the world, both polar and non-polar, to get together and to act together on that. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today. We will continue this conversation on Thursday in the Cryosphere Pavilion. It's A8, Chile and Iceland. At 14:30, we start our session there with another round of participants. And we will make more conclusions then. Thank you very much. I also propose that we do the picture all together.
Yeah, maybe you can stay
online
online
and
shortly that we can
inside.
have you in the background. Tamiris is going to take a picture.
Just get kicked out for the picture. Seems like it.
Секунду дайте. Меня зовут Сергей Рыбаков, я программный директор дискуссионного клуба «Восток» и генеральный директор фонда «Природа и люди». Позвольте мне представить наших сегодняшних потрясающих выступающих. Виктория Элис, директор программы по защите дикой природы фонда «Природа и люди». И Александр Шестаков, старший эксперт, Московский государственный университет, Институт морских исследований. Я выучу в конце концов всю эту историю. Ведущий эксперт Российской Федерации на конференции, 16-й конференции сторон Конвенции ООН о биологическом разнообразии. В режиме онлайн к нам присоединится Алексей Голубев, генеральный директор, советник генерального директора Росатом, умные организации, государственная корпорация Росатом, доктор физики и математики. И Надежда Дементьева, представляющая Конвенцию ООН об опустынивании. Итак, давайте начнем с видеоприветствия Надежды Дементьевой. Пожалуйста, внимание на экран.
Dear friends, on behalf of the Executive Secretary of the UNCCD, it is a pleasure for me to address you today from the headquarters of the Secretariat of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, the voice for land and drought. Unfortunately, the Executive Secretary is not in Baku right now. We are preparing for our UNCCD COP16, which will be celebrated in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on the 2nd, 13th December 2024, right after COP29. 2024 will be remembered as Triple COP year, and this is very symbolic. The interlinkages of land degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change are very strong. There are different expressions of one planetary crisis that we, unfortunately, are witnessing right now. In current challenging times for our planet, UNCCD is providing an efficient solution. Land restoration has tremendous potential to help the world limit climate change and achieve its aims for sustainable development. Unfortunately, the current rate of land restoration is not keeping up with the ambitious commitments of the global community to restore 1 billion hectares of degraded land by 2030. Up to 40% of land worldwide is degraded. This means land is losing its ability to support life, crops, and natural ecosystems. We would like to invite you all to contribute to reverse this negative trend, because our health depends on the healthy land, but our land also depends on each of us. COP16 will be a crucial moment when 197 parties to the UN Convention dealing with land and drought will gather to measure the pulse of the planet and think of ways to save it. We invite you to Riyadh to be part of this historic moment. I wish you a successful and productive discussion. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное, Надежда. Вик, у меня большая просьба. Давай поговорим по поводу того, что нас ждет в Риаде, и каким-то мостиком мы вернемся к тому, что у нас уже было в Колумбии.
Добрый день. Большое спасибо, Сергей, за вопрос. I'm a bit puzzled, should I speak English or should I speak Russian, but looking at the audience, I probably should speak Russian now, if it's okay. Ну и продолжая, вернее, отвечая на твой вопрос, Сергей, наверное, я начну с того, что уже сказала Надежда. Удивительный год, 3 конференции сторон, такой своеобразный парад планет для этой осенью, для 3 глобальных конвенций Рио, которые были приняты на саммите Земли в 1992 году и представили такие рамки для спасения человечества, не побоюсь этого слова. То есть это наша повестка устойчивого развития, это наша повестка для сохранения природы во имя устойчивого будущего. Спрашиваете про конвенцию по борьбе с опустыниванием, потому что будет в Эр-Рияде. Ну, наверное, мы все с надеждой всегда смотрим на все 3 конференции сторон. Очень большие ожидания, огромные ожидания были от конференции сторон в Кали, конвенции по биоразнообразию. Предполагали, что будут приняты знаковые решения. Наверное, Александр скажет о них дополнительно. Я не буду использовать время, которое Александр посвятит этой конференции сторон, тем более, что работали мы вместе. И, ну, я думаю, что Александру есть чем поделиться. Тем не менее, В Кали не удалось эти решения все принять. Надеюсь, что здесь, в Баку и в Ар-Рияде все получится, и конференции сторон будут закончены. Ожидания от этой конференции сторон COP29, на которой очень много народу, очень разная публика, интенсивные переговоры, мы все читаем аналитику, кто-то следит за ходом переговоров, кто-то работает в коридорах на полях. Ожидания огромные, что будут приняты финансовые цели, новые количественные финансовые цели, будут решены важные вопросы, будет операционализировать фонд потери и ущерба. Не будем предвосхищать, посмотрим еще несколько дней впереди. И вот впереди у нас Эр-Рияд, Конвенция ООН по борьбе с опустыниванием, которая формально создана, подписана и реализуется для сухих, засушливых районов, для гумидных, субгумидных районов. Ну, то есть вроде бы не для всех, а тех, которые используют опустынивание, которые испытывают опустынивание, засухи и в первую очередь, наверное, ориентируются на решение этих проблем. Однако уникальная, удивительная, очень важная инициатива в этой конвенции – это нейтральность деградации земель, Land Degradation Neutrality, которая предусматривает использование различных инструментов, различных способов снижения вот этой деградации земель и предотвращения ее дальнейшего развития. И если на сегодняшний день посмотреть на то, что происходит на планете, то порядка 70% всех земель, которые не замерзают постоянно, подвержены деградации. И более 3 миллиардов человек испытывают на себе ее последствия. Сохраняя биологическое разнообразие, предотвращая, смягчая изменения климата, мы так или иначе все равно все исходно связаны с Землей. И подходы, способы, решения, направленные на снижение деградации земель, выход на эту самую нейтральность, которая позволит сохранить экосистемы, позволит применить такие методы хозяйствования, которые обеспечат выполнение экосистемных функций в этих экосистемах. Вот это вызов, и это на самом деле повестка, которая важна и интересна не только для стран, которые в первую очередь входят в мандат конвенции. Очень важно добиться, наверное, того, что, в принципе, сейчас уже и происходит, добиться того, чтобы все страны взяли на себя обязательства по переходу к этой самой нейтральности в деградации земель. Уже порядка 100 стран приняли свои национальные цели, задачи в этой области. И будем надеяться, что процесс пойдет шире. Никто не говорит о том, что надо менять конвенцию. Нужно использовать те лучшие практики, лучшие решения, лучшие инструменты, которые в рамках данной конвенции уже есть и которые могут быть использованы дальше. Чего мы еще можем ждать от Ар-Рияда? Ну, конечно, финансовых решений. Финансовых решений, новых механизмов финансирования, продвижения, справедливого подхода к мобилизации финансовых ресурсов и ответственного их выделения и ответственного использования. Конференция в Эр-Рияде, конференция сторон 16 пройдет под девизом «Наша Земля, наше будущее». В этом году на нашем параде планет есть девиз у каждой конференции сторон. И если в Кали это был мир с природой, здесь это солидарность во имя зеленого будущего, то наша Земля, наше будущее, наверное, такой суммирующий девиз, который можно будет использовать и который будет использован на конференции в Эр-Рияде. Но я думаю, что я ответила на ваш вопрос. Думаю, что будут еще вопросы про координацию между конвенциями, хотелось бы поговорить. Но чтобы не занимать очень много времени, может быть, тогда следующий вопрос, а дальше посмотрим, что делать для того, чтобы все 3 были эффективно реализованы.
Перейти сначала к онлайн. Есть у нас Алексей Викторович. Алексей Викторович, есть ли он онлайн? Видим, слышим. Нету. Ну, хорошо. Тогда, Александр Сергеевич, вопрос к вам. Давайте, прежде чем мы перейдем к полемике по поводу двух конференций сторон, скажите, пожалуйста, какие, с вашей точки зрения, были основные моменты, на которых нужно сделать упор по итогам 16-й конференции сторон по биологическому разнообразию? И какие из моментов нужно учесть в Российской Федерации, были учтены, не были учтены, или мы должны на них сосредоточиться?
Спасибо, Сергей, за приглашение. Спасибо, Виктория, за вводную часть. И я думаю, что еще будет у вас возможность сказать чуть больше про как раз связи трех Рио конвенций между собой, как они работают, как друг друга поддерживают, какие есть инструменты координации. Ну, я, наверное, вот скажу несколько слов о том, что, собственно, произошло в Кали, чего не случилось в Кали, и что это может означать для Российской Федерации. Была очень плотная повестка дня, более 30 вопросов. Может быть, из-за того, что она была такой плотной и был целый ряд тяжелых вопросов, не получилось эту конференцию сторон завершить вовремя. Будет вторая часть конференции сторон, вероятно, в первом квартале 2025 года. Но то, что я, наверное, поделю на две части. То, что успели согласовать и о чем успели договориться, и потом то, о чем не успели договориться. Договориться успели о нескольких важных вещах. Я, наверное, не буду останавливаться на некоторых специфических вопросах, например, на вопросах, связанных с дальнейшей работой, например, в области управления ресурсами дикой природы, включая диких видов фауны и флоры. Я вот думаю, Сергей, а не перейти ли нам на
Давай перейдем на английский.
Английский язык? So then I will continue in English to address some of our members of the audience. So I was talking about some wildlife management decisions taking at the COP16. So, but also decisions related, for example, to invasive alien species. Invasive alien species, the issue is one of the 5 top problems why we lose biodiversity globally. So together with overexploitation, climate change, pollution, and land use, sea use. So invasive alien species is the 5th most important cause of direct loss of biodiversity, and convention traditionally working on invasive alien species for many years. And this time there is a kind of elements of the program of work, including, for example, elements related to internet trade with invasive alien species, and more control and identification of risks and dealing with risks of invasive alien species. A very important part of discussion was related to marine issues and marine biodiversity, marine, coastal, and island biodiversity, if to be exact. And convention adopted 2 important decisions. One related to what we call EPSA in the convention. EPSA stands for ecologically or biologically significant marine areas. Since 2008, convention was working very hard on identifying and describing ecologically or biologically significant marine areas in the global ocean, including, by the way, in the Arctic. In 2014, a good number of EPSAs were delineated in the Arctic Ocean, mostly within the economic zone of the Russian Federation, but also 2 very interesting marine areas in the areas beyond national jurisdiction, and so-called Donut Hole in the central part of the Arctic Ocean. And by 2018, almost the entire global ocean was covered by a set of regional workshops to identify EPSAs. with the exception of Antarctic waters, as they are covered by Antarctic Convention, and the operations there are actually in line with the Antarctic Treaty. And also a number of exclusive economic zones of some countries. Those countries decided not to include the economic zones into consideration under convention, but they did their national exercises. For example, Canada, Japan, Australia, and a number of other countries. The recent discussion, which actually started back to 2016, and for 8 years we were not able to agree on the new modalities, how we can modify the description of those areas, how we can describe new areas, how we probably can exclude some areas from the convention list. And this time we did it. So it was a very significant progress. So now we know for the next period how the global community like to address the issue of ecologically, biologically significant marine areas. And that's very much will affect what will happen in a new international agreement known as BBNJ agreement, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. This agreement under the law of the sea was adopted actually a year ago and expected to come into force maybe in a couple coming years. And this new agreement will deal, among other issues, with the identification and actually establishment of marine protected areas in the open sea. So very interesting, very important decision. Another marine decision relates to cooperation on marine issues, and parties agreed on a number of elements how to proceed with the cooperation on marine biodiversity. As we are sitting here at climate COP29, the COP16 adopted a special decision on biodiversity and climate. And biodiversity and climate decision speaks very much towards the better cooperation between two conventions, between scientific bodies of the convention. Both conventions, they have the so-called SABSTA, subsidiary body on scientific, technical, technological advice in case of biodiversity, and scientific and technical advice in case of CCC. So the better cooperation between them, as well as the better cooperation among the intergovernmental platforms, the scientific intergovernmental platform like IPCC, and in the case of climate, and IBES, which stands for Intergovernmental Scientific Policy Platform for Ecosystem Services and Biodiversity in case of the CBD. So that definitely will bring both conventions much closer to each other, and the interlinkages between biodiversity and climate. And I think many people during this COP were talking about so-called a triple crisis, which includes climate change, but also biodiversity loss. So this cooperation will definitely help to further promote both elements. A standalone and very significant part of the discussion under CBD was the issue of so-called Article 8J. Article 8J of the convention speaks on all issues related to indigenous peoples and local communities, including traditional knowledge and use of traditional knowledge, conservation of traditional knowledge. And I would like to highlight, there were several decisions there. For example, the decision on traditional languages and indigenous languages, or for example, a decision related to recognition of the UN Forum on Indigenous Peoples, etc. But I like to stress two, or actually even three decisions. One, it's adoption of the new program of work until 2030 on Article 8J, so all provisions related to indigenous peoples and local communities. It's again significant step forward, and for the next 5-6 years determines what convention will do on the issues of indigenous peoples, local communities. And the second decision, convention established new permanent subsidy body on Article 8J. And there is a belief that this specialized body will give much more opportunities for indigenous people, local communities to be fully integrated into the work of convention, have better access to negotiations, have their own area where they can discuss all issues related to indigenous peoples, local communities. And CBD compared to climate convention is way much more advanced in incorporating those groups into negotiation process actually and discussions. So that was considered as a very significant step and actually a big victory for indigenous peoples and local communities globally, and was very much celebrated at the Conference of the Parties, very much supported also by the presidency, Colombia. And another decision maybe specific for some group of countries, but the proposal was made by the government of Colombia together with the government of Brazil, a special decision to recognize the role of Afro-descendants in communities of those countries, and in many communities among South American and Latin American countries into conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity in those countries. So that was a significant step forward. Another standalone area, standalone in a way, because it's considered super politically intense in terms of negotiations, was an issue of so-called DSI. DSI stands for Digital Sequence Information. And digital sequence information relates to the use of genetic resources of biodiversity globally, but not just use and access to genetic resources, but very much towards the fair and equitable share of benefits arising from the use of biodiversity and use of genetic resources. Very contentious issue, super politicized, because it's a question how big businesses, not only big businesses, any businesses using genetic resources, and we know that significant part of pharmaceuticals, significant part of cosmetics, significant part of agriculture, all biotechnology, they all use genetic resources. And the decision was very significant because decision established the international mechanism to ensure the share of benefits from those resources, actually classifying companies into small, medium, and large companies, and all those companies are supposed to pay a certain share of their profit into specially established fund for genetic resources, and this fund will be one of the sources for biodiversity conservation sustainable use in developing countries. Very significant decision. We definitely will see how that will work in the future. And as Sergey, you asked me also, what does it mean for our country? For our country, that's supposed to mean a lot, but our country did nothing to follow those negotiations. Unfortunately, is not present on these particular agenda items. And there is no ongoing discussion nationally on what to do with that. So that, of course, can pose certain risk that our companies dealing with genetic resources, our companies from biotechnology sphere, will face probably some not very pleasant surprises when this mechanism probably will be in place. So definitely the advice will be to pay very significant attention to those developments in the convention, and at further stages to really follow this agenda item. I was talking about those areas where we got some decisions. There are some more of them, for example, biodiversity and health. And convention adopted the multi-year program of work on biodiversity and health. First of all, building on WTO, WTO, not WTO, but of course World Health Organization, WHO, together with UNEP and a few other organizations. Following the COVID pandemics, they developed a new concept known as One Health approach. One Health approach combined together the elements related to biodiversity, biodiversity loss, degradation, fragmentation of ecosystems, and the influence on health. First of all, pandemics, and we know that will be many further pandemics, and the linkages between the health and biodiversity. And we have now the program for the next probably about 10 years to follow. What didn't happen? Several agenda items, super important agenda items. I will start maybe, I don't want to say not important, they're very important, but maybe from a little bit smaller to a higher in the agenda of discussion. So 2022 was an important year for biodiversity because Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework was developed and agreed at the convention. And although it was agreed under the convention, this is a global framework for all and for all UN system, but also for civil society, academia, business, and it was fully recognized as such by the General Assembly in 2023. So one topic we discussed was how to further develop the system of indicators, both for biodiversity, but also indicators for assessing the success and monitor the implementation of the global biodiversity framework. And the related topics were how to organize this monitoring, how to organize planning for implementation, including the issue of national biodiversity and action plans, so-called NBSAPs. Each party to the convention is supposed to develop their NBSAP. Russian Federation submitted actually the first day of COP16, the national targets. Everyone can come now to the website of the convention and find 24 national targets on biodiversity, which actually agreed national targets agreed by many ministries and a number of scientific organizations. But Russia still has a task to develop the national strategy and action plan. And the commitment is that this national strategy and action plan to be developed by the end of 2025. Another point was how to agree on reporting. By 2030, all countries will need to report twice on their progress towards the global biodiversity framework, but also their progress on national strategies and action plans. That was a very complicated discussion, and parties still did not reach a full agreement on that, including on monitoring system, including, for example, the role of non-state actors and how non-state actors, whether it's NGOs or business, can really contribute to the national targets, but also global biodiversity targets. And of course, the most contentious issue was a financial issue. At some sessions earlier today, we discussed the financial elements for conventions. And of course, the financial elements for the CBD was also very much important. Global Biodiversity Framework adopted the target 19, where $200 billion to be mobilized every year for biodiversity. And the discussion at COP16 was how we can do that. What will be the resource mobilization strategy? Resource mobilization strategy was almost agreed, but not adopted, as was no time to do that. We also had a long discussion about the financial mechanism of the convention, the current financial mechanism, Global Environmental Facility. Many parties, first of all, of course, developing parties, they have significant issues about operation of this fund, very complex procedures. The governance of Global Environmental Fund facility is not really reflecting the realities, the current realities, with the dominance of developed countries, while actually the money is supposed to come to developing countries and all work on biodiversity is supposed to happen in developing countries, many other issues. So it's very difficult discussion. But the most difficult one was the issue of establishing a standalone separate fund for biodiversity, global fund for biodiversity, where developing countries since 2022 at the COP15, they expected this fund to be established. That's never happened. And now they insist the fund to be established, and developed countries will provide substantial amount of money coming from the public source. First of all, the official development aid, ODA, but also the fund, which will be open for any other sources of funding, whether we are talking about business or we are talking about bilateral relations or we are talking from philanthropists or NGOs. So the flow of money should come to this fund, including what I said before, the money coming from the use and utilization of genetic resources. There is a strong opposition to the fund from developed countries, so this issue was not resolved and will continue to be part of the discussion. Interestingly, another element which was not discussed, was not completed, is an issue of cooperation between CBD and other international instruments and conventions, including CCD, including CITES, including number of other instruments. Here, I hope it was not that much contentious, but simply no time to complete this agenda item. So just to conclude for the Russian Federation, from my perspective, the priority will be implementation of those decisions taking there, whether we are talking about climate change and biodiversity, or we are talking about One Health approach, or we are talking about invasive alien species. Of course, the marine issue will be also important. But I already said that following the DSI discussion will be extremely important for the country. And I didn't touch upon a couple other issues which are very often set aside. The COP16 was not just COP16. COP16 was a triple meeting. It was COP16 of the CBD. It was COP10 of the protocol on biosafety, known as Cartagena Protocol, and it was COP4 for the protocol on genetic resources, so-called Nagoya Protocol. So that's two protocols where Russian Federation is not party to. And even if we are not party to those protocols, we need to follow those protocols to understand some risks and opportunities arising from those protocols. And I hope that in the future COPs and COP MOPs, the Russian Federation will be present at least as an observer to see what's going on there. So stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Vika, вопрос, question, sorry. Can you please try to find some links, some linkage between all these three planets, between these three different conventions, meaning biological diversity that we said, the current one that we are here on climate, and the upcoming one on identification?
Thank you, Sergey. Actually, Alexander already started pointing out on one of the decisions of the CBD of COP16, which was not taken, on the better cooperation and interlinkages between conventions. But from the very beginning, these three global treaties are very much connected, or have to be, must be connected and interconnected, because they all bring together various aspects of the way to the harmony, people with harmony, in living in harmony with nature. So basically, addressing global biodiversity loss under the climate change and land degradation caused by climate change, which also supports biodiversity survival. This is kind of circle that would definitely be possible to implement in terms of decisions to be implemented and the ways forward, only in a way if those things are absolutely closely linked, if cooperation, better understanding, and synergies are ensured. And as we are looking in historical aspect, in historical scale, back in 2001, a joint liaison group was established for better coordination between conventions, better information gathering, and connections. And actually, all representatives of all subsidiary bodies, as well as secretariats, take part in the liaison group. I think in terms of information, it plays a significant role. What is missing, in a way, is stronger implementation both at international and national levels, better connections and cross-sectoral cooperation, and implementation, informed implementation of products of these conventions. What I would like to stress today is that discussing international negotiations and decisions taking, we always should think and do think about national implementation. What are the products of these conventions at national levels? For CBD, as Alexander already mentioned, this is NBSAPs that will and must be designed or redesigned, if you like, in accordance with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which is absolutely cross-sectoral, which involves contributions from businesses, science, various sectors. It's not purely biodiversity conservation. It's management, it's resource mobilization, it's implementation of various programs and plans that contribute to biodiversity conservation and sustainable management. So NBSAPs are now under development. Those ambitious goals and objectives, many countries already presented, if not strategies, but at least their national goals. Some are still in the process of their development, and NBSAPs should be formulated and very soon submitted, as was already mentioned earlier. Another product of the UN CCC is national action plans for adaptation. Again, to ensure adaptation, one cannot work in the empty universe. So various aspects on cross-sectoral manner have to be addressed, and it involves contribution of various sectors of economy, stakeholder contributions, best available science as a background for the development, and of course financial commitments similar to NBSAPs. They will not be realized without a contribution and adequate resourcing. There are also national action plans to combat desertification towards the land neutrality in the Convention to combat desertification. And again, similar way. What can be done? What should be done? I'm pretty sure, I'm convinced that those programs will be successfully implemented if developed, monitored, and implemented in coordination. So it's not enough to have joint liaison group for the conventions. There should be national bodies, national whatever, working groups, or what kind of form would be acceptable for the country, but relevantly represented agencies and stakeholders have to be involved in this in the work of this coordination mechanism at national level, and only in a way when concrete, resourced, measurable action will be implemented at national level, we could come further to international one and achieve better results. But of course, such things like two important platforms, IPCC and IPBES, if developing background based on best knowledge and available information, they should coordinate and they should work together. That was also discussed in a way in Cali at COP16, that we need to avoid duplication, not only for the platforms, but also for various programs and initiatives under the conventions. Looking at land degradation and neutrality, basically all our successes on addressing climate change, all our successes on biodiversity would contribute to the land degradation neutrality and vice versa. Sustainable agricultural practices, involvement of new technologies and new and best knowledge would contribute to the better results in these two other conventions. So to summarize, it's easy to say that everyone will coordinate or should coordinate to everyone. In reality, there is in details, and the way how this will be organized both at global and very importantly at national levels and translated further to local levels, how much stakeholders, private sector, science, all interested parties would contribute and understand what is there. That would, in result, bring the success for both, for all three areas of our sustainability agenda. And once again, speaking about each of those areas, we should keep in mind global scale, national scale, and local scale. This is nothing new, but it's always important and I think useful to reiterate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alexander, one more question, and if you can make it brief. So as far as out of 3 conventions, we got only one that we finished, or going to be next step, as you said, next year, beginning of next year. Can you just explain what will be the next events, if I may put it like this, between the conference of parties that was in Colombia until the next one? So what are the main discussion points where we can try to present the position of our country and try to understand what can be done next?
I don't think that there will be any other meetings before the decision on COP16 Part 2. So because we had a very extensive discussions during COP16, for example, on resource mobilization, including establishing the fund. We had 9 sessions of the contact group, each session from 3 to 4 hours. So it was very extensive negotiations there. And we have a document left at a certain point. I don't think that parties will have any further discussion on this document before coming in person to complete these negotiations. There are, of course, always some ideas that the negotiations can be completed online, but there are many parties, for example, all African countries are completely against the option for online negotiations, only in person. So I don't think we will have any further sessions or discussions before. Secretariat may organize few online informal meetings to further discuss before we come. When we come and where we come, we don't know. That can be Montreal, that can be Nairobi, that can be Bangkok. So we don't know yet. What also need to be done, which is a little bit outside decisions, a small technical issue, but the budget of the convention was not approved. So technically speaking, from the 1st of January, the secretariat of this convention is not operational unless the budget is approved. So the budget can be approved through so-called silence procedure, when all parties may agree, hopefully, on the budget. So that's why I don't expect any events or any serious formal discussions before Part 2. But then, of course, we need to be prepared for the next intersessional period until COP17 in Yerevan in 2026. So that will be, of course, the meetings of now 3 permanent subsidiary bodies, the SABSTA, subsidiary body on implementation, and a newly established subsidiary body on AJ. But that's all will happen in the course of 25 and 26.
Thank you. The Convention of Biological Diversity is trendsetter, if I may put it like this. It's the only convention that got its goals until 2050, if I'm right. So no one else got it that long. So we'll see how that goes. We're going to follow what's going on with the Convention on Biological Diversity. We're going to see the results of this conference of the parties on climate change. And we're definitely going to follow the ideas and things that we expect to happen in Riyadh on desertification. If I may, any questions from the audience, so our speakers can answer. So please raise your hand and you will have a mic. Unless we're good, let's applause and thank our fantastic, magnificent speakers and our audience for being here today. And I wish you a fruitful continuation for 29th Conference of the Parties on the UN Convention on Climate Change. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. And we are also expecting good results from this COP. All are waiting in anticipation.
Я тебе буду плавно, что в не буду. Я готов был вырубиться просто реально.
This next page. Okay, so good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Global Climate Action Summit. We gather to focus on three core pillars of our global climate agenda: empowering youth, promoting equality, and driving innovation. In this critical era for climate action, it's essential that we champion collaboration across borders, generations, and sectors. To officially open our session, we are honored to have with us three distinguished speakers: Mr. Chan Jian, Vice President of the Institute of Climate Change and Sustainable Development at Tsinghua University. Sorry for my mispronunciation, I think. Can we, yeah, give a huge round of applause for him. Have a seat. And Mr. Amar Hamouda, Vice Chair of IOC UNESCO and President of the Marine Hazards Mitigation Center in Egypt. And Mr. Liu Zihao, Society for Science Alumni and a dedicated youth director representing youth voices at COP29. I think. Mhm. Okay. So I would like to invite all the distinguished speaker and the panelists to have a group photo first, and then we'll proceed with our session. Please join for a group photo.
Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, so now we are moving for our session. Thank you for all for being here. Now we are continue to committed to our driving sustainable solutions. So, okay. So we have Mr. Zhang Qian, the Vice President of the Institute of Climate Change and Sustainable Development and Tsinghua University. Okay. And Professor Amar Hamouda, Vice Chair of IOC UNESCO and the President of the Marine Hazards Mitigation Center, Egypt, Miss. And Mr. Liu Zihao, Society, I think he's not with us right now. Society for Science Alumni, youth director and youth delegate for COP29. And Mr. Liang Ziawi, youth delegate for COP29 UN Climate Change Conference. Okay. So now, we have keynote speech. Oh, okay. So now I'm passing my mouth. Okay, now I'm passing my mask to Chan Jian for her speech.
Well, good afternoon, and for this online, good morning and good evening. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here to give this opening remarks of this very significant event. My name is Zhang Jian. I'm from Tsinghua University in China. Our institute focuses on climate policy research, including mitigation technologies, adaptation solutions, and also finance. And we have been advising the Chinese government for its long-term decarbonization strategies and pathways as well. So we are also very actively involved in the global climate agenda with the climate governance and all this work in China. So I'm also the Deputy Secretary General of this University Alliance that we have formed in 2019 with Cambridge University. Professor Xu is here. So we are an alliance of 15 member universities across the world in 9 countries, so 6 continents, not including Arctic though. They don't have a very established university there, I assume. So this University Alliance, we have several pillar work that we have been promoting over the years. One is about joint research. So we try to bring different perspectives from researchers in different universities from different backgrounds. So they all contribute to some common interest research areas. For example, we work with a number of universities on breakthrough technologies. You know, different countries may have different solutions and potential as well. So the second pillar is all about empowering the young people. So this is in perfect alignment with what we do today at this particular side event. So we bring our students to COP meetings. We have 30 students this year from these 15 member universities. It's very impressive. We run a pavilion in the green zone. So I cordially invite you to visit us in the green zone. It is the GAUC, the Global Alliance of Universities on Climate, the GAUC Pavilion. They have youth dialogue with leaders, dialogue with CEOs, the private sector and everything. So especially for our young students from high school, you are particularly invited to visit us to have a dialogue with the students, college students, graduate students there. So we also do public engagement. So we actually connect with other networks. I think it's it's a very good idea for the organizers to invite all of us together so that we can, we are all networks, right? We all lead a network. So it's a kind of network of networks. So this is, by doing this and talking to each other, I think we can actually amplify our joint efforts and also to send our voices in a collective and more powerful way. So I think this is the value of working together with different networks. And this topic about youth engagement and also about this inclusiveness, we talked about gender equality. So all of this, and also innovation in climate solutions, in sustainable development. So are all very big concerns of our work. So I really look forward to hearing from you and have this discussion with you. So thank you so much. Thank you. I think next speaker is you.
So thank you so much, sir, for that enlightening and thought-provoking speech. Now I would like to invite Mr. Amar Hamuda to give her views and share her views with us. Give a huge round of applause for him.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here, and it's honor to be here with our expert about mitigation of the climate change in architecture pavilion. I'm very happy that we are here. As you know, we have a long cooperation with China. With the IOC in China, we are established the Center of Ocean Decade with the first institute, FIO, which follow to Natural Resource Ministry. And also we have a good cooperation also with the second institute of oceanography, SIO, and a good cooperation with Sanyao University, and we have other university. I don't remember how many researcher and scientists from China. So we have a good cooperation with China, with IOC. This is what I also attend from last month about Qingdao University for technology and innovation in marine science. So a very pleasure to be here with you. So what we are looking now, we are empowering about the youth. The meaning of the youth, it is the heart of the change. Without support and support the youth, we cannot support the heart of change for the future, for what we are looking for that. So the youth is not only the leader of tomorrow, only he is responsible about innovation and solve the crisis situation about the climate. So we needed strongly support the youth. So what we are looking for that we needed not only support with idea, support about finance, support for everything you needed to be carried to solve out the crisis, especially the crisis toward the climate. So we are now in strong situation about the climate. If we don't support the youth in the future to solve and innovation about this problem, we cannot success about mitigation about the climate change now. Also, what we are looking for that, we are looking about promoting equality, about the climate justice. What is the meaning of the climate justice? As you know, we have an justice about the situation in the world. We have industrial country, we have a development country, which will be suffering from the situation about the climate. As you know, the development country, we don't have enough finance to problem about the sea level rise, about the migration of the diversity, about the situation, about the fish and the natural resource that we have it. So we needed to justify it. We needed to be everyone equality about support the development country with which will be returned the finance also again with the industrial country. So this is the second point we needed to discuss about that. We needed to be everyone justice and everyone will be win.
not one person to be win, because if you not justice, we will destroy the climate situation in the ocean and the sea at the end, because the cycle will be returned again about the industrial country. So we need to be justice, support the developing country to solve the situation, because if we don't support the developing country, what is we are looking? We have the problem of migration. We have a loss of many people, and a million of people will lose a job, about like a fisherman, like about poor people which will be in the developed country, and after that we get a migration from the southern to the north. This is another problem we needed to justice about that. And also the last point we needed to discuss about also this driving the innovation, which is very important. This is innovation. It is sustainable for the future. Without innovation, not innovation about needed idea, but we needed a cooperation about, we needed to put the priority, what we are looking to mitigate the climate change. So this is the youth is the future. It will be working about this area, because this innovation, which will be, we don't innovation and technology, we cannot solve this situation. So this is the third point we needed to discuss about that. So we can discuss the priority for the youth. We needed to leader about innovation in the future, how we can working together to build the idea and transfer technology, and also transfer the knowledge between the youth people, and transfer the expert from the old that have expert to the youth people to be working in the future. This is what we are looking for. I'm not needed to talk a long time. I have a short time. This is the conclusion that I need to say. Thank you very much.
Let us appreciate with me for Mr. Amar Hamuda for his insightful words. Now I would like to invite Ms. Arvia Marini, an ambassador for the European Climate Pact and an expert in environmental cooperation. Give a huge round of applause.
Good morning. Thank you for your being here. I'm here to talk about innovation. I'm an expert for the European Commission on for Horizon evaluations and EIC, European Innovation Council jury member, which means that I work on the technologies that are the breakthrough and frontiers technologies, selecting those that are worth investment from the strategic fund of the European Union. The European Climate Pact, about which we will speak later, is a simple, very useful citizens engagement voluntary action that is gathering youth, normal people, to act and try to have an impact, a positive impact on the way we live, accelerating the transition. There are only three short keywords I would like to give you now, and then we will talk later. The first one is that innovation cannot exist without enhanced and deep collaboration. Collaboration across sectors, because the energy and ecological transition can only happen when we break down silos. We cannot work in a vertical manner anymore. We have to be horizontal. We have to take experiences from one sector and bring it to the other ones. And this is a very important element also for collaboration at international scale, because without all countries moving forward together, we will not be able to achieve the objectives that we have in front of us. And those objectives, unfortunately, are way more urgent, way more significant for the stability of our social systems than we could have thought just a few decades ago. This urgency is the key element that needs to push us to reshape ideas in a very fundamental way about economics, about what is value and what needs to be done. We will talk about this more later, and I appreciate for your attention. I appreciate you for your attention.
We are truly honored to have heard your insights today, and we appreciate the time and efforts which you have taken to share your insights and expertise with us. Moving ahead, now I would like to invite Mr. Zihao, Society for Science Alumni, Youth Director, Youth Delegate for COP29. I think he's not with us. Oh, yeah. Video. Okay. Just a minute. Yeah, we have to video recording because he missed his flight. The flight has been canceled to.
Chairperson,
Okay.
distinguished guests, and all attendees. I am Zihao Liu. It is a tremendous honor to stand here today as a youth representative from China, join experts, leaders, and peers from around the world to discuss the future of sustainable development. From a young age, I have been in awe of the nature world. Through my camera lens, I have captured the majestic flight of raptors. In the laboratory, I have designed efficient biomimetic mechanical structures inspired by seahorse. And on the African savanna, I collaborated with local tribes to develop a low-cost device that used the sound of bees to deter elephant. These experiences have taught me that nature is not merely a resource, but an unparalleled mentor. Sustainable development requires not only a vision, but also action. As a passionate mechanical engineering student, I believe that engineering can be a powerful tool to address environmental challenges. From fluid mechanics to artificial intelligence, from biomimicry to green technologies, interdisciplinary collaboration will be a key to the future. In the face of escalating global climate crisis, we bear the responsibility to apply science and technology to restore and protect our planet. However, technology alone is not enough. It needs a determined and creative group of people to drive it forward. I have been fortunate to work with passionate youth, individuals who contribute to the environment protection in diverse fields, from community cleanup to ocean conservation. Our efforts may seem small, but it is these collective actions that plant the seed of hope worldwide. Today, I stand here to issue a call to action. First, enhance transnational youth collaboration. Enable more young people to participate in environmental protection projects, empowering them through education and technology to unlock their potential. Second, integrate technology with traditional wisdom. Whether it's ecological protection knowledge of indigenous communities or innovations in modern technology, we must mirror this foundation of equality and mutual respect. Third, bridge policy and practice. Government, business, and civil society must work together to implement sustainable development goals effectively. Earth is our shared home. As a younger generation, we have both responsibility and the ability to be drivers of change. Let us approach this mission with courage and wisdom, committed to protecting nature and building a sustainable future. As a Chinese proverb said, when everyone adds firewood, the flames rise high. Only when each of us participates can we ignite a brighter future for sustainable development. Thank you.
I'm sure everyone in this room has gained some valuable insight. Now, we move forward with our first keynote address, Bridging the Climate Education Gap, Empowering Youth for Global Action. Leading this address is Mr. Ziawi, a youth delegate at COP29, who has been instrumental in advancing youth-focused climate education. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ziawi to the stage.
我知道，我知道。Dear distinguished guests, good afternoon. My name is Jiawei Liang, and I'm honored to speak to you today as a youth representative from China. I currently study at the senior high school affiliated to Shanghai Jiao Tong University, and I've been fortunately to witness how education shapes our understanding of global issues. Earlier this year, I participated in an exchange program at Harvard University. During this experience, I began reflecting on the differences between Eastern and Western education, particularly in preparing students to address global issues like climate change. I realized that while East Asian education emphasizes comprehensive knowledge and a strong fundamental comprehension, Western education often focuses more on practical exploration and specialized inquiry. This difference struck me during the geography assignment on global warming and atmospheric circulation. I discussed the task with students from different backgrounds and was surprised by the varying levels of climate literacy. One major in art, the student struggled to understand the greenhouse effect, while a geography major offered a detailed and accurate answer. For example, in one assignment titled Quick Grow and Super Grow, students majoring in the arts often lack the fundamental thinking skills to tackle even simple climate-related questions. This raises concerns. How can we expect students without any core scientific understanding to engage meaningfully in climate issues? In contrast, students specializing in geography face more complex, multidimensional questions like analyzing beach erosion in Indonesia. Their responses are even more deeper and better informed, demonstrating how specialized knowledge can drive insightful approaches to climate action. This gap in climate literacy made me question, how can young people be expected to lead on climate issues when our understanding varies so widely based on our education? Then it comes to the role of education in climate action. It is widely acknowledged that no education system is perfect. In East Asia, we excel at compulsory education, ensuring that students gain a solid foundation in core subjects. However, we students always lack opportunities for practical learning and inquiry-based exploration. On the other hand, in the Western education system, there's a focus on fostering creativity and practical problem solving, but sometimes at the expense of less mastering fundamental knowledge. When it comes to climate education, I believe we must bridge this gap. Both knowledge and practical action are essential. As we face an unprecedented global climate crisis, we need young people who not only understand the science of climate change, but also have the skills to implement real-world solutions. This brings me to a broader point. The challenge of climate change is not limited by borders, and neither should our approach to education be. Education must evolve to address the global nature of the issues we face. We must share best practices across regions and cultures, and we must ensure that climate literacy is a fundamental part of every student's education, whether they are in China, the United States, or anywhere else in the world. Quality education today must move beyond simply imparting knowledge. It should empower students to think critically, to collaborate across borders, and to act decisively on issues that affect us all. In both East and West, there is much to be gained by learning from each other's strengths. We must work together to ensure that all young people, regardless of where they are from, are equipped with the knowledge and skills they need to become climate leaders. To achieve this, we must invest in the right educational resources. Currently, too many resources are spent on activities that don't directly address the problem. As a student, I would rather spend time learning how to tackle climate change rather than just improving tech scores. We need to focus on relevant, impactful learning experiences, such as climate education, that prepare us for the challenges ahead. Therefore, to achieve this goal, governments should introduce clear policies, requiring schools to organize at least one climate action-focused educational activity each academic year. Schools should also be transparent by publicly reporting their budgets and spending on climate education every academic year, making their commitment visible and accountable. Through the efforts above, schools can enable more students to learn how to approach complex climate issues thoughtfully and practically. In addition, after more students have solid knowledge foundation, schools can improve teaching system step by step, opening lessons on climate change so as to promote climate education in young generations. Such steps will embed climate education deeply into society, ensuring it receives the attention it deserves. I believe that with collective efforts by governments, communities, and individuals, the educational gap in climate understanding will narrow and the role of climate action will grow. There will be a promising future waiting for us, one in which even students from non-scientific backgrounds will be equipped to understand and address climate challenges. In conclusion, as young people, we bear the responsibility of shaping the future. Education is the key to unlocking our potential as problem solvers and innovators. We must prioritize climate education across all disciplines and investing in creating a generation of leaders who are ready to take the responsibility and take on the most significant challenges of our time. Thanks for your listening.
Okay, so please join me in thanking Mr. Zawi for his excellent presentation. Now, moving ahead, our second keynote will explore the intersection of global governance and education. Mr. Zhang Chan will speak on building a sustainable future, global climate governance, and the role of education. As Vice President of the Institute of Climate Change and Sustainable Development at Tsinghua University, Mr. Zhang brings a wealth of knowledge on creating sustainable pathways. Let's give him a warm welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. So again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you. So I have been assigned with this very important topic about global climate governance and also the role of higher education in tackling that. So I'm going to be brief as I'm mindful of the time. So I will basically cover 2 or 3 points for each of these two topics. First, about global climate governance. We are all here at COP meetings in Baku, and I think everybody is following the headlines, at least the news, the release. So I think number one issue is about multilateral climate system. We need to uphold to the Paris Agreement, and we need to reaffirm our confidence and our commitment to the multilateral process. We all noticed the recent election, the presidential election. So we have every reason to foresee a withdrawal again from the Paris Agreement. While we don't expect other countries to follow, which is very bad, right? If countries to follow, that can be very disruptive. So I think at this particular moment in Baku, we need to work together, adults and young people, male and female, all together. We need to send out this message that the Paris Agreement is essential and is resilient and is powerful. So we need to stay in the multilateral process because that's the only way to solve the problem. So about governance, I think the second point is about inclusiveness. This is also the topic of our event. I think, we urge all the parties, to include voices, concerns, priorities from the young people, from the next generation, from girls, as we can see this beautiful poster here. You know, a decision made without listening to the young people is not a good decision made for the young people. So I think this is 100% reasonable. So I think we need to include as many voices as we can. As one of the speakers, the young student mentioned, we need to draw wisdom from our traditions, from the indigenous people. So all of these wisdoms about ecosystem, about nature-human interaction are very essential as well. So this is the second point. And about the role of higher education or research institutions, I will cover, I think, 3 points. So the first is about the importance of scientific research. So next year, in 2025, it will be the 10th anniversary for the Paris Agreement. If we look back, Avi, you are here, you have been very actively involved in the climate negotiation, everything, more than 10 years ago. So if we look at 2014 or even earlier, the science behind the climate crisis is not very clear. And if we look at countries across the world, their determination to go green and go decarbon is not very strong. But look what we have 10 years time, right? Last year, we had this first global stocktake in Dubai at COP28. And we find this surprisingly big gap between the goal and the status quo. So I think we need to start now to make actions now. And number one is to follow the science, science is very clear. And for example, the energy transition, we need to transition away from fossil fuels. And we need to do that. China has been making tremendous efforts. It's not an easy task. It's not like this, right? We have put a lot of attention, a lot of hard work into that, and we made a lot of sacrifice as well. So, but look at the Chinese experience. By making a green transition is both possible and profitable, right? So we don't want a trade war on this new products, right? We need to collaboration. I think the essential part is to talk to each other, right? To understand each other. So this is number one. And the second is about innovation. Avi, you are expert on technology innovation in terms of climate and energy. So I think technology innovation is the key driver behind all this transition, and a transition into a resilient economy and transition into a green future. So we had this research project about between Tsinghua and Harvard University. So our researchers found that to realize net zero future, we need not only conventional technologies, but rather breakthrough technologies. And the current situation is not very optimistic, I would like to say. So about half of the technology that we need as breakthrough technologies are not still very immature in a laboratory or in a very early stage. And over 1/3 of the technologies are not even on track. So it's I think, as research institutions, we need to work even harder, but we rely on the young people. You have big ideas, you have all of the ambitions to break through new technologies and to innovate for us. So this is about innovation. And finally, I think it's about partnership. So we need to build a partnership. I can speak for university. As we work in a university, we cannot solve all the problems by ourselves. By research, by education, we can solve some of the problems, but we need to work with the broader stakeholders, like the private sector, philanthropies, right? And different, not only in China, but across the world. So I think we need a strong partnership to realize all of that. And you the young people are agents for change. So we want to work with you, not only educating you, but to work with you and also to rely on you for a brighter and future, greener future. So thank you very much.
Dear Jianjun, the Institute for Climate Change and Sustainable Development of China has released back in 2021 a document which was seminal for putting China and towards their 1+N plan, which is the plan for the implementation and the achievement of the 2030-26, the dual carbon goal. And I want to say that they were producing a document that very boldly were hinting at the possibility of moving towards a 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this is the kind of leadership that is setting on the ground 1,200 gigawatts of renewables today, 4 years before 2030. And then moving forward, the 3,200 that will be there for 2030. I want to say one thing. I fully agree with him on everything. I apologize for that. The only thing I would like to highlight is that whilst it is true that there is a role for innovation and for some breakthrough technologies, for instance, in new materials, green chemistry, the problem of soilless agriculture, bioengineering for food stuff, for tackling and addressing the LULUCF space, that is fundamental. For the energy transition itself, there are ways to actually deploy the renewables that we have today that are mature enough to be deployed. We just need to do that in a collaborative space. And I also hint at another possibility for land space usage and avoidance of conflicts of the term, or conflicts for the use of space and zoning, utilizing the potential of the grids and their interconnections, connecting, for instance, Northern African countries, such as Egypt, which is working to provide us through underwater cables or interconnections, the clean energy that we need. Collaboration could reduce the cost enormously. What we are saying now is that we need to spend more because we are in a situation of geopolitical conflict. And this is something that we should better avoid.
Thank you so much for your words. And thank you so much, you too. Your thoughts were insightful, and it was not only inspiring, but it also gave us a lot to think about it and to reflect on that. Now moving ahead. Now I would like to invite Dr. Suzanne M. El-Gharawi, Vice President of Egypt's National Institute of Oceanography and Fisheries, and IOC Africa Vice Chair, will deliver a powerful talk on empowering African early career ocean professionals, harnessing youth and technology for climate action. Please join me in welcoming Dr. El-Gharawi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the nice presentation for me. And thank you for giving us this opportunity to be here in the Arctic Pavilion talking about Africa and sharing with you part of our work we had did in this region, a south part from the Earth. Okay, today we will talk about empowering the African ECOPs or early career professions for more technology for climate actions. And we would like to tell you more about what we have did in Africa under this topic. It doesn't work, yeah. Yeah, from the beginning, we had this from 2 years directly from 2022. In Africa, we started to build the roadmap for Africa under the Ocean Decade. This roadmap had a lot of main strategies like resilience, climate change, health, ocean sustainability, scientific founder, and foresight for the future. Okay. From the major side, as the IOC had built its own strategy for the ocean decade from 2021 to 2030, we have our vision, the science we need for the ocean we want. And we started in IOC Africa to build our own for the region of the African countries. And that was the Ocean Decade Africa Roadmap. First, we had launched this roadmap in Cairo, in Egypt, under the support from Professor Amr Hamouda and Vladimir, the executive secretary of the IOC by this time. We had organized this important African Ocean 2022 conference and launched the Ocean Decade roadmap there. And then by this, Egypt became Ocean Decade implementing partner in Africa. From here, we started to put all of our building capacity efforts we had in Egypt just to help in implementing the Ocean Decade roadmap. From the priorities of the Ocean Decade, we had 9 priorities, and all are going for the sustainable management for ocean in Africa, ocean human health in Africa, fisheries, and unlocking the carbon potential, stressing for early warning systems, ocean observations, digital twins. And what we are here in the youth, we had 2 points that is mainly for the ECOPS in Africa. One of them is strengthening the capabilities and the skills of the African early career ocean professions, and also the ocean literacy programs for Africa. So we built a lot on this for enhancing their capabilities for the youth. Here we find the key ocean management domains, the two main domains that is relevant to what we are talking here in this pavilion. One is development of the national RD and the strategic ocean policies, and this goes also under the idea of innovation that we all are talking about. We need to invest more in innovations for the next generation. The other one is the capacity development and the regional capacity development, and this what we are doing in Egypt. For the Egypt as developed the roadmap, we mainly had started master's level studies or courses in our universities, and also oceanographic disciplines with sharing credits. And this is a collaboration you are talking about. We need to collaborate. So we share the studies with different between universities in Africa, leading by Egypt. And also we had an ocean literacy school now. From the priorities also here, we will find also we need to capacity building and accelerate the technology, training and education for ocean literacy. The first thing we had did during the Ocean Decade, we had calls for projects, and we had one just for the early career professions. They are only the ones who had allowed to apply for this Ocean Decade program, to give them the chance to share their insights, as you say, to think about their future, and they know what exactly they need for the future. And guess what? We got a lot of applications from the youth all over Africa. The other one was for empowering women, and also we had a lot of applications come from the women in Africa. So the decade in Africa is very, very growing now. Here we will talk about the capabilities that Egypt put under the facilities for the youth in Africa to help them to improve their skills. One of them is the National Institute of Oceanography and Fisheries. And by the way, this is the oldest institution of marine science in all Africa. It's built first in 1918, so we are more than 100 years now. And Professor Hamouda was the president for the institution for 2 terms, and we started to have, as we say, to put all the capacity building we had, including our research vessels. We have 2 research vessels, one for the fisheries studies and this one for exploration. And as you see here, it's is mainly equipped with all the equipment that not all the countries in our region could have, but we keep it for the students to come and have training on board our research vessels. The one here is for exploration, and you can see it's fully equipped and suitable for long journeys or long surveys. So the students come here and use our instruments. We learn them how to make the survey from the beginning, how to prepare for the survey, and then how they could experience the sea life itself. And this gives them a strong preparation for their future. We accept their training from all the universities or the research institution, and even we open it now for undergraduate students to come and have their some of their working on board our research vessel. Here you will find a lot of equipments like something for the seismic, like this one, the sub-bottom profile, and others also for different types of marine surveying. Here, if you are familiar with the seismic, this is for the underneath the seafloor studies. It's mainly for oil and gas structures, and this is for the magnetometer equipment, and the side scan, which is very nice for sonar imaging and also habitat mapping. And we use it mainly for the coral reef studies in the Red Sea and a lot of things we did. And also for the archaeological studies. So they have plenty of application that it's opening for them, so they could come, have the training, and after this they could choose which part of science they want to continue after that. I don't know if we could go a little bit faster with the video. No? Okay. I don't want to take much time, but okay. This is the navigation for the navigation cabin. This is the main part of our work inside the research vessel, which is the control room with controlling all the equipments at one room. And this is how the place to sleep while we are on board the ship. Some of our ROVs we had. We already had sets of ROVs depend on the depths. So this one is industrial, and the other small one, we use it for coral reef studies and oil and gas seepage from the seafloor in some areas in the Red Sea also. As you see here, this is the oil droplets comes from natural seepage. Yes, yes, I know. Okay. I think this is the end of the movie. Yes. Yeah. Here are some others. As we told you, we already had established a lot of camps. One of the major camps we did also is with the American Society for Geophysics. So we gather from 30 to 40 students from all over the world, from the US, from Southern America, from Africa, from Europe, from either the east part of the world, and they all come to our institute. Part of the training is on our research vessels, and the other part is for processing and data interpretation. We did this campaign for twice, this year and the year before, and both are so successful, and we still continue with the students from all over the world. They could come again to our institute anytime they would like to continue on the work they already had. This is one part from our institute. This is while they had some of the processing and interpretation studies. And by the way, at the end, we give them a certificate that they complete this diploma in our institution. Other things we give for the students is our central labs with all the equipment. So we open our central lab for all the students from Africa region to come, and also the Middle East area to come and use our instrument here under the supervision of our institution. One is connected to China, and China have a lot of work in Africa. And what have we did in 2023 is we established the China-Africa Marine Science and the Blue Economy Cooperation Center. This center was cooperation between Egypt, represented by Nayouf, and China, represented by the Second Institute of Oceanography, and the IOC, UNESCO, represented by IOC Africa. This to cover all the projects on Africa states with the cooperation with China. Another main cooperation is we established here with the help of Professor Hamouda also the Joint Training and Research Center for the African region. And this is done with the International Seabed Authority. That was established this year at the beginning of the year. And we had to, our mission is to give training and capacity building opportunities programs for all the students, not only in Africa, but all over the world, because this is under the UN, the ISA. And we just finished in last September our first training course here in Alexandria for the environmental impact assessment for exploration. And we had gathered all of those students from all over the world, some from China, some was from Indonesia, and others from Africa, from Pakistan, Indonesia, and from the seeds. So we cover all over the world in this important training course also. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suzanne. On behalf of everyone here, I want to express our heartfelt gratitude for the time to be here with us and sharing your insightful words. Now, yeah, inshallah, sure. Okay, so moving ahead. Now, our fourth keynote speaker, Dr. Shu Tong, fellow at the University of Cambridge and co-founder of Good to Nature, will discuss from energy, technology innovation to climate leadership and public engagement innovation. Dr. Zhu's dedication to public engagement and sustainable tech innovation is inspiring. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Teng Xu at the University of Cambridge and the co-founder of Good Nature. Because of time, I will show my slides a little quickly. On this topic is from energy technology innovation to climate leadership on public engagement innovation. Yeah. This is part one for the energy R&D, means energy research and development innovation. This is a background for COP. Just show it as a background of COP and Road to Paris 2015. And how to make sure the carbon neutrality is shows the way. And this is for the electricity. We need to reduce the carbon emission for the electricity. This is for part for let me see. Is energy using. And this is for the car for the transportation, and the green part is for the building. This is a research scope because as this picture show, the lithium battery, the price of lithium battery reduced about 80%. That is because of the technology improvement, and we can say, and this is the offshore wind electricity price. Yeah, but just because of the technology innovation. Yeah, so we did this research and to find out what's the going and what's the trend of the government give the money, give the investment to the energy technology research and development. This is the government R&D funding structure. For example, in China, we have the Ministry of Science and Technology and have some national key laboratory and NSFC, and they give the investment to the institute, to university, and enterprise. We use the same method and classification of IEA. This is the IEA classification, and looks like in the energy efficiency, including the transportation and manufacturing of motor vehicles. And this is a fossil fuel. We use two different kinds of method. One is bottom up and combine the top and down together. For example, the bottom up method. We use some keywords to search the programs. Looks like in renewable energy, we search the biomass, including biomass, bioenergy, biodiversity, biodiesel, solar energy, wind energy, and so on. This is the research for China. For the NSFC China, we collect about more than 30,000 projects and combine them together to calculate the trend. This is main data, and looks like the 5K programs account for only 20 or 30% of China. Professor Zhang know NSFC and NKRD, the National K Research and Development Foundation. I think it should be this word. So we can say that this is the trend for China, and the main part is for energy efficiency. We can see after 2002, the total investment increasing. This is we use the same method to analyze different countries' main economics. For the energy efficiency is increased just because China and the US they increase their energy efficiency. And looks like the renewable energy because we can't calculate the renewable energy for China until 2018. But for this 5 years, we can collect renewable energy data for China. At last, we published this paper in Nature Energy. The name is Energy Innovation Funding and Institution in Major Economics. The US combines the most investments in the world, and the second is China. Yeah. As Vera, sorry, as Vera said, the cooperation is very important to give the improvement for the innovate. Yeah. So in our research, we found we found the 3C means crisis, cooperation, and competition. Yeah. So as we said, the cooperation is very important. The only let me see. It's very important. My professor Laura Diaz-Aniden said, competition is only half the way to give the improvement of the energy energy environment. But we need to more cooperation with each other, with each country. So this is the second part of the is the public sorry, let me check. It's the second part for the public engagement innovation. We lead some projects. It looks like the campus leadership. It's about a 12-day short-term program. It's a non-profit program to teach the children and university students. Can you show the next slides? Okay. Yeah, looks like this. They give the introduction. We meet different groups, and they have about 5 days or 6 days to do some research. And after that, they give the presentation. Yeah, we also invite some supervisors from Oxford and Cambridge University to give the guide to the students. This is the second project. Okay. Okay. The second project is named the Hunzhi. Sorry. Can you show the project to the Hunzi slides? Can you show the seconds, the project to the Hunzi slides? The project to the project two, I think. I can't move this. Sorry about that. The Hunzi project is Hunzi is a very famous Chinese brand. They have about 50 million followers, and the news of their stories has been reviewed about 0.5 billion times. Yeah, so during this project, we use a very common to let the teacher to draw the picture, to draw the comics. Looks like if you have some looks at the DNA, the two difference from DNA to RNA, it's a little difficult to explain that. But if you draw the picture, it would be more easier for people to know what's the difference about that. And this is the project 4. It's from the Zero Carbon Committee of Whites and Return Scholar Association. I'm the director for the UK community. For this part, we use the media to publish the latest information on the carbon neutral technology. This like the Global Race for Carbon Neutrality series. We published more for now. In the last 2 years, we published more than 100 papers on to show the different technology of carbon neutrality, and a lot of people review that. It's not very easy because this is a technology we think if the technology can be improved, maybe the slideshow will be more easier. Yeah. Okay, next slide is the project. I should just show the project two. After it's this one, yeah. Quickly slide is different from DNA, RNA, and the children. And this one is for the good to nature. Good to nature is about to we build some trees in the forest to reduce the carbon emission and help the Monlun Middle School to help them to choose some different species of the trees to plant that. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you have challenged us to rethink on how we approach on these topics. And I think the audience is as motivated as I am to turn these insights into reality. Now moving ahead, for our fifth keynote, Miss Arvia Marini, you all already know her, an ambassador for the European Climate Pact and expert in environmental cooperation, will address EU-China environmental cooperation and ecological transition. Ms. Marini's unique insight on this topic highlight the importance of international partnership. Please join me in welcoming her.
I will be very, very quick on this one. First of all, I would like to introduce the European Climate Pact, which is an initiative, voluntary initiative established by the Directorate General for Climate Action of the European Commission. This is citizens' engagement. The ambassadors, who are about 800 people across Europe, have the purpose and have the intention to disseminate knowledge. And our friends were talking, our fellow student was talking about the importance of good education, scientific education, understanding of facts, truth. And this is based on education and knowledge. And this is fundamental that we come back to extremely strong school sectors, extremely strong school capabilities, if we really want to have informed people. I would like now to leave the microphone to a friend of mine. She's also in the Climate Pact, because it is a collaboration effort. And please introduce yourself and talk about the pact.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Irene Galeb. I'm from Italy, even if I'm half Lebanese. I'm Climate Pact Ambassador since 2020. That was the first call of the European Commission. Since then, what we try to do is try to share awareness with other young people. I co-founded an association that is called Change for Planet. This association is youth-led and tries to talk to young people. What we do is we do climate training camps for young people, like 100 students from all over Italy come to our events. And what we also do is we attend COP as observers. And in my daily life, I'm also, I work for the foundation of an ethical bank because finance is an important issue. So in the foundation, what we do is try to reinvest the money of the bank in projects that are sustainable and ethical. So our bank doesn't invest in oil and gas, doesn't invest in wars or weapons, and we use the money for sustainability. So what I try to do is try to share with other young people what we can do, and that there are real green jobs out there, and not like the fake green jobs that sometimes we can see. So we invite people to do something concrete, and the Climate Pact is also a sort of way to spread what we do in concrete in our nations, but at the European level. So it's very nice to be part of a community that understands what we do and try to spread more and more between countries.
Thank you for being here. And this is a piece of evidence that we really need to work together. And this is exactly the spirit that DG Climate, the Directorate General for Climate Action, is trying to promote in Europe. And is also trying to promote something else. We are trying to improve our communication, because as you were explaining from China, storytelling is important, touching people's feelings is very important, and be relatable, explaining things in the language that people need to hear. And when we are talking to populations, to citizens in Europe, you can move forward with, can you, the slide is here. We have a very tough task. We have to explain what climate policy and what the Green Deal is. And the Green Deal today is very controversial, and there is a backlash. There is a political backlash across Europe, and there is a political backlash across the rest of the world. And this is also because we are not yet changing. I would like also to make a point. European Pact ambassadors are not speaking as spokespeople for the European Commission. We are expressing our own interpretation of what the mission for the pact is. Therefore, you will not hold accountable DG Klima for what I'm saying today. This is just my responsibility. We are not yet changing the rules of the economy in a way that is consistent with the climate objectives that we have. Because climate policy means mainstreaming different KPIs and different values across policy sectors. This is what the 1+N, the Chinese Green Deal, does. This is what we do. This is the whole of government approach that, for instance, the Portuguese government with Mrs. Carvalho, the minister, is promoting. Because you really have to change the way we do pricing. It's all about changing prices systems, subsidies, and also directing the signals to the market for appreciating those resources that we have considered until now like being free, and they're not. Because on water, on healthy soil, on nature, you depend, we all depend. No economy is possible without it. And this is the very important message. No economy is possible without ecosystem services. Without water, we do not produce energy. The 2022 drought in China, in Europe, spread 29% more drought globally means that our agricultural systems are in danger. And this is something very important. However, we have also focus on the fact that even in a country like Spain, Valencia has been just devastated by a huge flooding. The reality is that people are angry, and they're angry maybe to the wrong people, maybe to the right people. Minister Ribeira, she's going to be questioned in the parliament in Spain tomorrow, and she's receiving the backlash for a not so careful management of the early warning system that our colleagues from from Egypt were mentioning before. So this is really a risky pathway, also because we need to change the way we live, but we need to explain to people what the landing zone is. What is it that you're going to live? In what way are you going to live in 2050 in a net zero world? How are you going to be dressing? How are you going to be going around? If we cannot explain and let people to imagine this, they will not be with us. It is possible, but we have to start going back propagating from where we need to be and how we are going to deliver the services, societal services. We have to think in terms of a different way of provision for what is needed for human life. I will go very fast. We do a lot of activities. This is open only to European citizens. So if here we have European citizens, there will be calls, please apply. You can have a lot of very interesting experiences. And one of the nicest things to do is that the Commission opens their doors. The Commission opens their doors on regular basis, inviting the ambassadors. Some of us have no connection beforehand with the institutions, and exchanging with the commissioner, with the policy officers, trying to understand how the institution is doing policy making. The last point about collaboration on China and the European Union. Let's see if we get to anything. Right, we stop here. Is that the European Union and China have been working for decades on environmental and climate cooperation. This has started very early on. This has started already in the late 80s, in the 90s, where China didn't even have a ministry. It was a SEPA, a State Administration of Protection, a State Environmental Protection Administration. That was with Chinese and Italian capacity building together that the ministry was formed in China. And this has created a long-lasting relationship between these two countries. And this is a sign that through being generous, opening up common pathways in the interest of both sides, you really create a relationship that can soothe and smoothen conflict. We have issues, we do. We do have issues and red lines that we need as Europeans, as Chinese, as Americans, take care of. But certainly there is a rational pathway towards common prosperity.
Okay, so I have to appreciate you again. So it has been truly a pleasure to learn from you. And moving ahead, I would like to invite Mariam Majidova, international trainer, facilitator, and founder of Gender Hub Azerbaijan, bringing a perspective on gender and youth in climate action. Give a huge round of applause.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me all. So my name is Mariam Majidova. First of all, let me welcome you to my home country, Azerbaijan. I represent a youth organization mainly focusing on women empowerment. And this year was especially very special year for us because that was a unique opportunity as a COP29 and as any other COP is a unique platform to advocate for social justice issues. And of course, gender equality and access to adequate resources, especially in the times of loss and damage caused by climate change, is essential. As you might know, women are 5 times more impacted by climate change compared to men, women and children. Why is that? Because cultural beliefs and norms, stereotypes, they keep pushing women, for example, not being able to swim in the floods, not being able to have access to sanitary in times of pregnancy or in times of care for the newborn, or in times of lack of the air conditioner or any kind of prevention when it comes to high heat situations. Let's say if she's pregnant or she's menstruating and she is working in the fields. In some developing countries, some women, they still don't have access to adequate sanitary sanctions. But no one talks about that because talking about these issues remains taboo and remains a shame, remains, shyness. And unfortunately, during this COP29, we especially focusing on how we break the stereotypes, how we make sure that if women who are impacted by climate change, they're also part of the solution. When it comes to energy sector, women in renewable energy are really, really small number. First of all, a lot of women, they don't know what is renewable energy. They cannot utilize their own houses, let's say solar or wind energy or water energy in a renewable perspective. They can use their roofs sometimes. They can use their gardens for renewable energy. But again, they're not aware of that. They're not empowered enough to be part of the enterprises for the prevention of climate change or for the adaptation of the certain impact caused by climate change. In our organization, I would like to give, can we just have a clicker or something? Yeah. Okay. So we work a lot with communities. We work a lot with, especially with rural areas, because once you see Baku, this is capital, everyone sees quite developed number of people, especially women, empowered women, encouraged women, but this is not the case for the rural areas. And for us as a priority is usually making sure that we have disadvantaged communities as our beneficiaries, because they have lack of access to the opportunities, lack of access to the resources. If you travel outside of Baku, you can already feel that. Urbanization is mainly happening in the capital and in some big cities. Even compared to Georgia and Armenia in the South Caucasus, our country is less urbanized compared to others, which creates spaces for, actually lack of spaces for women to cooperate, to come together, because there's not many coffee shops, there's not many spaces for women to just, communicate, network, and get to know each other. And which is why we go there and we create these spaces for them. This is one of the, let's say, eco enterprise space where we bring together women who are designing eco enterprises. And we support them with certain capacity building, with certain networking. They have a chance to see a lot of keynote speakers, to talk to them. They have a chance to have a capacity building trainings on how to sell the products, how to talk to customers, how to make sure that their product is actually on the social media, how to utilize digital space, and how to have financial literacy to run the business. Because coming from the rural areas, mostly women are using WhatsApp for selling their products. They don't know how to use social media channels. And this word says, woman, this girl can, this girl is mighty. And And here you can see that mainly who are those women who are registered in this program are either survivors of domestic violence or they're representing certain disadvantaged group. Internally displaced people, IDPs, people, single mothers, people with disabilities, etc. Of course, I cannot put all the pictures here, so you have a chance to go and see our website and our social media. And of course, we try to work with the SDGs and not just to show them as nice squares, colorful squares, but also to contribute to certain indicators and targets that are part of the SDGs. I don't think I can go next. Okay. Yeah. So this year, our organization has been a part of COP29 organizing committee. Some of you may know that initially when the organizing committee was announced, there was no woman on the organizing committee. That was, of course, frustration for us and a shame as a civil society, and we pushed this agenda forward. So we did advocacy campaign, and of course, we were one of those who made the advocacy campaign. And later on, we were called in to be part of member of the organizing committee. That's a bit funny because we didn't advocate for ourselves to be part of it. We just advocated for women. But sometimes everything is so much personalized in this community that people thought that we wanted to be part of the organizing committee. So they brought us in. But we use this chance as a unique opportunity to advocate for gender equality. If you go to our page, you can see that this is an event in the Summit of the Future. Maybe some of you have heard about that, a side event that we brought together feminist organizations and gender equality advocates together to push gender agenda in the gender negotiations in COP29. And this was our first event dedicated to COP. And later on, if you go to our page, you can also see that we have series of event activities to push this language, gender sensitive language, and make sure that our presidency is also inclusive of the programming and also inclusive of the certain activities. We do work now on the social business. It's called Unibox. This is also focusing on eco enterprises, and we are going to have shipping abroad because we really want diaspora and other rich organizations to buy from this woman. And this is going to be a packaging. Okay, I cannot tell you more information now because it's still in the developing phase, but we hope that it will also go to Amazon and some other international platforms. Another point that we do also in Azerbaijan is the Papa schools. We used to, because in Gender Hub, we believe that men engagement is very important. And we make sure that when we talk about gender equality, we also mention how men are impacted by that. So it's not only women's rights issue, but it's societal issue. And men should also feel why they should actually fight with women to achieve gender equality. And this Papa School is actually a project which supports households so that men support their partners or wives in their household and childcare so that women can also go and have their career. So it's balanced. It's not only on women. So it's not only a let's say a pressure that woman takes, but also she can actually divide this with her husband or partner. So of course it had a lot of toxic masculinity situation where we were hated for doing that. We were attacked but then I guess in the end we could achieve something. We do a lot work with human rights and especially human rights education because Azerbaijan is a country where cultural beliefs and norms, they prevail. So instead of talking human rights language, some people bring examples of quotations from our fathers. They say, oh, because we are used to that in our community, this is a tradition, so let's go this way. Let's have early marriage. Let's have forced marriage because that's how it is. So we try to use human rights language and we try to bring social workers, human rights educators, trainers, especially young people who are educated but also need the development in this field. And we did have a shadow report with the UN and other international organizations. And we really hope that working with human rights and human rights language will shape the narrative in the communities, especially when it comes to talking about climate action and its impact on young people, and especially young women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. On behalf of everyone here, I want to express our heartfelt gratitude for taking the time to be here with us and sharing your insightful thoughts. Now, moving ahead, I would like to invite Professor Elise Buckle, President and CEO of Climate Bridges and a senior climate advisor to the United Nations. Give a huge round of applause to her.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Is the sound okay? Yes? Okay, so before we start, I just want to check on your energy level, right? Because this is the end of the day. And I want to do a small experiment with you, because this is also about inclusion and diversity. So I'm going to ask you, all the men, can you please stand up? And you're allowed to stretch as well, you know, to wake up a little bit. Okay. And you can go back. Now, for all the women, can you please stand up? Let's see now if we have a gender balance or minority or majority. Thank you. Now, all the people who are below 20, can you please stand? People below 26-year-old. The people who are above 50. Anybody? Above. Great. I mean, this is just a quick exercise. And I think what is very important in climate action is to actually value the diversity, because we all bring different perspectives. And it's not that women are better than men or young people are better than older people. We just bring different perspective. And I think this is very important to think that the climate crisis is really affecting all of us as one big family of humankind on this one planet Earth that we all share. And we can only succeed in this challenge, in this transition, if we listen to all the voices, to the different ages, different gender, but also different countries, different culture. And this is why I still really believe in climate diplomacy, even if I know that some people are challenging right now in the US. But I really think that this is the only way we can manage this transition, is by having all these countries from around the world, 195 nations, together as one family. And today the topic was about collaboration. If I remember, that's what Brittany told me. And I'm very happy that this is about collaboration, because as Climate Bridges, our DNA is about what we call radical collaboration. We call it radical because it's about partnership facilitation, and it's about facilitating a process where we can go beyond our egos and our logos, and even beyond the institutional boundaries, going beyond even the division we have between public sector and private sector, between UN and civil society. And this is this idea of oneness, of unity, that can really make us more effective in our action. So this was just the first point I wanted to share with you, all of us working as one team on one planet. And also going back to where we are now, this is the Arctic Pavilion. When I look at these photos, obviously they are beautiful, but it feels quite remote, right? This is a lot of snow and minerals. And you think, how is it related to our human life? Well, actually, it is related, because the climate crisis is also an ice crisis. And we know that the cryosphere is so important. That's where you have all the food for the food chains, for the seafood. And so everything that's happening in the Arctic is actually impacting the ocean and is impacting also our health and nutrition. It's all connected, it's all one. So this is also an example. I also love that picture of sisterhood, ecosystem and sisterhood, because sometimes we think we can just address the climate crisis with technological innovation. And yes, we need technological innovation, but unless we have also the spirit of sisterhood and brotherhood, we're not going to change. And so I think it's also very important to reconnect to our shared humanity. And yes, to have the technological solution, but maybe to have this mindset shift of reconnecting to this shared humanity and going beyond the us and them divide. You know, here in the climate negotiation, we feel it a lot. Now, this fragmentation between the North and the South, the West and the East, can we overcome that? Can we overcome the North-South divide? Can we overcome the gender divide and come together? So my second point, because this is the topic for today, is about gender equality. And I was very inspired by what was shared from Egypt, from Azerbaijan, and also from the EU. You are really champions of innovation and also demonstrating the power of women leadership. And it gives me a lot of hope. Because right now, let's just look at the truth. This is not equal right here in the climate negotiation. Since the first COP, 1995, in Germany, in Berlin, this is when Angela Merkel, she was the Minister of Environment of Germany, she was the president of COP. Since that, we have only, in total, 5 women as president of COP in 30 years. And if you look at the numbers also in terms of the heads of delegations, here is actually quite diverse and quite balanced. But if you look at who is sitting at the table there behind the closed door to negotiate the climate finance package in Baku, only 20% of heads of delegations are women. And only 1/3 of the COP delegates are women. So there's still a very big imbalance. And why it's important to make more space for women, I think that women bring also a different type of energy. And we need both. We need the feminine and the masculine energy. Only woman is not good either. We need that balance. Because if we unlock the power of the society, we need to unlock 100% of the potential. And we need this balance between these different energy. I felt it very much when I was advising Ambassador Khan. She was the chief negotiator for the COP23 presidency, a very talented diplomat of Fiji. And she brought something very special with the Talanoa dialogue. She built trust with all the countries, even Saudi Arabia, because she was able to build that trust through empathy and deep listening. And same for the Paris Agreement. We had Christiana Figueres and Laurence Toubiana, who were also architects with their feminine leadership of this Paris Agreement. They were also supported by men, don't get me wrong, like Laurent Fabius. But just to say we need both. The other point on gender, I think you all know that women and girls are really much more affected by the impacts. There's a UN report that shows that they are 10 times more likely to die in natural disasters. For me, when I read this, I was really in a shock. And in Pakistan, when there was this massive flood, it was 80% of the victims were girls and women because they had never learned how to swim. Nobody had given them the resources to learn how to swim, and they didn't have access to a cell phone. They didn't know there was this flood coming. And very often they stay behind to look after the babies or the elderly people. So we need to make sure that they are better protected, but also that they are being empowered to be these actors of change. When there is more power to women in terms of decision-making and finance at the local level, the communities are more resilient. They resist better to disasters and they recover also faster. So it's benefiting the whole society. So that's why I really believe in that topic of this connection between climate and gender. I've been in the climate space for 20 years, but it's only in the last 3 years that I started to open my eyes to this topic. And the last thing I want to say is about youth leadership, because I know that was also the topic of today. We always talk about youth because youth is our future. And I have 2 children as well. I'm a mother. My children are 14 and 11. And I'm also very, very happy because this year on our own delegation, we have given most of our badges to youth leaders. And there's one here with Koulan Berger, who is our youth ambassador. This is her 2nd day at COP, and I'm so proud of her. She's already met her minister, right, in 2 days. She doesn't need any mentoring. But what I won't talk about it too long because I think what we need is to walk the talk. And we need to make space for them. We need to pass on the mic to them. We need to give them trust, to empower them to participate. And I remember my first COP in 2005 in Montreal. These were actually members of the European Parliament, much more senior than me, who sent me to COP. I had never been. And they said, just go, we trust you. You observe, you take some notes, and you tell us what happened there. And this is what started a passion for climate action. So I think we need to trust them. And tomorrow, if you'd like, we will be hosting a circle of trust here at the Action for Food Pavilion at 1 p.m. It's not going to be PowerPoint presentation. It will be a circle where everybody is given an equal voice. Different age, different gender, it doesn't matter. Everybody will be at the same level. And I wish we could do that here, right? Being all at the same level. Anyway, I just finish here because I want to pass on the mic to Kulan or whoever is here who is somebody younger than 26-year-old. If you want to take the mic, please, this is your chance. And right after, I know from Brittany, we have also a youth certificate to give away. So we have some happy news to celebrate as well. But first, anybody from youth who wants to take the mic, this is your chance.
Yes, hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And also on Elisa's last point on walking the talk, I wouldn't be here without women or without men who has empowered me to trust in me so far. And I've also seen the presentations on the very technical topics before. And so my background is in computer engineering. And then afterwards, I really considered, at the end, what do I really want to do? And for me, it was clear that we have a global challenge and I would like to be part of the solution. So thanks to people who have trusted in me and who have empowered me. Today, I lead a local team in Switzerland to do concrete climate actions on the ground in schools, in companies, and in local communities. And with that, I would also wrap up the session very quickly. I think I represent just one of many people who have been given this opportunity. And if you give this opportunity to the people around you, I believe that you can really grow the ambition into something concrete and a lasting impact for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. It's really been a pleasure to hear from all of you. I think it's not every day we get a chance to hear from such profound speakers with lots of expertise, with lots of knowledge. So it's really been a pleasure to learn from you all, to get to know about different topic and different perspective from you all. Now I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Jian Chao. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. To the stage, and Mr. Amar Hamuda to give the certificate to our youth or young climate delegate, Mr. Ziawi, for his excellent presentation, his efforts, his time. Give a huge round of applause. After all, he is representing the voice of youth here in this pavilion. Thank you so much, Ziawi, for your amazing presentation and for your insights.
Say something. Because I feel so honored to have this because I have never imagined it could be so 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 honored to have this and on this stage with two great minds to give me this prize. And someone has found it that I have been always taking the note during the speech, and because I found it is a lot for me to learn. And just for me, and I have thought that, and for me, the speech is written beforehand, and I am just reading the test and complete the PPT. And I find that everyone is so confident and giving your speech fluently and just raise your different mind, raise your ideas very freely. And for me, and I realized that a very interesting idea just come to me. For me, when the lady talked about the gender equality, I found that sometimes we have just missed the point that we have mentioned that the women are sometimes at the weaker point or the weaker status behind men. And it is just because imbalance of the distribution of the resources. Sometimes the women dying rate just is higher in Pakistan or some other countries or the poorer countries. It's just because they haven't been educated enough, just like the men or just like other more extraordinary people. And just to be similar to this situation, and just like the education, we have hinted that the education in Eastern countries may be overload. We are busy with our test scores and we are just immersed into it. And the Western education brings more open, but the less firm fundamental education. But it was just because of the imbalance and the prejudice. And I think as the youth today, we need to eliminate all of the prejudice under in the background of climate change. And when it comes to the day that we realize, it isn't strange to have a women prime minister. It isn't too strange to have a Chinese boy who can act very actively on the different occasions of COP of the UN. And then we have realized the equality of gender and the equality of education. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm a host here, but I just want to add two lines with his words. Like whenever we talk about like why the rights are not equal of for female and men, I think the one thing is we have to change our mentality first before working on any laws. For example, have you ever seen how the cleaning products have been marketed? Like, apparently, mops are female. Who knew? And God forbid if a man has been caught in a laundry detergent ad until unless he is helping his wife. Because obviously, folding clothes and washing clothes is a female's genetic gift. You might laugh on this, but the data reveals that 70% of the household chores are still being done by the women. The problem is not the household chores. We are happy, we are doing it willingly. The problem is when you align any symbol or like cultural symbolism with gender roles. Second thing is like how we associating like symbols, like we often say like women's associated with flowers or like gentle images like birds, but when it comes to men we associate it with hammers or swords like Japan's samurai swords. So it's like we need to rethink about how can we de-associate the symbols with the genders. Like how why men can't be a flower or why women can't be a hammer. Horse take the note. And the second thing is because of this stereotype, there's a data which reveals men are 3 times less likely to seek mental health treatment because society has been labeled them as emotional rock or oak tree of the family. So I think we have to rethink about these things, like how can we de-associate these things. Things are happening. We don't need to smash the symbol. We don't need to burn this spatula or anything, but we need to rethink before associating any symbols with any gender. Moving ahead, now I would like to invite all the panelists, all the profound speakers on the stage for a group photo. Please give a huge round of applause to all the profound speakers. Oh, thank you so much. Please have a huge round of applause.
Both of us have an appointment at 6.
Because it was exactly.
Because
it
at
was
6 we're supposed to end.
Okay.
Yeah, but so how do you will moderate?
No, I'll be the panelist for.
You're the
next session.
panel, okay.
Okay. You can ask him.
sorry，没事，那个你在那儿，你去边上吧，去边上这样。OK。对，边上就刚好。好，来，哎，对对对，好，刚好还有 briefly。好。Come on. Sit down, okay? Or the moderator. Sit. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay. See. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Oh my God. Again. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, this is my ID card. Yeah, you are. Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
The photos I will share with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
China EU collaboration.
Thank you.
So can I take your cards?
yeah, of course.
Thank you. Can you take your cards?
Yes, I have electronic one.
张老师是不是要回去了？
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
And one for me.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. What is this?
Take one for me.
Okay, come on.
啊，你们不是是吧 ？OK。One more.
Yeah, okay. Let's get it. Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to sit in the middle and then?
Keep taking pictures.
Bye bye. Thank you.
谢谢啊。我先过去了啊。
Can I have your business?
Yeah, of course.
And sorry if I mispronounce your name.
Oh, it's okay. Perfect.
I'll do a lots of practice
Hope you could learn some Chinese.
next time. Yeah. Thank you so much. अभी सुबह मैं 4 बजे से ये होस्ट कर रही थी अब मैं बोलूंगी तो इसकी वीडियोस में मेरा फोटो आएगा और सबकी और सारी ऑडियंस की और मेरी बना लेना 4 बजे से यहाँ पे मेरे पैर दुख गए आपका सेशन में भी होस्ट कर रहे थे 4 बजे से अभी पैनल डिस्कशन ओके मेरी वीडियो लेना है बहुत सारी
अरे हमको निकलना है अभी 10 मिनट में मैं 10 मिनट में
करके पूरा मजा देखो
किसका है
आपकी पेमेंट
कौन दिया आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी हमको भी एक ले देना इंजीनियर से मिला क्या
यहाँ पे आए हो, आप लोग नेटवर्किंग करो, 10 लोगों से मिलो, तो फिर आगे का काम
क्या है
ठीक है। चार्जिंग के लिए
इससे मेरा भी एक ले लो ना, मेरा एक ले लो
没关系，有人可以，您看找个高度，这个主要看这个啊，对。
开手持一下，
啊，对，现在
有了，刚刚
好了，再还有好几个啊，对。啊，然后你人可以人多一点没关系，人多一点，就把后面观众排上，把后面观众排上，然后就然后显示这个就好了。啊，对，不一定我做报告，可以就是大家这样展示的嘛啊。对，啊，就是您看在哪个位置，然后高一点，没关系，高一点之后有大家人头那种效果啊。
मेरा एक फोटो लेना इधर
यहाँ बोलिए निकालो, मत यहीं पे आ जाना, इसके बाद साथ में बात करेंगे।
ले लो
पिक्चर समझ गया
चलाएगा
इधर से ले लो
没关系，这也可以，可以都一样。
जो अभी चलो
有了，
好嘞，谢谢。
Can I take one picture?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Rainforest.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. ये अच्छा रहेगा.
A big picture. Oh, we get autograph.
Liên lạc cho kìa. Liên lạc cho.
एक हाथ में वो लेके ऐसे करो जैसे चलाते हैं। सीरियस ना फोटो ले। बहुत हो गया, बहुत हो गया। मुझे भी लेना है।
रुको एक ले लो, ये भी आना. तू बात चला.
Yeah, I think you can share this picture. This picture.
This is for me, like I work with forest.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you. मुझे भी लेना है।
ले लो. ये भी अच्छा है.
हाँ हो गया ना, हमसे यहाँ से ले लेंगे, तो सामने से ले लेंगे।
इधर से ले लो सर.
मेरा इधर से क्लियर आ रहा है, चलो अच्छी बात है। ये 3
आजा उधर से ले लो मेरा. इधर से ले लो. इधर आ जाओ, इधर. Here you can see it. पीछे आ गया.
क्लियर ले
चलो.
किसी को बिठा देते हैं फ्रंट पे, किसी को बिठा देते हैं, ऐसा लगना चाहिए, बोल रही हूँ।
फोटो ही लगा दे।
Republic of Kenya, located in East Africa, is bisected by the equator and traversed by the Great Rift Valley from north to south. This region is not only the cradle of humanity, but also one of the most biodiverse areas on the planet. Its vast savanna, majestic mountains, and fertile lakes nurtures countless forms of life. People here are intimately connected to the land, working together to safeguard its sacred nature heritage. Today, let us delve into the story of frontline workers from various fields of wildlife conservation and learn about their passion for protecting nature. Our Kenya Conservancy, located in Kenya's Masai Mara, serves as a crucial corridor for two major wildlife migration routes and is mating with diverse wildlife species. Simba, a wildlife conservationist from China, has been working here for over a decade. Let's follow in his footsteps and explore the extraordinary land. All Kenya Conservancy is one of 25 private conservancies in the Masai Mara, and was the first private conservancy established. I have lived in All Kenya Conservancy for over a decade, supporting its operations since 2012. In 2018, All Kenya Conservancy was recognized as one of the best nature reserves in the world. Now, let's head to All Kenya Conservancy and say hello to our
Okay.
lion pride.
So to conclude our summit, we invite you to a documentary screening titled Symbiosis and Harmony, A Journey into a Sustainable Development, presented by Mr. Liu Hao, Society for Science, Alumni, and Youth Director. This film captures stories of sustainable innovation and resilience, showcasing how people and nature can thrive together in harmony.
The Republic of Kenya, located in East Africa, is bisected by the equator and traversed by the Great Rift Valley from north to south. This region is not only the cradle of humanity, but also one of the most biodiverse areas on the planet. Its vast savanna, majestic mountains, and fertile lakes nurtures countless forms of life. People here are intimately connected to the land, working together to safeguard this sacred nature heritage. Today, let us delve into the stories of first-time workers from various fields of wildlife conservation and learn about their passion for protecting nature. All Kenya Conservancy, located in Kenya's Masai Mara, serves as a crucial corridor for two major wildlife migration routes and is meeting with diverse wildlife species. Simba, a wildlife conservationist from China, has been working here for over a decade. Let's follow in his footsteps and explore the extraordinary land. All Kenya Conservancy is one of 25 private conservancies in the Masai Mara, and was the first private conservancy established. I have lived in All Kenya Conservancy for over a decade, supporting its operations since 2012. In 2018, All Kenya Conservancy was recognized as one of the best nature reserves in the world. Now, let's head to All Kenya Conservancy and say hello to our lion pride. All Kenya Conservancy is home to the largest lion pride. The pride consists of 32 lions, including zoos, 17 lions, and various cubs and juveniles.
Number of lions has decreased very rapidly from about 200,000 lions 20 years ago to less than 30,000. So I made my decision to do wildlife conservation to save lions. At the beginning, I thought wildlife conservation is just like paperwork. So I stayed longer time with the local Maasai tribe. I found the most urgent work is to protect the wildlife habitat, introducing a new model like the meeting-based conservation model. I strongly believe that without the active participation of the local community, we cannot see all wildlife species. So I spent 10 years in Masai Mara to approach local communities to contribute their land, join us to set up a conservancy. So we successfully built 25 conservancies in Pasimara. So at the beginning, there were about 400 lions in Pasimara. Right now, we have about 700 lions in Pasimara. The same traits as other animals.
Besides Simba, there are many rangers on daily patrol in the Auckland Conservancy. Let's learn more about their work.
So my name is Simon Koitoi. I'm the senior warden of the Conservancy. I work with a team of rangers who are so much dedicated in protecting wildlife, protecting the environment, and also protecting the community. So what we do several work. We plan in the morning or evening to do patrols. We also collect data on what wildlife we have seen every day, but we don't really collect every single bit of wildlife because there are some animals we call them key wildlife, like elephant, lion, buffaloes, cheetah, and leopards. We call them key. All wildlife are important, but that is what we do with the rangers every day, even in the night. We work when there is need. In Auckland Conservancy, we have made several achievements. One of it is that we have actually, the habitat has really improved. We have now, for wildlife, habitat there is a home. Without habitat, there's no wildlife. So that has really been protected very well out of human interference. The population of wildlife has also gone up. We have registered 0 poaching in the whole conservancy. No poaching because of the effort of the rangers, because of our patrols, because of our involvement and community support. And again, wildlife not have borders, not belong to any country, they belong to the ecosystem. So we love them, we treasure them, and we have to protect them by all means.
In addition to private reserves, there are also wildlife conservation research centers in Kenya that are open to the public.
So my name is James. I'm an education officer in Giraffe Center. Here at Giraffe Center, it was started in 1979 by a couple called Betty and John. The plight of the Rothschild giraffe and wanted to help in conserving the giraffe. So they are usually found in the western part of Kenya. That area is usually very fertile, and also the land was being subdivided to the settlers and squatters in the land. So that was the reason why they have it. So far we've been able to move 29 giraffes to different areas. So we've also helped in teaching more than 3 million school children about conservation and wildlife. We've also been able to take more than 50,000 children for ecology trips to learn about wildlife and conservation in different wildlife species and wildlife areas. Yeah.
Beyond the vast savannas, Kenya is also home to a rich network of lakes that nurtures a diverse area of life, including flamingos. In recent years, changes in lake salinity have led flamingos to gradually shift from the once famous Lake Nakuru to Lake Alimentatum's Soy Sample Conservancy. Now, let's explore this unique lake ecosystem together.
I'm Ellen Cherotich, working for the Soy Sample Conservancy, which is found in Kenya, Rift Valley. The Soy Sample is a private ranch. It's owned by the first explorers that came to Kenya, doing farming again. He's doing what we call ranch management, where livestock and wildlife coexist together. He started conservation in the year 2007, and the lake is a very important place because it's the only nesting ground for the great white pelicans in East Africa. Apart from the pelicans, as we can see right now, we have quite a good number of flamingos. So Lake Elementaita contributes a lot in terms of conservation. Our main objective here is to conserve the wildlife, to protect the wildlife, to see that their numbers are increasing. Yet, one of the ways we are conserving the wildlife is conducting education in the nearby communities, in the school, doing anti-poaching campaign in our neighboring school. We also monitor the lake, actually to record our new visitors and why they are here. We have rangers that they are working round the clock to make sure that nobody gets in to do poaching. Also, we are planting trees to restore this place so that we can make it as natural as possible.
Lake Naivasha is located within the Great Rift Valley and is the only freshwater lake in Kenya. It serves as a habitat for animals like hippos and over 400 species of birds. Today, we visited the professor who works here.
Yeah, my name is Anthony Kenge, working at Esnia. Esnia is, or rather was founded a couple, George. At one point, George was given information of a lion, which was not eating other animals, but it was eating people and domestic animals. The George with the other wardens, we took off, we went, looked for the lion, found it, and shot it dead. So George collected the cubs, took them to the white George, who adopted the cub. However, the laws of our country do not allow you to stay with wild animals in your houses. So two of the cubs were relocated in Netherlands at a place we call Rotterdam, where there was a zoo. One of the cubs was left behind, and it's the one Joy called Elsa. She could train Elsa how to hunt. And again, it is set into the world. She was also able to have her own 3 cubs. And Joy each and every day was documenting the work, or rather the activities they had with Elsa. So she decided to write the first book, Born Free. The biggest of the challenges ever is climate change. High temperatures affecting different environmental resources and fertility. Now, in our country, we are trying all efforts to protect biodiversity. One of the core key areas was establishment of national parks. Laws have to be made, and other multinational supporters had to come in to help, one, combat the ivory trade, that is killing of elephants, as well as the rhinos. Number 2, people had to be given skills to manage the national parks and also to track those who are violating the laws. We have also trained people to become like the focus for people who are speaking on behalf of all animals through signatories of all those international conventions. We also have veterinaries who take care of our animals when they get sick. That means it's a longer life animals, which is spreading, and education is key to enlighten the upcoming generation on their role to protect everybody.
At the Raptor Rescue Center in Kenya, the rescue team is dedicated to protecting injured and distressed birds of prey. They care for eagles, vultures, falcons, and other raptors threatened by nature disasters, human activities, or hunting, providing essential medical care and rehabilitation training to ultimately release them back into the wild.
My name is Leah. Basically, what we are doing as an organization, Kenya Bird of Prey Trust organization in Kenya, is mainly to rescue the injured birds. We can rehabilitate them in our center and eventually release them back into the wild. So our mission is to protect, to restore the raptor population in Kenya. Let me just start with this a beautiful owl that I have in here. It's called Mr. Philly. Mr. Philly is imprinted to human. That means, he's just human, yeah? So we rescued after he fell out from the nest. As you can see on the left wing, is injured, of which will not fly. So it's here, many of the challenges they are facing here. Actually, the numbers are rapidly declining. This is because of the poisoning which is going on across Africa. So we tried our level best to educate people to stop the kind of thing that they're doing, especially for the poisoning, though they are not doing professionally. The aim is to kill the predators, not the vultures. Yeah. And also for the owls, we try our best also to create awareness for the public, especially to appreciate these guys. In African culture, we have this superstition of saying owls, they are bad omen, but they are very good in controlling the rodents population. So we need to appreciate these amazing creatures. I personally, actually, I grew up in a conservancy. So passion for the wildlife is when I was a young lady, like a young lady in the conservancies. So I did a course in wildlife. That's where my passion started. And also grew up in a conservancy, surrounded by wildlife. So this is one of the most, I think that motivated me to do this kind of job. And also I love to do what I'm doing, especially a lady in the field. So it's something that keeps me going.
The Masai Mara National Reserve, located in southeastern Kenya along the Tanzania boundary, spans 1,800 square kilometers of open grassland, woodland, and riverine forest. This unparalleled wildlife sanctuary is one of the largest in the world, home to 95 species of mammals and 450 species of birds. Today, we had the opportunity to meet with the head of the National Reserve.
Masai Mara National Reserve was established in 1948, and I think you have seen so many wildlife streaming to the Mara. Thousands and thousands of wildlife migration coming in from Tanzania. I think this is an amazing year because we have never seen big numbers like now.
As migration season ends, we reflect on Kenya's breathtaking landscape and those dedication to preserving natural treasures. From the last Masamara to serene Lake Tamasha, each place reveals a story of resiliency and connection. Through the tireless efforts of conservationists and communities, Kenya's diverse ecosystem flourish, reminding humanity of our shared responsibility to safeguard the planet and our natural heritage for the generations to come.